This broadcast of the NLRL Console Endurance Series is brought to you by Malwa Transport, oversized cargo and trucking logistics specialists of Quebec. Visit their website on www.malwa-transport.ca. Good evening, race fans, and welcome back to TRTM for tonight's coverage of Season 2, Round 6 of the NLRL Console Endurance Series, powered by Malwa Transport and live exclusively on TRTN. As always, I'm Regan Clark. You join us here on our second trip to Italy this season, part of the Italian doubleheader, reeling out of what was one of the shortest rounds of the championship last time around at round 5, the 3 hours of Imola, into the 6 hours of Monza. And here we do find ourselves at the epicenter of Italian motorsports, the Autodromo Nazionale di Monza, founded in 1922, comprised of 11 turns and 3.6 miles of FIA Grade 1 tarmac. It's home of the Italian Grand Prix, the eternal home of the Italian Grand Prix, for that matter, since the inception of the Formula 1 category. It has ran here since 1950. It also used to run events as the 6 hours of Monza in the FIA World Endurance Championship, and it used to hold the Italian Motorcycle Grand Prix since 1949 to 1987. Other than the Formula 1 Italian Grand Prix, it also holds races for the GT World Challenge Europe Series and has done so for the last 13 years. It makes one of 4 of mainland Europe's most impactful circuits of all time there. 1921 saw the introduction of the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps. 1922 saw the construction of the Autodromo Nazionale di Monza. 1923 saw the Circuit de la Sarthe on the village of Le Mans, France. And 1927 saw the construction of the Nürburgring Nordschleife. It is mainland Europe's first ever dedicated motor racing course, with the other aforementioned circuits outside of the Nürburgring being street circuits. And it is also the world's third ever, after Brooklands in 1907 and Indianapolis in 1909. From the ground up, designed for motor racing. And with about, looking at it here, 6.5 minutes left to go in free practice, let's get ourselves accustomed to the current scope of the session itinerary coming up. We're taking a look into it here. First, looking at the regulations for today: 10 minutes of free practice, 20 minutes of qualifying, and 360 minutes of racing. Fixed refueling time of 25 seconds minimum and a stint limit of 70 minutes. Taking a look into the current scope of the championship standings, starting things off at the look of the overall standings, bringing us into the scope of things. It's the XCL number 788 car leading with 268 points, leading out by a landslide now, nearly a whole 100 points ahead of their contemporaries in the 787 with 184 points. Tempest Motorsports, the privateer sensation, third place outright in this championship with 149 points. They find themselves up and ahead of the Euro Titans 313 with 136. Rounding out the top 5 then, Fats GT's number 123 Ferrari. 126 points in all. 6th place for the number 789 exclusive esports car with 117 points. They find themselves up the road from the Malwa Racing number 119 with 107. A 10-point gap between the pair, but only 2 points between 7th and 8th, with the 5-star number 113 in 8th place. 5 stars number 112 in 9th with 103.5 points, and the Euro Titans 316 rounds out the top 10 in the overall standings. Looking locally into the privateers, Tempest lead by a landslide over NRW Performance, leading ahead of them there by 50, looking at it there, 58 points. Actually, no, hang on a moment. A lot more than that. Then we'll get onto the maths of it later on. Race Vision Motorsports in 3rd place with 193 points, with Majestic Motorsports in 4th with 174. Del Ave Maria in 5th place with 165 points. Recently now up to 6th goes KTJ Motorsports number 37 with 111 points. That pushes Black Nitro Racing's now defunct number 69 down to 109.5 points. Team Raceline Motorsports is number 60 with 96 points in the championship, makes 8th place ahead of a joint 9th position between the VEC Esports number 332, holding on to currently a stead of 76 points, and joining them at the back of the top 10, the NRW number 77, or 777 I should say, sorry there, with 76 points as well. Looking into the Teams Championship, we find ourselves with a rather unsurprising result, with Exclusive Esports leading out by quite the distance there, well over 100 points clear of Euro Titans in 2nd place, 5-star close behind in 3rd, with Fats GT very close to them in 4th. Tempest make, despite a single car entered, the top 5 in the Teams Championship, outright ahead of Malwa Racing in 6th, NRW in 7th, MSA in 8th, Race Vision Motorsports 9th, Majestic Racing 10th, KTJ in 11th, and AXRL Heat in 12th. So, getting into the scope of things just before the run of qualifying today, a lot to break down in the next 4 minutes, but starting things off is the look of the balance of performance. We find this at the current standing here. This was based off of in-game data, as well as what we were able to source from our sources over at pitskill.io. Currently, Bentley find themselves one of only 2 manufacturers in the current ensemble to be losing any modicum of weight. 13 kilos off of the Continental means fantastic news for both Maloir Racing and Exclusive Esports, 2 sole proprietors of the Bentley Continental on this grid for this season. Porsche losing 6 kilos off of the 992, and then into the positives, Lamborghini gaining 3, Aston gaining 4, McLaren gaining 5, Ferrari gaining 8, Ford gaining 12, and BMW heaviest in class with 13 kilos on board. Taking a look at how many drivers there currently are in the race. Well, with 24 vehicles entered, it's a little rough to pick out exactly what drivers have 2 drivers, what drivers have 3. The actual capped out limit for total number of drivers per car is 4. Currently, though, 24 cars in attendance with about 3 minutes left to go. Looking at the previous wins, of course, it has been an all-XCL affair this season. The 788 picking up 4 of the current 5 available race wins thus far. The 791 of Fabio Farah and Tyler Vermack, the exemption to this rule. The Porsche won in Australia at the 4 hours of Bathurst. Today, though, heading into the Temple of Speed, we do find ourselves in a bit of a precarious spot. So we do find ourselves eclipsed in the nighttime here. A bit of a rare sight at the Autodromo Nazionale di Monza. Much more used to the daytime racing here. But over the course of 6 hours, the likelihood of us seeing the sun definitely still on the table. We've been on board for the longest time here with the 116 5-star esports car. One of the only out on track at this time. Stefan Nicolai behind the wheel. We can see the lineup for their current run of things. Very similar to what things were like last round in Imola. Charlie Harker and Daniel Richards joining Nicolai in the 116. But one of the more recent changes, definitely to across my radar there. Have a look at the badge. Bit of an odd looking BMW if you ask me. Well, that's been a surprise change over to McLaren. This seems to be on a following trend then at the 5-star esports team. This great move over towards McLaren once again, mirroring their previous endeavours as the K1 esports team. Also out on track at the moment, Ruven Lubey in the number 3 AXRL Heat car. We had the pleasure of working with AXRL not too long ago on the first round of the Southern Summer Endurance Series that happened over at the Red Bull Ring. Also out on track at this time appears to be the number 28, and that's the brand new lineup for the Black Nitro team. Made their debut in the last round in Imola, but now we see new driver into the car, Lucas Milch, in the number 28 Black Nitro Racing Lamborghini. He'll be alongside Rafael Bayer for this lineup today as they make their way currently through the Curva Grande. About a minute left to go, and the reason why there's been such great degree of hesitance on the grid to get out is that there is a limited number of tyres available. So a lot of drivers here have been biting their tongue, waiting for the qualifying session to kick off. Of course, that'll be 20 minutes of qualifying coming up in a moment's time. But for the greater majority, none are willing to risk it, especially considering in order to get anything out of these tyres, you're going to have to push them to build heat up. The sun is going to be doing us absolutely no favours over the course of this free practice session, with hopes that things get ever so slightly brighter and by contrast warmer into the qualifying session in about 30 seconds time. Currently then the 28 and the 116, the only 2 cars out on track here, and we'll get a full rundown of the track and the qualifying predictions in a moment's time when we get on into that qualifying session. We can see from the pit lane potential suggestions of movement there from Ben Hart, one of the latest signings to the 5-star esports team. Speaking of 5-star as well, those perhaps in the loop will know that Tyler Vermack most recently left the exclusive esports team to join 5-star in a recent signing. And this comes at a wave of signings, including Vermack and also Hart there on your screen to the 115 BMW, just waiting to exit the pit lane. Well, he'll get the opportunity come qualifying in a few seconds' time. We can see back into the pit lane, or by looks of it, coming out of the pit lane, looks to be the AXRL number 3. We'll be taking a look at the full grid here. You can see the drivers already lining up ready to go. 116 coming down towards the line to mark the end of free practice. In towards qualifying we go, then 20 minutes against the clock here in Monza. And now it's something definitely to consider over the course of A, qualifying, and then B, the 6 hour of racing set to follow here in Monza is the topic of straight line speed. So we catch on board with Gianluca Zamponi, the number 789 with the exclusive esports team. They take to the field first among the fray. They're joined by Kyle Williams in this round of the championship. So getting on to the subject of straight line speed, of course, we love to bring this graphic up. Those who have been with us on multiple NLRL broadcasts now know exactly what is coming up to the right hand side of your screen. It's the topic of the straight line speed trap. That was captured between turns 11 and 1 out through the Curva Parabolica and down to the Variante Rettifilo. And this is what we were able to gather up. Now, of course, this doesn't universally apply to this field. There will be exemptions to this rule, namely for the fact that we don't have Lexus or the V12 Vantage anymore on this field. But the greater majority this still yet applies toward. Now, there could definitely be some changes to this, but this was the average speeds we were able to capture over a few different vehicles. Now, one of the more positive trends we saw in the last couple of months was for Ferrari to get up to 174 miles an hour. The top end was set by George Todd back in I think it was season 4 now, of the NLRL Sunday League, where we were able to capture some of that data from. But keep a close eye there towards the front. BMW and Ford definitely wants to keep an eye on. Bentley in and around the same range as their fellow British manufacturers, McLaren and Aston Martin, 172 miles an hour, in and around that ballpark. Now, bear in mind, take that with about a 10% rule there. So we could definitely see somewhere in the, not even 10%, I'd say 5%. So you could definitely see somewhere in the ballpark of 174, 175 out of some of these cars, but they will be sacrificing maneuverability every step of the way to make that possible. So as we stay on board then with Gianluca Zamponi, the first driver on to the fray here for the qualifying run. And whilst we watch the start of their qualifying, let's get on to the topic of the qualifying predictions at hand. You'll note then the stark lack of XCL machinery in that top 10, and I believe that is because they've been using private testing facilities, so we simply haven't the data to mind. What it shows at the moment then is a 5-star 1-2 between the 116 of Nikolai and the 112 of Jasarevich. NRW's number 77, Sebastian Turner, predicted third. The 314 of Euro Titans' Brooklyn Donkin predicted fourth place ahead of the 5-star 113 of Jorbit van Herle. Delave Maria predicted sixth, courtesy of Michael Picconi. 5 stars number 114, seventh, courtesy of Ben Cheeseman. Batch GT number 223 and 8th, courtesy of Sander Verstecke. Race Vision number 9, courtesy of Sebastian Plotnik, 9th place with a 150.1. And the 5-star number 115, Ben Hart, a 150.822, 10th place. We'll see exactly how that comes to fruition, if at all. But for the time being, we're on board here with Zamponi. You can see there a bit of a step out between the Lesmos. Lesmo 1, now Lesmo 2. We'll get a full rundown of the track, of course, as well, over the course of the next 17 minutes, of qualifying. Down the Curva di Saraglio. In towards the Variante Ascari. Now, it is going to be a unique challenge for these drivers. Not often do we find ourselves, as mentioned before, in a situation where we're racing here at Monza in the cloak of night time. We've got no assistance from Mother Nature. Nothing is heating the track up besides the cars themselves. So they will be quite self-reliant over the course of the qualifying session at hand and then later down the line in the race itself to keep those tyres in good condition. They won't be leaching any heat off of the track to help heat those tyres up. A lot of this is going to be down to core temperature. And it can create for rather unpredictable performances off of these cars today. So it's going to be curious to see where all of that unfolds. The 789 then first to the line. And a 147.972 from behind them. The 113 Jorbe van Herle, second fastest from behind them. We see to the line a whole myriad of cars, but among them to set the next wad of flying laps appears to be, yes, that of the 116 and the 115. So 5-star in full force there, second, third and fourth so far in the session. The number 11 to the line, Holkianos Motorsports, across the line to start another flying lap. The 94 Majestic Racing car, now fourth place, courtesy of Nick Mashk. Then the 77 coming to the line. So we see here Sebastian Turner making his way down toward the line here. He'll be joined by Dennis Kuhleman in this, and he's fourth fastest there, now up and ahead of Mashk. Number 3 coming to the line, so that'll be looking over here towards Liam Mutz with their XRL Heat. Looking at their lineup for today, you'll find it's one of a 3-man lineup. We saw Ruven Lubé earlier. Now we see Mutz behind the wheel, Mitchell Scott joining them. And currently after that first flying lap, they find themselves 5th place in the McLaren number 3. So nearest to the line at this time, the number 67 MSR team, Gioet Boris behind the wheel. Now we saw Gioet Boris individually in the same car over on the opening round last Sunday in Suzuka and the NLRL Sunday League Season 5 Round 1. So now we see him in full force with his team once again here in the Console Endurance Series. Down up toward the line he goes. On to another flying lap then, as I believe that last one may have been a dud from earlier on. Lucas Milch down towards the line here. Alongside Rafael Bayer, these two in the number 28 Black Nitro racing car, the last of their team's ensemble, and their third fastest. So an impressive start to the session. Number 30 to the line next, Tempest Motorsports, now third fastest, courtesy of Adam Saunders. The 789 coming to the line, so Gianluca Zamponi back into the pit lane. Very quick bursts here from the 789. The 113 comes down toward the line here. Still 228 thousandths away. Spencer Brown now goes third fastest with Fatch GT. Keep a close eye on these Mustangs here as you can start to see them mounting up behind a wad of McLarens. New fastest time, Stefan Nikolai, 147.347. Number 11 to the line from behind them. That being the Holkianos Motorsports car again. There we see onto the charts there. I was about to say again, no time, but no, we do see one there. Ivan Sanchez, 11th fastest. Not too far off a shout with Nick Mashk in 10th. Number 77 coming to the line. Sebastian Turner with his lights off on that number 77. Stealth mode, and it puts him 5th fastest. Now fastest of the privateers, ahead of Saunders and Milch. Nearest to the line, the number 3, Liam Mutz. Then the 787 coming to the line, so we'll be seeing Fazzy Binks. Now having departed the 788 lineup, now to join the 787. Looking here, down across the line he goes. He'll be joined by Will Friedman. Across the line he goes, stays 13th there. Looked either like a delayed update or no time at all. So it appeared to be the latter. Down towards the line, Chinwei, Nexus GT. From 26th on the field, stays there after that last lap. The 67 finding the same wad of troubles here, Gioette Boris. Do we see a time onto the charts, though, from Porsche? Yes, we do. So looks can be deceiving. Second fastest for Gioette Boris with MSR. Mighty, mighty impressive indeed. The 28 coming to the line next. That's Lucas Milch in the Lamborghini. Bear in mind of the data we showed. Back up to second, Lamborghini. Of the data we showed for the straight line speed statistics, we weren't able to get some data in regards to Porsche and Lamborghini, so they do find themselves in this erroneous black hole for data in terms of the top end. We'll possibly be able to get a look in the next 12.5 minutes as to what they can do. Jorbe Van Herle, third fastest. Spencer Brown, now fourth fastest momentarily, was third fastest. Adam Saunders now back to fifth. Number 115 coming down towards the line. So we see here Ben Hart on his first endurance race with the 5-star esports team. Ben Hart used to be part of Nexus GT, was signed by 5-star in the last couple of weeks. Currently in the 115 lineup, he'll be currently joined alongside for today's race by Noah Haggard, a driver we've seen previously in the NLRL Sunday League, and we also saw last round at the 3 Hours of Imola. Nearest to line, the number 3. Mutz in the top 10 at the moment with AXRL Heat. Then from behind them, the 787. So to keep an eye out here, I think approaching the line not far from now. Mutz stays 10th, Binks to the line. So we're about to see the first of the times from the 787 across the line, but only 10th for Exclusive Esports. A curious case here when they're playing effectively second fiddle on this grid today, or I suppose 7th fiddle more accurately in the case of Zamponi. Are we perhaps seeing the kindlings here of maybe some sandbagging? We do see Nat Bennett in the 788 car. Still in the pit lanes, a curious case, joined by Florian Oxman in this race. 28 coming to the line. So back on with the Lamborghini, now second fastest in the session. Lucas Milch and Raphael Bayer are looking to be on some impeccable form today. It's currently a shootout between McLaren and Lamborghini in that top 3. Not to count out as well how close the gap is over the second row between Jorbe Van Herle and Spencer Brown. That's a factor of 0.02 of a second. Nearest to the line, the 116. So we'll go and catch on board here, Stefan Nikolai. One of a 3-driver lineup for this round, joined by Charlie Harker and Daniel Richards. Down to the line they go. Sadly, to no improvement just before the halfway mark of qualifying so far. But so far, so good for 5-star. They've been hunting down successes since the start of this season, and they have been skipped out on that opportunity nearly every time. Could today be the redeeming day for the 116 and for 5-star esports? Hunting down, once again, the chances of endurance glory here on ACC. Stepping in the footsteps of their chapter back as K1 Esports way back in the time of the GHR XEC. And speaking of, if we can find him, I'd be curious to know if he's on this grid today, because I had some rumours through the grapevine, some could say, of a certain driver from that series, a very significant driver of that series, was scheduled to compete today. Now, I don't know if that's 100% the case, but that was what I heard off of the Euro Titans lineup. But I think the 316 may very well not be here. So does that mean we stand to miss out on the opportunity to see one of the 2 winning drivers of the GHR-XCC, Luke Wilson. Seems to be the case this time around, unfortunately. The 1-1-2 coming down towards the line, so we're about to see the Aston Martin onto the timing charts. Carlos Dish behind the wheel, onto a flying lap he goes. He and Riyad Yasarevic make the lineup for the 1-1-2 team. They were predicted second so far. We saw how confident they've been in the last couple of rounds, especially at Silverstone, where they led the race for quite a significant chunk of time in the wet weather conditions. Now, as we do find ourselves on the advent of a dry race here, this could be a rather interesting time. We do see one of the new lineups here has been an introduction from the Malwa Racing team, the newly implemented number 120. It took a while for them to appear on the radar, but they have made a significant impact there into the second half. George Todd, a driver we've seen plenty of times before on both Monza and in that Ferrari, mind you, now officially marks the join to Malwa Racing. We had it in the back of our minds when we saw the colours change and we saw him leave the 5-star esports team that perhaps, and we called this quite a few weeks in advance to the announcement, perhaps he had moved to Malwa Racing and the announcement was still yet to officially come out. Well, there is the proof in the pudding. He is with Malwa Racing in the 120 car. We'll have a look at the lineup for this new addition to the field. He's joined by Giovanni Badiali in the Ferrari. And that is going to be a very, very curious case to see what these two can do over the course of this race. Malwa Racing, much like 5-star, have been hunting down feverishly the chances of a race win this season so far. As a matter of fact, near enough every single team has been trying to do exactly that because it has been an all-XCL affair here in Season 2. A far cry of the results we had from Season 1, where, yes, in the second half it was dominated by XCL, but there was still variety therein beforehand. I think one of the more notable victories in that last season was a victory outright for the Tempest Motorsports team in Barcelona. So then 7.5 minutes left to go. George Todd, 1:47.285, the fastest time at the moment in the 120 Malwa Racing Ferrari. It was a gamble to move away from convention to the Malwa lineup when they've been running a fleet of Bentleys all season long. Now we do find ourselves on the precipice of a very exciting change in their strategy, with the implementation of the Ferrari 296 into their lineup is evidently proven to be a gamble worth taking. Question remains, though. 7 minutes left to go in this qualifying session by proxy as well. We also have 6 hours of racing to follow. Can they deliver on the possibility of a race win? Fighting them every step of the way is going to be Stefan Nicolai in the 116 lineup with Charlie Harker and Daniel Richards, Lucas Milch and Raphael Bayer with Black Nitro Racing, Riyad Yasarevic and Carlos Dish with 5-star esports, and Adam Saunders and Zolt Beefgartner with Tempest Motorsports. All 5 of those cars separate by 325 thousandths of a second front to back. Now, if we want to talk all cars separated within a second, you'd be going all the way down to 12th there to see the back of that field with Sebastian Turner, 960 thousandths away, and that's 12 cars encompassed by less than a second. So it is absolutely razor thin. We see here Gianluca Zamponi, the driver who started out this qualifying session, down towards the line. Bear in mind the gap between himself and Fazzy Binks really not too large whatsoever there. That's a factor of about 15 thousandths of a second between 9th and 10th alone. We also see behind the wheel as well Ian Skeen, this time in the Porsche. A bit of a curious case. Of course, we've seen Skeen in the past compete with Mercedes. More on that in a moment's time, though. Recent change onto the new fastest lap. It's Aston Martin's Riyad Yasarevic and Carlos Dish of 5-star esports. 1:47.042. This could be a rather curious one indeed, and I think that's going to be a bit of a running gag here, that word, because I think what better word exists to describe a grid quite like this. Monza, in the nighttime, has provided the ample mix-up we've been searching for. Now, bear in mind, the elephant in the room, the 788 is out on track, and we've still yet to see a time from out of the 788's quarters, and it is currently on for a flying lap, so we'll stay on board here with the exclusive esports 788. Behind the wheel at the moment, Florian Oxman. Joining him is Nat Bennett. Down towards the line. 5 minutes left to go. Could it be a case here where this is all a bit of a smoke and mirrors game? Down towards the line goes the 788. Where do they find themselves on the timing charts? Only 5th. Only 5th. And that's a bit of a bizarre one. Normally, they're the kind of one-hit wonders here where they take one flying lap and that's all they require. But this time, it does definitely prove that the Bentley, and by proxy, that of Exclusive Esports, do not hold capital advantage over this field on today's grid. Now, of course, 6 hours of racing can decide almost anything. We saw that in Silverstone. So never say never on the chances of these guys coming back to a race win, but it's going to be a long road ahead of us here. We'll be going all the way into midnight before we wrap up here. It's going to be very, very interesting to see how all of this unfolds. Also see as well, this is David Tangway in what is supposed to be registered as the 119. Shows up as the 99, which is another Malwa racing vehicle that was decommissioned. So no, it does show the 119 there, so it is just a bit of a graphical error on the game's end. Of course, we know the reason why it does this by now. Anyone who's been watching the series will know that reason, so I feel not the need to repeat myself. So the 112 fastest in the session so far with 3 minutes 40 seconds left to go. George Todd second fastest in the brand new Malwa number 120 alongside Giovanni Badiali. Stefan Nicolai third place in the 116 5-star esports McLaren. Lucas Milch fourth place for Black Nitro Racing. Could this be their time to shine here? They struggled in the 69 Mustang, but it seems now implementing the lone talents here of Bayer and Milch into the Lamborghini. Now we saw, of course, with Bayer, he was joined by another driver in the last round, but this seems to be the golden ratio they've been aiming for at Black Nitro Racing to usurp the Tempest Motorsports team for the Privateers win today. Now, of course, again, same story as we've seen up in the top 5 discussion. It is going to be a long road ahead of us before we can even guess as to who could win in today's race. It really can be, on a track like this, anywhere, and anyone for that matter. 313 nearest to the line. Ben Meredith from 21st on the field stays there after that last lap just gone. Still yet to see any times then from the Fats GT number 23 or the 323. And by that proxy as well, also yet to have seen anything from Zen Vitus and Sebastian Plotnik in the number 9 or Ben Cheeseman and Kyle Jenkins in the number 114. Curious stuff indeed. Nearest to the line, the 112. Could the Aston be gunning for a new fastest lap? 147.042 to beat to the line. Could we be seeing the first of the 146s in this session? Sadly, not this time around. 2 minutes left to go. So heading into the last flurry of laps here, Riyad Yasarevic has been a man on a mission in that 112. They were denied victory in Silverstone. They are looking for revenge here today in Monza. And it's quite a surprising tale when you consider our data would otherwise indicate Aston Martin wouldn't anywhere be near the chance of an advantage in today's field. You'd be expecting that to come out of, I don't know, say, for example, BMW, Ferrari or Ford. And yes, you are definitely seeing the emergence of that out of Ferrari. George Todd was the very driver we mentioned to give us that 174-mile-an-hour accolade. So who better to stick behind the wheel of the 120 in the eyes of the Malwa Racing team than that of the very same man who was able to, by some stroke of mad science, extract 174 miles an hour out of the 296. Florian Oxman, though, second fastest now. So better late than never for the 788 team, but they still fall short of the mark here of the 112 Aston by 13 thousandths of a second. This could be a rather dramatic end to qualifying today. Stefan Nicolai to the line with McLaren. Across the line he goes, and he is making improvements there, getting closer and closer to George Todd. Bear in mind, in the last lap just gone, we saw across the line there, the 789 Gianluca Zamponi to 6th place. Then the 30 coming to the line. Adam Saunders still yet to usurp Black Nitro Racing's Lucas Milch for the top 5. Couldn't find it in that last lap. The 115 coming to the line from behind them. We see for the 115, Noah Haggard now behind the wheel, 22nd in the session. The 112 across the line couldn't find an improvement over that last lap, so it hangs in a very fine balance here between two staple British manufacturers, Aston Martin versus Bentley, for control of pole position. 67 across the line a moment ago. Vust up to 12th place with the MSR team. 113 coming to the line next. In front of them, the number 3. You see here two of the McLarens coming down towards the line. AXRL Heat and 5-star Esports. Jobbe van Herle. Actually, no, is that AXRL Heat? No, it doesn't appear to be. No, they're definitely not purple. But across the line there, Van Herle 8th at the end of qualifying. Also, alongside them then, so that... Oh, that's Nexus GT. I misread the 3 as the 2 there. That's Jinwei. 788 coming to the line, though. Will it be pole for Oxman? No, he's into the pit, so it's Aston Martin on pole position. I never thought I'd see the day. But there, by a stroke of absolute genius from these two, they've set that car up to a T. The conditions have aligned here to put Aston Martin on pole position in Monza. The 313 coming to the line, so we're about to see the arrival here of Ben Meredith from 20th, goes 17th for the end of qualifying today. The number 30 coming to the line from thereafter. They're on their way down towards the Curva Parabolica, so sadly we'll have to wait for the track tour. We got a little too engrossed in the qualifying today. We'll wait for that track tour during the formation lap. From behind them, the 115, but it looked to have been invalidated for Noah Haggard. So Adam Saunders to the line in the 30, brings about the end of qualifying, and they take the Privateers pole away from Black Nitro Racing. They start 5th on this grid by 0.07 of a second. Bear in mind, from 5th down to 7th is only a scope of 0.09 of a second. The front row by 13,000ths of a second. What an exciting end to qualifying, and I'm sure nobody expected that coming in to the Temple of Speed itself. Aston Martin and 5-Star Esports on pole position, courtesy of Riyad Yasarevic and Carlos Dish. This is going to be an exciting start to the race then. Bear in mind the Bentley and the Aston have seemingly become, in this game here, equals in straight line speed. And when you take a look at the data, it otherwise doesn't lie. You can see both of them hanging around alongside McLaren at 172 miles an hour. Now, slipstream is going to play a huge factor in today's race. A lot of straightaway sections. That is the name of the game here. We're at the Temple of Speed. Straight lines is near enough all one requires in this race. It is going to be a tough one for these drivers today, because bear in mind, scattered in between these long straightaways are some very, very sharp corners. Their tyres will need to be in good nick for those corners to have any kind of impact in a positive sense on their performance today. So with a limited number of tyres, now just looking back through some of the regulations we have here, if I'm not mistaken, there's about 5 tyre sets the drivers have been given for a 6-hour race, including qualifying today. So they've really been put up against the ropes here by race control. They were not going to be playing nice coming out of Imola. Sadly, with no news to report then, we'll be getting right onto the conversation of the grid in just a moment's time as we wait for the drivers to line up. As we see here at the end of qualifying. A very exciting end then, as we see the 788 will start from second alongside Aston Martin's Riyad Yasarevic. So then, getting onto the topic of the grid 3 minutes before the formation lap, and we will be starting in nighttime racing here in Monza. So having a look at it, Carlos Dish, and this is just reading off of the names that are on this list. If they do change, then we do apologise, but this is just as we receive the information. Carlos Dish starts on pole position. Riyad Yasarevic laying in a fantastic pole sitting time. A 13,000th of a second gap divides the front row from each other. Nat Bennett in the 788 Bentley with exclusive esports starts in second place. A surprise new entry for Malwar Racing, the 120 of Todd and Badiali. Third on this grid. They start alongside Stefan Nicolai in the 116 5-Star Esports McLaren. Into 5th place and onto that third row, we find the front row for the Privateers. Adam Saunders with Tempest Motorsport starts on division pole, 5th outright, and alongside Rafael Bayer in the number 28 Black Nitro Racing Lamborghini in 6th place, division 2nd. Gianluca Zamponi in 7th place alongside Jorbe van Herle in 8th, Spencer Brown in 9th, and David Tanguay rounds out the top 10 for Malwar Racing. Fazzy Binks in 11th place, having left the 788 for the confines of the 787 BMW today. They find themselves in the 787 in today's event alongside that of Will Friedman. Michael Piccone in 12th place alongside Brooklyn Donkin in 13th. We do see a gap there, as I believe the car very well may have disconnected to produce that gap between the 787 and the number 5. Nonetheless, looking further down the line, Ian Skeen in the 315, 14th on this grid. Dennis Coleman in 15th. Ben Meredith 16th. John Williams in 17th. Nick Mashk in 18th. Ivan Sanchez 19th. Noah Haggard in 20th. We see there Faulkner in 21st. Bruce 22nd. Verstecher 23rd. Vitas 24th. Cheeseman 25th. And Boris 26th. So we see, that is what has been the case here. That's a brand new livery for Gioet Boris in the MSR number 68, formerly the number 67. That's what's put them at the back of the field. I believe probably very well could have been a disconnect. 50 seconds left to go then. We'll be catching on board with the onboard cameras of the 112, Carlos Dish and Riyad Yasarevic on pole position for Aston Martin, the first of its kind this season, if I'm not mistaken, here in the Temple of Speed. An all-British front row then for manufacturers, with Aston Martin and Bentley set to duke things out on the run down towards the Variante Rettifilo. As we're on board with the 112, we'll get a tour of this fantastic circuit, of course, home of what is one of motorsports' most dreaded sections of all of the circuits in availability. On board then with the 112. You can see the entire grid there formed up behind them. 27 cars on this grid. We see, I believe, rejoining the field from the back there was the number 3, now the number 4 of Liam Mutz. Ben Cheeseman starts from the pit lane in the 114 as per tradition by this point now. So taking us away down the opening straight. This is where we captured a lot of that straight line speed data that we're using in today's event. It's what we've been able to use in a great majority of races to have ran out of the Autodromo Nazionale di Monza. A lot of that data was picked up during our time with the NLRL Sunday League, of which we're still in coverage for. Season 5 comes up on another round tomorrow from Laguna Seca down towards the Variante Rettifilo then, and this is the section I'm talking about, the most feared opening corner of any racetrack in the world. Turns 1 and 2 then, ultra tight, claustrophobic, prone to accident. There will be blood in this section by the end of the night. Out through then the Curva Grande. Turn 3, this long sweeping right-hander here. Very easy to wash out onto the marbles on the far end of the track, and that can often give you an early doors appointment with the gravel traps if you're not too careful about it. On the run in towards the Variante della Roggia. Plays in contrast then to Rettifilo. If you thought you were out of the clearing out of turns 1 and 2, into turns 4 and 5 would prove otherwise. On the run in towards della Roggia, you can see here, generating core heat on the tyres there by holding the brakes down, the 112. Down towards the Lesmos then. The Curva de Lesmo, as it's officially known, Lesmo 1 and 2, as it's affectionately known, turns 6 and 7. These two sharp right-handers, very easy to end up in some variety of trouble in this section of the track, as history has proven time and time again. On the run now, down towards the Curva de Saraglio, not officially classified as a corner, but this very slight kink left brings us downhill. And fun fact, up on that bridge there, you can see it coming up here, up on that bridge is the original 1950 oval that came with this track when it was originally constructed. Now it's used as a viewing gurney. You can see the banking of it there. It is a formidable stretch. And I think consider ourselves quite lucky that we're not using that today. Down towards the Variante Ascari. Now, I would say a lot of the risk is definitely placed in and around, and we've said it as well, at Rettifilo and della Roggia, but I would not count out Ascari for a second in providing us with race-ending crashes. Now, bear in mind, this isn't the slaughter we're coming to expect like we saw at Bathurst. I don't think anything's going to be adding up to that level of carnage, but do not keep it out of your minds that we will be seeing a clean race today. I think we definitely will be seeing some elbows out on these first couple of laps, especially given how competitive that top 10 is at this time. Down towards the Curva Parabolica then, we'll cap off this lap, or this formation lap here, as we do begin the formation process in just a moment's time. Why is it called the Curva Parabolica? Well, it's a literal translation of a parabolic curve. It's tight on entry, loose on exit. A parabolic shape. You can see here, very sharp on entry and then opens past the apex where the drivers can then get the hammer down onto the throttle. Now, we'll be seeing that in full force in a moment's time. But until then, rolling down towards the line then. The prelude to what could very well be one of the most chaotic races of the season here at the Temple of Speed for Season 2, Round 6 of the NLRL Console Endurance Series. Powered by Malwa Transport and live exclusively on TRTN. 6 hours here at Monza. 27 cars in all, 26 on track, 1 from the pit lane. Down towards the line we go then. Without further ado, we're green and racing here in Monza. A great getaway from Aston Martin and from Bentley, but an even better start by Ferrari at their home race. As you can see already, the 120 of George Todd up and alongside Riyad Yasarevic. And then we can see breaking away the 788 up onto the inside. There could very well be trouble here as the two 5-star cars rub against one another down towards Rettifilo. We see immediate trouble and the 120 emerges unscathed, but you can see it was bedlam from the start. Encapsulated in that all, the 788 and a myriad of cars following upon its trails. Watch here as you can see contact from the inside, and then we see the 120 escape frame, the 112 following in their stead. We also saw the number 30 break up and away from Riyad Yasarevic. It was absolute bedlam down at turn 1. Was that ever a surprise? We see there trouble for the 120. George Todd runs over the curva, the Variante della Rosa, I should say, not the curva. This is the curva de Lesmo, as we see side-by-side action at the forefront between Adam Saunders and George Todd. Watching on board here with Riyad Yasarevic as he gets tapped there by what appeared to have been his own teammate. It is absolute disaster here in Monza for the 5-star esports team. What on earth did we just see there? Watching here, there couldn't have been any other culprits in that one. He was knocked around at the back end there by the 116. There are definitely going to be words at the 5-star esports team, not many of which I'm of liberty to divulge over live stream, but I cannot imagine the frustration now in the 112. Moreover, they're not the first heavy hitters to have been taken out in the opening lap here. The 788's only 2 positions up in 19th on this field. Now, to bear that in mind, watch here as we see very nearly 3 abreast between the number 4, formerly the number 3. We see here Liam Mutz behind the wheel, fighting with the 788 of Florian Oxman, right behind that of Ian Skeen, who at this time is looking to challenge Rafael Bayer. This regime change at the front has led to a new front row. George Todd and Adam Saunders. Gianluca Zamponi from behind them. We see from behind them Spencer Brown and Michael Piccone. From behind them, Frazzy Binks and Ben Meredith. We see there, bit of argy-bargy through turns 1 and 2. That puts Ben Meredith up and alongside the number 787, now up and around as we hit the Curva Grande. I have very little, if any, words to speak of what that start was like. That was unique, to say the least. The 787 looking up the inside on the 313, but Meredith is giving absolutely no quarter in this stead of the race. 3 minutes in, and there has already been enough bloodshed to last a lifetime here at Monza. Well, you just knew that was going to happen. That was going to happen, always. You see the current scope of things here, the 788. We see the number 112 from behind them as well. Having dropped down a few positions there, we see the number 2 now sandwiched in between the pair as the 788 takes up the helm of fighting with Liam Mutz. Looking up over the front row here, we see George Todd attempting to break away from Adam Saunders. And a very brazen opening lap indeed here in Monza, but there is the current scope of your leading pair. They're up by 3.4 seconds over Zamponi in 3rd place. Saunders and Todd, your new front row. Meanwhile, we can see that Spencer Brown is closing distance over Gianluca Zamponi, so there is something worth speaking of there. Upon the 2nd row, Fats GT to go head-to-head with Exclusive Esports. From the 3rd row, we see Delava Maria up into 5th place after the madness that ensued upon the first lap. Behind them, Ben Meredith fighting with Frazzy Binks. From behind them, side-by-side action between David Tanguay and Brooklyn Donkin in towards the Variante Rettifilo. Things can get ugly through this section, as history has already proven. In the background from behind them, we see there continued fighting with Wust, Maschk and Vitus all clashing for position there. MSR's number 68 now up from what was the back of the field to 10th on the field in the scope of 5.5 minutes. 4.5, actually. What a bizarre turn of fate then. Up in front, we are starting to see here the kindlings of that fight proper between the 787 and the 313 up the inside at the curve of Delesmo at turn 6. Goes Fazzy Binks, attempts a move there up over Ben Meredith, couldn't find any quarter of it. On the run into turn 7, tucks back in behind. Bear in mind that pushing and shoving for position here is only inviting in the number 119 of David Tangway to come and have a go on what has been one of the most bizarre opening 5 minutes to an endurance race I have ever seen. Simply without words for what it is we have just witnessed, as we see here Florian Oxman and Riyad Yasarevic, our former front row, 17th and 18th, down 8 rows from the race start. Meanwhile, George Todd having broken away now, up a 2nd and a 10th over Adam Saunders in 2nd place. And from behind them, we're just seeing here, as we scroll around the field, very close fighting. This is from Zen Vitus's point of view, so we stay on board here with the Race Vision Motorsports car, watching ongoing at this time a fight for 11th place. And from behind them, the fight for 12th between Nick Bashk and John Williams. Fats GT versus Majestic. Williams up the inside. He'll be to the outside of the second part, not unless he can close things over the nose of the Majestic BMW, and that he does. Master Mason 4570 asks, what happened to the 5-star cars? Well, funny you should ask, because we have it here on the replays where the 112 was collided into by the 116, turned around at Lesmo 2. We've also been given advisory here as to why this has come to be the case. The 116 reports imminent brake failure, or not imminent, very readily apparent and critical brake failure. Ultimately, this lapse in machinery has led to one of the most controversial changes we have ever seen there, where 2 of the 5-star cars have collided on their run through the Lesmos. Meanwhile, we just see here Sebastian Turner up and around Nick Mashk, in control of 13th place. In towards the Varianti Ascari. Bear in mind, hunting them down, you can just see from behind there, Rafael Bayer and Florian Oxman and Riyad Yasarevic, 15th, 16th and 17th. These 3 carving their way back up through the field after all 3 of them suffered unfortunate fates in the opening laps of today's race. Seeing here with Gianluca Zamponi now furthest up the order for the exclusive esports team, is 4 seconds away from Saunders, who himself is 1.9 seconds away from George Todd and Giovanni Badiali. Meanwhile, looking around the field to see where the nearest fights will be coming from, we are in no short supply. We see Stefan Nicolai emerging from the pit lane there. We see trouble for Chimway, number 2 there, Nexus GT, 24th on the field at this time. Looked like trouble down at Parabolica, into the pit lanes early then goes Chimway. Watching here with Rafael Bayer, this could be a rather curious one indeed. This is the fight of 15th place. We'll stay on board with the Lamborghini from the Black Nitro Racing team. One of several major casualties over the course of the first 10 minutes of racing. See just up in front of them there, that's Majestic Racing's Nick Mashk, and the number 94, that turquoise BMW. Up in 14th, ahead of them, Sebastian Turner. We saw that move earlier on. Bear in mind, right behind them is the 112. Up in front of them, we are seeing very close fighting, and oh, no, it's not close fighting, actually. I was about to say, it was with a McLaren and another car. It turns out that's lap traffic. In towards Ascari, you can see a spotty run there from the 788. That does invite in an opportunity by Black Nitro Racing, but they've got to be careful not to fly too close to the proverbial sun here, because their car is the most unstable on this grid by a long shot. Meanwhile, they've given up on that pursuit just very quickly there, because they lost a lot of steam out through Ascari off to the Aston Martin, now going the high side around them at turn 11. We'll have the run on the exit of Parabolica to keep things running. We see there Riadi Asarevic just goes the long way around Rafael Bayer to 16th. Meanwhile, we see here with the 112 up in front, Majestic and Exclusive side by side. The 788 now up to 14th on this grid, as we see from the Aston Martin's point of view, following very close from behind here in their continued conquest back to the top 10. The opening 10 minutes then have given us a lot to speak of on this grid. Taking a look here at a potential emerging fight coming up. We see a much more active fight behind them. So let's go to catch on board with some of the drivers in and amongst the fray of that there. I want to try and see here with Ben Meredith in the 313, the world's weight resting on his shoulders as it seems here. He and Archie Bowen having to hold up the rest of the field, so it appears. And amongst that is the number 315 of Ian Skeen, now down to 24th after early doors incidents today. Looking then, after the first 10 minutes of racing, George Todd in the lead, Adam Saunders second, Gianluca Zamponi in third, Spencer Brown fourth, Michael Picconi fifth, Ben Meredith sixth, Fazzy Binks seventh, David Tangway eighth, Brooklyn Donkin in ninth, and Rust in 10th. Vitas 11th, John Williams in 12th. We see here big steps over through Ascari for the 313. Turner 13th, Oxman 14th, Mask 15th, Yasarevic 16th, Bayer 17th, Mutz 18th, Haggard 19th, and Verstecher in 20th. Sanchez 21st, Cheeseman 22nd, Bruce 23rd, Skeen 24th, Van Herle 25th, Nikolai 26th, and Chinway 27th. Most recently there, a move for Sanchez up to 22nd. Looking out behind them though, this is on with the 787, trying to get clear of the lap traffic there. Ian Skeen trying to hold up for his teammates in the 313, but try as he may, he's just given a free slingshot over to Binks in the 787. He and Friedman will take great pleasure in getting up and around that Porsche. We see though, driver having to run all the way off through the emergency runoff there. That is Brooklyn Donkin from 9th, previously 9th, and I believe definitely have dropped a position there. Down towards De La Rogia, and the 787 is frustratingly stifled there by the Porsche. We see in the background Donkin side by side with Vitas. That's for control of currently 10th place on the field. We saw that exchange there side by side. Alongside them, getting up and up the inside there, very aggressive lunge by what appeared to be, if I'm not mistaken, that's lapped traffic getting up and around them. So that was, as it stood, that is the 113, if I'm not mistaken, there of Jorge Van Herle. Cutting his way through the field then as it stands. We see here continued fighting, John Williams versus Florian Oxman. This might be worth the watch here. Let's go to catch on board with the Bentleys. Go to see here from the 788's point of view. Gets up and alongside then around the outside for the start of the Variante Ascari. Up over the Thatch GT number 123. 296 Ferrari of John Williams. Behind them, Riadi Asarevic with Aston. As a matter of fact, let's see if we can go and catch on board. We do see yellow flags out. It's for the 116 there. You can see stranded is Stefan Nikolai. Meanwhile, Fazzy Binks, side by side with David Tangway, down towards turn 1 and 2. Up and ahead of them, still Ian Skeen. You see out behind them here, an incredibly close ensemble of vehicles. We wanted to try and catch on board, though, with the one caught firmly in the middle. Or for but a moment there was John Williams, now actually out past the Aston Martin of Riadi Asarevic. Watching here just briefly with Adam Saunders. Still with clear line of sight of the 120. Up in front of him, George Todd, 1.8 seconds in front. In the lead of this race after 15 near enough minutes there. We see here from the point of view, the 314 Brooklyn Donkin in towards Lesmo 2. In the background, into the wall though, went one of the McLarens. That's the number 2, Nexus GT, in imminent trouble. Get a look at this on the replays here as we stay on board. You can see there, this was on the exit of turn 6. Catches a little bit of the grass at the end there. That just pinwheels him into the wall. Very little he could have done in that situation past that point. He was a passenger from the moment the tyre touched the grass. That's the number 2 Nexus GT car in imminent trouble. Vust versus Donkin. This is 9th place up for grabs here as we stay on board with the Euro Titans number 314. You could hear it just a little bit there, that they were struggling for gears on the exit of the Curva Parabolica. You can see the 113 attempting to unlap itself has definitely got its elbows out in the conquest to get back in to the fight. We see trying to go side by side here. I mean, what is the strategy going for the 113? Very aggressive retaking of position on track. But with all due respect, no contact. So not really much more you could ask for in that situation. He was going to get up and around. He wasn't going to waste his time sitting and waiting for a position to be given over to him, and he's got to have to fight for it. It's always a bit of a one-sided affair when we get into the conversation of blue flag politics, so it just doesn't really concern him to be nice about it, I guess. So you see in the background, or I suppose I should say, yeah, no, in the background, I think it would make a lot more sense to say that. The 68 in trouble, out of Lesmo 1, the 113 caught up behind it. This could still be on the table here for the 314. Bear in mind, he's got to pass 2 cars for that 9th position spot, one of which isn't even necessarily part of the fight. It's just there, stuck in the middle. The 314, you can see the frustration as he's trying to keep a side of it. Where can I get around this guy? He does wonder. In towards Ascari. From behind him, bear in mind, this is quickly becoming a potential scope for the battle of 10th place as closing in on him. The number 9, Zen Vitus with Race Vision Motorsports Ferrari back in to the topic of that fight for 9th. You can see up in front of him there, Vust in the number 68 MSR. Still up in the scope of things here and stuck in the dirty air from that 113 has done him very little, if any, favour. So we are in the conversation of that fight for 10th place. Up the inside is Zen Vitus, and now it becomes a drag race down the opening straight. You can see here from the external cameras just how close these two are to one another. Heading down towards Retafilo. The Ferrari's still up the inside, so Vitus has got the opportunity, but he's going to have to make this one stick, and it looked like a little bit of contact there, and that forces the 314 across the emergency exit. Florian Oxman, right behind him there, says, "I'll have that off you, thank you very much," and takes away his chance of 11th place. Troubled lap then here on lap 9 for Brooklyn Donkin and Kieran Rodd. Looking at the Ford at the forefront of today's race, now only 1.4 seconds away from George Todd. The gap is starting to shrink here between Todd and Adam Saunders. Tempest Motorsports haven't seen a race win outright in this championship since season 1 in Barcelona, where they took a landslide victory in their time with McLaren. Now on the move to Ford, this could be the time to shine here in Monza. Where better to challenge Ferrari on the straightaways than at Monza. Number 2 in trouble again, this time on the exit of Retafilo. Looking around the field to see where the nearest fights may be coming from. We do see here, watching from behind the current fight for 12th place, Riyad Yasarevic gaining on Brooklyn Donkin. We're watching with John Williams and Fats GT number 123 on their run down this back straight towards the Curva Parabolica. Giving lights there to the Aston Martin, 6/10 away. So having a look on here with the 123. Observing the fight for 12th place, but I'd say pretty close to being within a chance of being in that fight for 12th place themselves. You can see up the road there, Florian Oxman gaining on Zen Vitus. So, bringing up the wider display here after 20 minutes of racing, Todd and Saunders. Still the chance remains between these two for there to be a fight of the race lead. At the moment, nothing to report. Same story upon the second row. Gianluca Zamponi third with Spencer Brown in fourth place. Michael Picconi in fifth with David Tanguay in sixth. From behind then, Ben Meredith in seventh with Fazzy Binks eighth. Just in ninth, you can see those side by side with Zen Vitus. Potentially for a scrap here for ninth place on the field. Also alongside them, you can see is Florian Oxman in the 788 on our run down towards the curve de Saraglio. Zen Vitus caught between a rock and a hard place here. That Porsche will outbrake him and the Bentley will outrun him. So what can the Ferrari hope to do? In towards Ascari we go then. And the exit of Ascari just building more and more momentum. The juggernaut there is the Bentley Continental. Charging up to the back end of the number 9 Ferrari. The Ferrari, though, looks for the inside, and he does make contact there on his efforts to pass the 68. Neither party particularly pleased with what's just happened. The Porsche gets back out in front. The Bentley right along with them. This is currently in the scope of a fight for 9th place on the field. Watching here with Zen Vitus. We also see from Wust's point of view in the 68. Then from behind them, surfing both of them to make it 3 abreast on the run down the opening straight towards Rettifilo is Florian Oxman. It's 3 wide down towards turn 1. The Porsche latest onto the brakes there. MSR hold their ground. And that forces the Bentley back into the iron sights of both Aston Martin, Ford and an additional Ferrari courtesy of Fats GT's John Williams. Now locally a fight for 10th place. We watch here Zen Vitus versus Florian Oxman. Oxman looking at the inside on Vitus. Vitus holding his ground in towards De La Rosia. An incredibly close fight in here for 10th place as it stands. Vitus holding up a great chunk of the grid there, almost effortlessly in the race vision number 9. In front of them, Wust with MSR's number 68, formerly the number 67. Five hours, 38 minutes left to go, so nearly half an hour into the race already. We'll go and catch on board with this Ferrari because I imagine this is going to be a rather exciting watch from the point of view of Race Vision Motorsports. Zen Vitus and Sebastian Plotnik will stay on board with these two. On the exit of Ascari, things get very dicey there. And actually, was that... No, hang on a second. Just getting a look on the replay. Oh, no, don't tell me I missed that the Porsche spun. It did, didn't it? Oh, it did. Oh, it did. Oh, how did we miss that one? I looked down on my monitor for 1 second. And that's what happens. Huge incident for Wust. Wust at this time down to 12th place. We can see here from behind in the battle of 10th. Florian Oxman, Brooklyn Donkin, Andrei Adjasarevich. Sinio 06 said had to retire because other driver couldn't join. Continuing to watch then the fight of 10th place on the field at this time. Actually, I believe this may very well be the case now after that recent incident of the fight of 9th. So you see in the background there, huge incident with 4 cars in all. Let's get a look at that on the replay, see what went on down at De La Rosia. So we already had trouble down at Ascari. Now we see the follow-up. You see the Aston Martin got the inside. The 112 tried for it. You see in the background there... Nothing really wrong with the second row, but it was just major collision between the 314 and the 112. That did allow the MSR Porsche to just make its way back on through there, just strolled back up into control of that position. Meanwhile, Zen Vitus loses out ground to Florian Oxman, has a chance to fight it back, though, through Ascari. The Bentley has been on the warpath since it was taken out at turn 1 today. Some nearly 30 minutes ago, 24 to be exact, coming up on in about 10 seconds. A very, very bizarre time. So you see here, this is from John Williams' point of view. Now caught up with Riyad Yasarevic in the fight of 12th place. Also with Wust up in front. That makes 11th at this time. 5 minutes away then from the halfway mark of the first hour of racing here in the 6 hours of Monza, and what has definitely been the most brutal start in console endurance series history. It's a surprise to see, though, with Ferrari leading this race, courtesy of the 120 mile an hour racing Ferrari of George Todd and Giovanni Battiali. It's a strange case to see Ferraris further down the field struggle this much to keep up with the other manufacturers in the straightaways. Watching here with the 123, John Williams chasing the 112 of Riyad Yasarevic. Currently, all in all for that fight of 11th, with the Porsche up in front. You can see, though, on the exit of Ascari, a brilliant exit for Fats GT. They look to potentially try their luck here on the 5-star number 112, the Aston Martin of Yasarevic. Holds ground there at the inside, still himself hunting down the MSR Team 68 car. Do see here the kindlings that move up the inside for Aston Martin. Looking up the inside on Porsche. This could get ugly between the two, side by side through 1, through 2, and looking to find their way to the inside. Wriggling in to make this three's company for that fight of 11th is Williams. Meanwhile, up in front of them, we saw issues there for Zen Vitas kicking up some gravel through the Variante Rettifilo. Now through the Curva Grande towards Della Rosia. Into the Curva de Lesmo. Turn 6. Now towards turn 7. You can see up in front more gravel there. Awkward run of things there for the 123. Still stuck here behind the 112. We'll catch on with these three in a moment's time. Taking a look further around the field, we do see a progressing fight here for 5th place. Michael Picconi versus David Tanguay, the number 5 and the 119, going head-to-head in a moment's time. 0.8 of a second between the Bentley and the Ferrari for the last of those top 5 positions. We see the current scope of things over the front row. Todd now 2 seconds clear of Saunders. Ford and Ferrari still clashing heads here for control of the race lead. Ben Meredith now behind his teammate Ian Skeen, who was previously doing defensive work for him earlier on in the race. The 114 runs into trouble there. That I believe to be Ben Cheeseman at this time between Ascari and Parabolica. See here for Fazzy Binks closing ample distance under the brakes there to Meredith. The likelihood for there to be a battle remains very, very likely. So let's go and actually stay on board with these two here. Ben Meredith versus Fazzy Binks. Now we'll bring up the larger display to be able to cut between some of the other battles we've been observing in the last couple of minutes here. On board then, Ben Meredith, you've got to hand it to the 313 here. They were starting, I think, just outside of that top 10, but they've been firmly a part of the top 10. They stand upon the chances to continue to fight further into this race. 5.5 hours left to go. Right now, caught up in the fight defensively for 7th on the field. You see, though, Fazzy Binks is definitely trying his luck on the run down the curve to Siraj Leo, the 787, hunting him down in the BMW. Bear in mind, in this season at least, this is Binks' first time in the Beamer, if I'm not mistaken. So getting to try out a different car over the course of the season. He's going to open his eyes up to a few things. Meanwhile, we see for Jasarevic, still stuck in behind the Porsche. Momentarily was up and ahead of it. Now stuck back in behind the 68. You see here into the slipstream on the Ferrari. Now, this is a fairly helpless spot for the 313. Not an awful lot it can do. It's too far away from the Porsche up in front of it to gain any kind of slipstream meaningful or worthwhile. So for the BMW behind it, he is now getting a lot of ground up alongside on the run in towards turn 1. Tries for it late on the brakes. It's contact, though, between the 313 and the 787. Rejoins the track there out of Rettifilo. Not pleased whatsoever with that BMW. Gives him the light. He gets hit from behind there by the McLaren. Who is that in the McLaren there? Is that again one of the lapping 5-star cars? I mean, they've really sunk the reputation deep now, if they haven't already. That was not a particularly grand show of them in the opening 30 minutes of racing, must say. You can chalk some of that up to technical issues, but I think what we're seeing here now borders on conduct problems, where if we're getting that aggressive, up in front there you can see Skeen in trouble with Porsche. Off at the Curva de Lesmo, attempting to rejoin through Lesmo 2. Rejoins right in front of, by looks of it there, the 113, Jorbe van Herle. Well, you see there, contact between the pair turned into the wall was Skeen by Van Herle in towards the Variante Ascari. Get a look at this as they sideswipe the cameras. Down at the low end there, jump scared by the Porsche. So you see heading down the Curva de Seraglio into Ascari there, nicked in. Both of them slam the cameras. Things getting very, very brazen on this grid after the first 30 minutes of racing. Taking a look at where it stands at the moment, though, George Todd and Giovanni Battiali lead for Malois Racing. They stand upon the cusp here of a potential first ever win, both in this series and both for Malois Racing after their first endurance championship here. Adam Saunders, second place at the moment with Tempest Motorsports. Gianluca Zamponi, third with Exclusive. Spencer Brown, fourth with Fats GT. And Michael Pocconi still stands upon the top 5 with Del Ave Maria. Fatty Binks in 6th with Exclusive. Ben Meredith in 7th with Euro Titans. Florian Oxman in 8th with Exclusive. And Zen Vitas in 9th with Race Vision Motorsports. MSR's Wust in the number 68 at this time. And he's up and ahead of Riyad Jasarevic in the 112 5-star eSports Aston Martin. John Williams in 12th place ahead of Liam Mutz in 13th. Brooklyn Donkin in 14th. And we see there the 94, Nick Mashk, up and ahead of the 314 at this time, having cut the emergency exit through turn 1. Now has a drive-through penalty to serve. Behind the 314 at this time is Rafael Bayer in the number 28 Black Nitro Racing Lamborghini. Ben Cheeseman in the 114. Stuck in behind a lapping car there. Sander Verstecher behind them in the number 23 on the field. Shows us the number 24, the 323 Gay Spruce in 19th place. Ivan Sanchez, 20th. Noah Haggard, 21st. Jorbe van Herle, 22nd. David Tanguay into the pit lanes, rejoins. Or has this been a potential really early pit stop? Or is that, if I'm not mistaken, was a disconnect for the 119? Stefan Nikolai in the 116, 24th on the field. Ian Skeen in 25th. Dennis Kullerman, 26th on the grid so far. So confirmation there from Malois Racing. That was a disconnect as it stood. We see John Williams versus Wust on the way in towards Parabolica. Up and around the outside goes Williams up to 11th place. The 68 forced down a peg into 12th. Liam Mutz right behind them. One of the chances of fight back here for the MSR team's number 68 Porsche. Max Wust still hunting down a chance at the top 10 here alongside his teammate Gioet Boris. John Williams right in front of him, recently having snatched 11th place off of him. Nick Mashk into the pit lane serving a drive-through penalty at this time. This constitutes one of the nearby fights on track as of right now, as the action starts to dissipate after what has been 34 minutes of racing so far here in Monza. We are watching here with Max Verstappen versus John Williams. A very close had fight here for 11th. And through to Ascari then. I've been inclined to stay on board with either side of this to try and get front row seats here of this ongoing fight for 11th place. So let's go to catch on board with either the car leading that fight ahead, that being Williams, or Mutz in 13th. As we see here, this is with AXRL Heats, Liam Mutz, one of 3 drivers in their current lineup for this race, is alongside that of Mitchell Scott and Ruben Lubet. We just saw trouble there. Again, for the 68, cannot seem to catch a break. Yellow flags as we try to put the graphics up on screen. It is making us look as blind as a post. We saw there through Parabolica. And was that the case? I don't know if that was necessarily the case. Were they coming into the pits? No. They were just off at the side of the track there. A very bizarre turn of events as we were on board with the AXRL car. Look at this again. As we head around turn 11, camera's not 100% revealing of what's going on there. So we were on the dash cam, he's just obscured, and then we see they're off in the grass. So a very, very bizarre turn of fate. So we're still on board with the AXRL Heat car as it closes distance up over John Williams. Still no information as to what caused that for Max Verstappen. We see them, they're still out on track at this time, but 6.6 seconds away from these two in their fight of 11th place. Very strange. What on earth what happened there? Reporting from Gio at Boris, I think wheel disconnected. So more hardware failures creeping into the early stages of the 6 hours of Monza. Looking around the field to see where the nearest fights may be coming from. We are seeing one emerge here. Fazzy Binks versus Ben Meredith versus Florian Oxman. Currently in a 3-way split, so it seems, for 6th place. I'd definitely say the chances for him to be forced into a defensive fight for 7th with that Bentley stuck in behind him definitely is on the table. We see that almost immediately then on the exit of Rettifilo in through the Curva Grande. Down towards De La Rogia, up and around the outside, so it'll be to the inside on the run into De La Rogia. Goes the number 788 on the 313. We see heavy onto the brakes there. Forces the 313 to capitulate. A bit of contact between the pair on the first part of, and then second part of De La Rogia. Double contact between the pair. A little bit of nudging there. Shoulder to shoulder on the run in towards the Curva de Lesmo. Turn 6, muscled out there past turn 6. This is very, very boisterous from the 313. Out through turn 7. Problem is, they are prodding the sleeping bear, as it were. That Bentley, yes, it can definitely take the punishment the Ferrari's giving to it, but, you know, reverse the situations here. That Ferrari's going in a wall. Bentley's been wise enough not to throw its weight around, knowing absolutely it would win if it did. Out through Ascari. Waiting for its opportunity then. Back into the slipstream over the Ferrari here of Ben Meredith. Trying to hold the Bentley at bay here. But he knows it's only a matter of time as he makes his way around turn 11. Behind them, Jorbe van Herle unlapping himself from Zen Vitas. Foot to the floor here, but it's all this Ferrari can give in the straightaways. The Bentley with its 4-litre twin-turbo engine closing in fast up the inside towards Rettifilo. It's going to take some serious guts to keep the 788 out of this one for control of 7th place. Around the outside at the start, up the inside of the second. Guts he more than definitely has by the handful. The 313 holds on. to 7th place. Round Curva Grande, though, could it be 2 on the trot here? He's already had to defend away at 1 chicane. Now the second rolls up thick and fast on the exit of the Curva Grande. The 788 up the inside. Once again, we go into a chicane here. This time around, though, does it seem to tilt in the direction of the 788? Absolutely. And it invites in, moreover, Zen Vitus to come and have a go here at control of 8th place. So you see there, a bit of a wide run on the first of 2 in the Curva de Lesmo by the 788. Ultimately, though, they've done enough. They've got up into 7th place. Bear in mind, they were kicked down a peg in the first corner of this race today. Bear in mind, we can see they're closing in on them. The number 9, Zen Vitus with Race Vision Motorsport, so it's worth getting on board here with the Ferrari hanging out behind them. If we go to try and cut across to locate them, here is the number 9, Zen Vitus, on the exit of Ascari, within half a second at this time for 8th. More than definitely within slipstream range. Now comes down to a difference in setup. In the last lap, we saw there a drastic difference in lap time. 6/10 difference, near enough there, between Vitus and Meredith. Albeit, one must consider Meredith was knee-deep in a fight with the 788 in front now. That definitely would have had an effect on his lap time. Evidently, the battle's so exciting, even the dogs are paying close attention. Admittedly, they bark at just about everything. I mean, what could it be this time? What, a plane, a helicopter? They will bark at just about everything. I've had them bark at me as I walk through my own house. They are that sensitive. Meanwhile, then, looking at this fight for 8th place, Meredith versus Vitus looks to come to a head here down the Curva de Saraglio. On the run in towards Ascari. He's got the run past turn 7, in towards turn 8, 9 and 10 we go. Round the outside in towards Ascari goes Race Vision Motorsports as Zen Vitus looks to take the helm then of 8th place away from Ben Meredith. Out through the exit of Ascari. Meredith with the better run. Now potentially to put this side by side once again. He's got the run down towards turn 11. Again, trying to unlap himself. All the meanwhile, from behind is Jorbe van Hurle. We see there huge divergence in braking distance between the two. Narrowly avoided contact on the exit of turn 11. A bit out wide there past the apex was the Race Vision number 9. And that does force a wedge off from the Euro Titans 313. Enough of a distance there to where even under slipstream, which he will be receiving at this distance, he cannot find the grounds to overtake. Confusing, yes. Deliberate, not likely. So looking in with some of the other battles on track. Excuse me, at this time. Side by side, Noah Haggard with the number 30 lapping around him there. Adam Saunders in second with Tempest Motorsports. And about 16 minutes time thereabouts, we'll be coming up on the first advent of our scheduled pit stops. A lot of these teams do prefer to go on the hour. Though don't be surprised if we start to see teams extending out all the way to the top end of what their stint limit allows for. Of course, we have seen that to be the case. We're looking now. A potential fight, though, personally, unlikely to be anywhere near as engaged as we've seen with some other fights before. This is among two teammates, Fazzy Binks and Florian Oxman. Exclusive versus exclusive, Bentley versus BMW. You can see here on the exit of Ascari, I think they're weighing up, you know, do we let the Beamer stay out in front? Do we let the Bentley come up alongside? Of course, they don't have team orders per se, They will still go with whatever strategy is going to maximize success for the team in the long run. They've got the team's championship in the palm of their hands here as we crawl on to the last couple of rounds of the championship. After today, we'll be heading over to Suzuka and then over to the brand new round for the very end of this championship over at Indianapolis on the 21st of March. You see here, though, for Oxman, where he'd normally look up the inside in an instance like that, he's not going to be trying his luck on his teammate and risking an accident. You don't want to end up like what happened on the starting laps of this race with the 5-star esports team. See here, Gianluca Zamponi, third place at this time. Spencer Brown still close by 2 seconds as it stands on that second row. 3/4 of an hour into the race so far. Things simmering down just a bit here. We do see some fighting. This is Ivan Sanchez versus Nick Mashk for 19th on the field. We see on board with the Holkianos Motorsports car, Sanchez, Alonso and Belder behind the wheel of the number 11 on the exit of the Curva Parabolica. So you see there, caught in the slipstream, Nick Mashk of Majestic Racing. The BMW is going to have them on the opening straight here. The question is, what does Holkianos prepare to do on the run in towards Retafilo? Are they going to go late on the brakes to stay side by side? We can see there, it is a bit of door dinging. They were almost muscled out there for the first part of the Variante Retafilo. They're not going to be pleased with that one. Not at all. Felt like they got shoulder checked there in through to turn 1 by the BMW up in front. Looking for nearby fights then. Having a look then on the overall display. Nearby fights, of course, we just saw one among them, which was Mashk v Sanchez. There is also the potential consideration here for the number 9, if it can close ground to fight along with the 2 exclusive esports cars. You can see one not actually too far up and ahead of him at this time, that being Fazzy Binks in the 787. In 7th place on this grid. In the pits then, Jorby van Herle in the 113. We are actually seeing there positive trend in the gap that has closed in massively now beneath a second between Binks and Vitas. The chances for that Ferrari to clash with the BMW for control of 7th do remain lively and on the table. So watching on board here with Zen Vitas. Back on with the Race Vision Motorsports car. Presently then chasing for 7th. Closing more and more ground here. We see getting very close then to the back end of the 787 down through Retafilo. Still trying his luck. He got the better of 2 exits. Bear in mind, though, the BMW has got a little bit more shove to give down low. So on the run in towards the Curva Grande, he'll hold ground up and ahead of the Ferrari. But it is losing ground in the corners here. Bear in mind, the teams have got to strategize quite heavily here. A limited number of tyres up the inside. Then goes Race Vision Motorsports as number 9. Zenvitas up the inside on Fazzy Binks. Very nice, very neat, very tidy. Up to 7th then for the Ferrari number 9. So we see then up in the lead of this race, the 120, Todd and Badiali. A very bizarre new addition to the fleet, leading outright here in Monza. Looking around the field, we see Ben Meredith versus Riyad Yasarevic. This could be a rather interesting one. Let's go to catch on board with the Aston Martin to see the attacking perspective of this all. We do see, in the meantime, cars on separate lanes of the race. They're being intercepted by lapping vehicles. Let's go to see on board, though, with the Aston. On board, then, with Yasarevic. Hanging in very fine balance at this time. 7/10 still between Meredith and Yasarevic. Meanwhile, reports from the MSR number 68 Porsche wheel keeps constantly disconnecting. So technical grounds could force the 68 out of this race. If issues persist, it could lead to critical damage. That is an imminent fear expressed at this time. They do run the risk of the wheel disconnecting in the middle of a very fast corner, the car spiraling into a wall, and that's the end of their race. In the pits at the moment, then, you see Rafael Bayer in the number 28 Lamborghini. Still on board then with these two. We'll have a look around for other fights on track in a moment's time. We're just quickly attending to something. So having a look then around the field to see where some of the other fights may be coming from. We do find one down in 17th, Nick Mask versus Gace Bruce. We catch them right at the apex then of their current fight. You can see right alongside them is the leading 120. He actually caught up behind the 323. You see being given the lights there by George Todd. Now looking to split the tides between these two cars and their continued fight up for what is currently the scope of 17th. With Mask taking the helm of 17th there, we see from the leading car's point of view on board with the number 120, Todd and Badiali behind the wheel of that number 120 Maloir Racing Ferrari, now up at ahead of the fight of 17th, still leading in this race and having formed a considerable gap over Adam Saunders. We see, though, even though he's clear of this fight, doesn't mean he doesn't accidentally become part of it. These two getting closer and closer, now feeding off of the slipstream generated by the 120. We see there, looking up the inside, was Gace Bruce backed out of it in his efforts to not take out Mask and by proxy to take out Todd as well. Meanwhile, looking back into that fight in 9th place, Meredith versus Yasarevic. So you see heading down the opening straight, the Aston firmly in the slipstream now on the 313 Ferrari. Yasarevic looking at the inside on the run down towards the Variante Retafilo. Can he make the move stick, though, with the Ferrari having more poke in the corners, able to stay around the outside at the first part, up on the inside on the second. Much as he's done before, he defends again. Brilliantly so as well, must I add as well, by Ben Meredith, holding on tooth and nail to 9th place on the field. Staying on with these two as we see once again looking up the inside goes Yasarevic. Can he make the move stick? It is a bit of argy-bargy between the pair, and giving it back there was very nearly the 313, nearly slammed into the 112. The 112 up and ahead. The 313 will be furious. Starting to become more of a case here where more moves get decided by collision than anything else. There's very few other factors playing roles here. I know there's the case of all's fair in love and war, but realistically, there's got to come a point where even these drivers would draw the line in the sand and say, do not cross. Looking around then, coming towards the end of the first hour, pit lane's about to get very lively here as we run up onto the last of the opening stint. See here, Mashk v Bruce stay on board with the Fats GT number 323. Mario Roitias and Ghost Bruce behind the wheel. Scrolling around then to see where some of the other fights are coming from in this race. Now seeing the other side of it here from Nick Mashk's point of view, but he's breaking away then from the Fats GT car behind him, now having put nearly a full half of a second in the span of just 4 corners there. So looking at where things stand before we get into the scope of the first huge wad there of projected pit stops, we do find at the moment George Todd and Giovanni Battiali leading in the Malois 120 car. Adam Saunders in second for Tempest Motorsports and Gianluca Zamponi in third for Exclusive. Then further down the line, Spencer Brown in fourth, Michael Picconi in fifth, Florian Oxman up to sixth. Great turnaround considering where they ended up at the start of this race. Zen Vitas with great fighting throughout in 7th place, and now up and ahead of Fazzy Binks in 8th. Riyad Yasarevich in 9th. We saw their fight not long ago with the Ferrari of Ben Meredith and how that turned out to be. Their 10th place at the moment. John Williams in 11th with Liam Mutz in 12th. Brooklyn Donkin in 13th. Ben Cheeseman 14th. Sander Verstecher in 15th. Max Wust in 16th ahead of Nick Mashk in 17th. Gage Bruce in 18th. Ivan Sanchez 19th. And Stefan Nikolai in 20th. Then we start to see some of the drivers who have come into the pits earlier on. Lucas Milch in the number 28 Black Nitro Racing Lamborghini. Elias Svenningsson previously was driven around the track there, the 113 by Jorbe van Hurle. Ian Skeen having come into the pits earlier on in this race. Ben Hart into the pits earlier on, and Dennis Kuhleman in the 77 right behind him. Having a look around the field then, As we come towards the end of the first hour, bear in mind 5 hours still left to go in this race. Things dissipating rather quickly here in Monza after the dust settles of one of the most bizarre opening hours of an endurance race we've ever seen here on TRTN. So you see here an ongoing fight, Florian Oxman versus Michael Picconi. Also in front of them, Dennis Kuhleman versus Ben Hart for 24th on the field. We see here, though, the fight of 5th place taking place behind them between Delave Maria and Exclusive Esports. We'll stay on board then with the number 5 as they make their way around the Curva de Lesmo. You can see there a huge wad of cars now into the pit lane. Among them was the race leader, George Todd, in the number 120 Malois Racing Ferrari. They're on their way out almost immediately, and we'll check in with them to see if there has been a driver swap yet over to Giovanni Badiali. On their way out they go. So hitting for almost exactly the hour mark, despite the fact that the upper stint limit is 70 minutes. They could have been out on track for another 5 laps, but they're preferring to cut things a little bit shorter. The hopes then, further down the line, of a ways to turn that around. They're hoping to have been released into cleaner air here, but they do find themselves dropping right onto the midst of it here between 2 McLarens. That being, by looks of it at this time, one of them being Liam Mutz in the number 3, and then we see one of the lapping cars there. I believe that to be the not the 115, sorry, the 116 there. Also in the pit lane then Max Verstappen with MSR, Ivan Sanchez on their way out with Holkianos. We'll check to see if there's been a driver swap as well. We do see now confirmation Badiali is behind the wheel of the 120, so when the green marker does appear, that means a driver has swapped in. But who might it be then behind the wheel of the number 11? Belder, as it appears there, BEL appearing on the LED board. So Sergio Belder behind the wheel for Max Verstappen. Will it be a transfer over to Gioet Boris over the course of this pit stop? Let's find out. We see into the pit lane as well. Joining us there, the number 789, Gianluca Zamponi. A bit of a confusing one there. Where did the Porsche go? I believe the Porsche may be out of this race then. Yeah, we've just lost contact with the MSR team car. Meanwhile, Gianluca Zamponi into the pit lane. Starting to see more and more cars make their way into the pits here after an hour of racing at Monza. Worth pointing out as well, Jasarevich is closing ground on Binks. Meanwhile as well, we also see that Picconi is being intercepted by Oxman. Ben Meredith into the pit lane at this time. 313 then into the pits. Watching currently what is the fight of 4th place. Actually now technically 3rd place as it stands then, from the point of view of 4th place, Florian Oxman in the 788 Exclusive Esports Bentley. You see here on the run down the Curva de Saraglio, looking for a way up the inside, perhaps into Ascari here. The Bentley getting closer and closer and closer to the Delave Maria Ferrari. Meanwhile, Adam Saunders in the leading Tempest Ford is into the pit lane. The number 30. Out through Ascari we go. See if we can catch on board here with the Bentley. We actually can see it from the other point of view here on with the Delave Maria car once again. Looking at it from the defending point of view with the Bentley there looming under the spoiler on the number 5. Do either of them yet consider options to the pit lane? Not this time around, neither of them thinking of it. You can see that up in front of them, Ben Hart in the 115, quickly being intercepted by these two, clashing on for what remains of the podium that has now since upgraded itself to a fight of a provisional lead of this race, with Spencer Brown also into the pit lane at this time. Up and around the Variante Rettifilo. Bear in mind, this is only necessarily first under strategy right now. Until these two pit, that's where they stand at first, but obviously will drop positions after their first pit stops in this race. That'll be coming up for them at the latest 5 minutes from now. We see up the road from them at this time two Ferraris on different lengths of the race, the 77 of Dennis Kuhleman, and then we also have the number 313 of Ben Meredith. Getting closer and closer and closer. The Bentley just doesn't show any signs of slowing down here. It's a car of constant momentum. So trying to catch on board here with the Bentley. Here is the 788, so away from the point of view of De La Ave Maria, on board with the 788 Bentley now. Can see once the wheels are in motion here, I mean, much like the Juggernaut from the X-Men comics, once it starts running, it doesn't stop. It just constantly gains momentum there. And that's got to be an imminent fear felt in that number 5 at this time, knowing that even in spite of everything right now, there's not a great deal they can do with the Bentley stuck in their rearview mirror. But it seems they've been spared of its wrath at this time. The 788 into the pit lane then goes Florian Oxman. And I must say, a remarkable opening stint from Oxman here to turn things around after what was a soured start down at the Variante Rettifilo, to turn things around the way that they have. That is quite remarkable stuff indeed. Of course, as we've said, anything can and will happen in these races, and after just about an hour there, an hour and 7 minutes for these two, they do find themselves into the pit lane on quite the emotional roller coaster of a race so far. We see here for Gianluca Zamponi hunting down for Sando Versteche in the number 223. Now, here's the question. Do either of them consider runs to the pit lane? Oh, we can see their trouble on the gravel. That was a bit of an upset run for Gianluca Zamponi. Up in front of him, Cheeseman and Oxman, as well as Williams, all in the pit lane. So 3 positions gained here for the 789. But bear in mind, those will all fall back in line when he comes into the pit lane in about 3 minutes' time here. So as it stands then, Michael Picconi stands alone at the lead of this race. Riyad Yasarevic second, but soon to return to the lead then, the 120, Giovanni Badiali and George Todd. You see behind them there, that's Adam Saunders. We did see the 30 into the pit lane, so this does represent a very close upcoming fight. The reason why that number 1 has not gone away is because there's not yet been a driver swap for Adam Saunders. He's not moved over to Zolt Beefgartner. It's been a case where he stayed in the car. He's double stinting in the opening 2 hours. So let's go and catch on board with some of these drivers here up towards what is soon to be that fight of the race lead. We see there Riyad Yasarevic into the pit lanes with Aston Martin, much like the 788. Commendments all round there for Yasarevic for turning things around after what was disastrous start to this race. He had it pretty solid in towards the Curva de Lesmos, and then collision from behind set him down the path to where he currently is right now. The 116, the car in question, comes into the pits as well at the same time. Ruben Lubey currently in the pits then in the number 3 AXRL heat car. Let's go to catch on board though with Saunders v Badiali. You can see it's much closer than I imagine Badiali was hoping for things to be at this time. Tempest Motorsports sizing up a chance here for the fight of second. Up the inside goes Saunders. Badiali holds it around the outside, then closes off in advance at the second part of the Variante Rettifilo. I would like to point out as well, the time currently 5:15 a.m. local, with 4 hours 51 minutes left to go. We will see daytime racing very soon. You can see the sky is getting brighter here. What does that mean for the drivers? Well, that means later down the line, the track will be warmer, a little bit more cooperative, and a lot grippier. On the exit of Della Rosia, very nearly some contact between the 120 and the number 30 in towards the Curva dell'Esmo. In towards the Curva de Seraglio now, between these two. Two separate strategies at this time, where George Todd immediately moved over for the introduction of Giovanni Battiali. Adam Saunders is keeping Zolt Beefgartner in the back pocket here, looking to introduce his teammate onto the field a little later down the line once he's had his fill. In the pits then, Michael Picconi of Dell'Ave Maria, number 5, into the pits. So this is soon to become the fight for the lead that has been waited for quite some time here. The 223 has picked up a stop-go 30 for speeding in the pit lane. That's for Fats GT's. Trying to figure out which driver currently behind the wheel. Having a look here. That's for Sander Verstecher. Soon to be, if I have any thought about it, having a look at their driver lineup, that would have been, what, Bas Peters Fiem. More on that later on, though, as we see now upgraded to the fight of the lead. Tempest looking up the inside here on Maloir Racing. The number 120 versus the number 30. Watching from the point of view, there is contact between the pair out of the second part of Retafilo. In towards Della Rosia. Long history for this driver as well on our screens here on TRTN. Adam Saunders has been around the block here with Tempest Motorsports for years now. A very experienced driver in his own regard. Also was Season 4's champion in the late TRR Sprint Series. Way back when that was still in operation. At this time, this is some never-before-seen stuff here. Maloir Racing's surprise new signing, the 120 of Battiali and Todd, have worked wonders on this grid, albeit a controversial start, no doubt. But it has created the current situation we are in at this current time. Into the second hour, incredibly close fighting for the lead of this race between Tempest, a privateer team. What you see is what you get here. This is the only of its sort on the grid. Won in Barcelona last year, outright against major teams. Now looks to go toe-to-toe with one of the newest of the professional teams here, Maloir Racing. Season 3 Sunday League Teams champions, now gunning for their first ever Console Endurance Series victory here in Monza. They've still got a long road to travel on before we have a conclusive answer to today's fight. Plenty more in store then. The 120 holds ground through turn 1 and 2. You can see they're better of the two for the exit, almost shoving the Ferrari downrange into the Curva Grande. Super close here. One slight misjudgment of space and we could be seeing a major incident on our hands here, as we see holding his nerve down to the millimeter. Adam Saunders trying around the inside now, was around the outside at the Curva Grande, now makes his way up into the race lead, up and ahead of the 120. A bit of scraping on his way through, but that was some serious bravery for him to carry that much speed, gunning around the outside at the Curva Grande to put himself at the inside at Della Rosia. A fantastic move there from the 30. The 120 now plotting a comeback. You see the number 3 is back into the pits. I believe that to be the AXRL heat car that has just been forced back into the pits, and sadly, by looks of it there, has withdrawn from round 6. I mean, hats off to them for making it this far as well. You've got to consider the challenge they're up against. It's 11 hours of time difference. We know that personally, having worked with AXRL. So for their drivers to come over here to the European stage and compete with these teams at the time of day that it is for them, that has got to be quite the challenge indeed. So hats off to them. Sadly then today, evidently not their day. In the last lap then, faster by 1.1 seconds over Battiali. Now the gap 0.7 of a second. exhilarating stuff then over the front row. We'll catch on with them in just a little while's time. Take a look at some of the other fights going on the field as we speak. 1.2 seconds between Baslier and Deesh in control of 9th place, but taking a look further out, an hour and 15 minutes in, and I'm sure plenty more battles still on the charts here. A fight amongst the Euro Titans cars. Now, again, we've seen fights amongst teammates before. They're unlikely to get as elbows out as we've seen in some of the other engagements on today's field. We see here this one to be between Ben Meredith and the 313, and I believe there might just very well be letting through, yes, the 314 of Kieran Rodd. Managed civilly there. They didn't want to go through the rigmarole of a lengthy and otherwise costly fight, considering they don't have many options for tyres. They are on limited set, and we'll have to make the most of what they've got here, knowing they don't actually have enough tyres, and neither does any team for that matter, to have a fresh set after every stint in this race. So qualifying was a bit of a tiptoe there for them, and that will be the same story in Indianapolis. Into our next 6-hour race, things could definitely be a little bit more on the amicable side in the moment in between when we head back to the 4 hours of Suzuka at the penultimate round of Season 2. Right now, though, I think this is the first time since Silverstone that it has really been up in the air as to what team is going to come out on top here. Let's just see much further down the line. Another inner team fight here. The 116 of Stefan Nicolai versus Elias Svenningsson in the 113. Now, again, like we've seen with the folks there just now at Euro Titans, and like we saw earlier as well for Exclusive, it is not likely to end up being a huge issue for these drivers to fight with each other. In fact, fighting is a bit of a strong word. We continue to see the gap progress here between Baslier and Deesh. Now within 3/4 of a second. We'll catch on board now with the Aston Martin. Let's get on with the, well, I suppose then with the Ferrari. We'll want to try and catch with the Aston here to see the attacking point of view, to go and locate then the Aston Martin on this grid. On board then with Carlos Deesh, currently then in the fight of 9th. .113 dished out a drive-through for track limits. So that's for Elias Svenningsson and Jorbe van Herle at this time in the 113. Just a brief update as well to the fight up at the race lead, as we do see on board here. Huge upset there in the stability for the Aston Martin. Get a look at that on the replays. Just as an update for the race lead, that is now out by 1.7 seconds. We saw that update just before to 1.6, so there is the chance for Badiali to fight that one back over Saunders, but we just saw there, big step out through Ascari. That has brought premature ends then to the fight of 9th place for the time being for Carlos Deesh as he recollects himself, but that is very bizarre stuff indeed. 113 with 2 laps remaining then to serve that drive-through penalty. You see, this is the current state of that gap, 1.8 seconds on the exit of Ascari now, as the 120 is bleeding time away from Adam Saunders.
Also to consider as well, potential fight in the making here, 1.4 seconds. And by the looks of it there, 1.4 seconds and closing. We'll see, though, the case over through Ascari. Sebastian Plotnik versus Will Friedman. You can see there that BMW is gaining ground very slowly but very surely. There in the exclusive BMW, gaining ground on the number 9 Race Vision Ferrari. You see then the fight between Baslier and Deesh slowly starting to re-engage. 0.9 of a second and gaining is the 1-1-2. You see it this time then for Salvatore Borgetto. Behind the wheel of the number 5 Dell'Ave Maria Ferrari. Currently with what appears to be there, that's Willow Taylor in the 315 for company there alongside Ian Skeen for the lineup of the 315 for round 6 of the championship. Still quite a bizarre sign, really, to see either of those two drivers in the Porsche of all vehicles, but I suppose it was the only vehicle they had left over in the lineup at Euro Titans, outside of the 316, which is their spare McLaren, which was supposed to be used today by Jack Giles and that of Luke Wilson. But sadly, neither of them could make it to this race, so they had the other reserve car, which was the Porsche, so it was either that or just don't compete. And I suppose in that case they decided, well, may as well make a showing of it. They're currently 22nd in this race. It's not been an ideal opening stint for these two, caught up in some mess earlier on in today. 113 has its drive-through cleared at this time. And let's see if we could go and catch on board with this Porsche here, just before we got any more introductions to battles at this time. We do see here the progression into that fight between Plotnik and Friedman as it stands right now. So just on board here, this is the 315 that we just saw trailing behind there, Salvatore Borgetto in the number 5. This is the 315 Willow Taylor behind the wheel. Now, historically, we've seen Willow Taylor before with BMW. We also saw Ian Skeen before with Mercedes, AMG and Aston Martin. So to see either of these two make the unanimous decision, let's hop in the Porsche, is a bit of a bizarre one there. This is a very foreign vehicle to how either of those three aforementioned cars handle. So we see there, they're giving it a pretty good go to try and get up and around the number 5. A little bit squirrely there to try and find space. We can see Willow Taylor actively hunting for position, hunting for even the slightest amount of space. Now, bear in mind, they have to take things a little bit easy here, knowing the kind of position they're in. They're 22nd in the race. They do not want to compromise what is a front-running car in the top 10. You see in the background there, now up into position, Will Friedman ahead of Sebastian Plotnik. It seemed almost a matter of time then before the BMW would emerge over the nose of the Ferrari, and we saw that that came to be over the opening straight. The 787 now up and ahead of the number 9. We see here, though, how does it progress further than what happened down at turns 1 and 2? We know the Ferrari can get much, much later onto the brakes compared to the BMW. So having a look around the field to see where the nearest fights may be coming from. We are seeing this one at the moment, Plotnik v Friedman. There's also the considerations of what remains of that fight between the leading pair, Badiali versus Saunders, but you can see there, now stuck in the middle, that's the 115, that's the 5-star esports BMW at this time. Ben Hart behind the wheel, down in 21st, so there is a considerable gap growing now as it stands between those two. Zamponi stranded in 3rd and Brown stranded in 4th. Oxman currently 5th with the fastest lap, 15 seconds away from Spencer Brown's Fats GT number 23 car. As for Salvatore Borgetto, present company from the 315 of Willow Taylor with Euro Titans. Will Friedman, we saw them up and ahead after their approach to the number 9 of Sebastian Plotnik. Carlos Deesh now ahead of Niels Baslier. Up to 9th place, Baslier to 10th. Kieran Rods 21 seconds behind the last of the top 10s there in the 314. Ben Meredith 12th place. Ben Schiessman in 13th. You've got to hand it there. Pit lane start for the 114. And they do find themselves in A, the top 15, and B, not too far off a shout later down the line in this race. Bear in mind, 4.5 hours left to play with of being in the top 10. do hold on to the hopes for that there. Lucas Milch in 14th place ahead of Marvin Koch in 15th. Guy Spruce in 16th ahead of Bas Petersfeem in 17th. Stefan Nicolai in 18th ahead of Sergio Belda 19th. Elias Fenningson rounds out the top 20. Ben Hart in 21st. Willow Taylor we saw earlier on in 22nd. Dennis Kuhlmann 23rd. And Gio Boris in 24th. In terms of nearby fights, we are looking at one here. The approach from Will Friedman now to Salvatore Borgetto. On board with the BMW, already hunted down the number 9. Let's stay on board this time around for the second Ferrari on its plate, the number 5. It's here in the straightaways where he's been able to attack the Ferraris the most. That's what got him up and ahead of Sebastian Plotnik earlier on. We'll see here from Will Friedman in the straightaway. A little bit of rubber banding there you saw, just a little bit of desync between the Ferrari and the BMW. That's what's led to him holding the inside there, not with the intention to dive up the inside, but mostly just as a precaution to keep him out of harm's way. What we're seeing then actively the fight of 6th place on the field between Exclusive and Delave Maria. Bear in mind, Delave Maria looking at a really competitive stead of the privateers division right now. Find themselves, I'm pretty certain, having a look at it here, 2nd in division with Race Vision in 3rd so far, an hour and a half into this race. I mean, having a look here, yeah, very much so the case. As we do see, and this is a curious sign indeed, Saunders with damage, with significant damage by the looks of it there as well. Looking here with Friedman, though, we just want to quickly see this move, but something very bizarre has happened for that number 30 to force it off of the top step of the podium. The 120, the Malwar racing car of Giovanni Badiali and George Todd is back into the lead, as we see here that move up to 6th place for Will Friedman in the 787 Exclusive Esports BMW. Let's go quickly then to see the current scope of the situation for the number 30 Ford. So we do see running around the Curva Grande. We're about to see the scope of the front end damage, and it is severe for Saunders at this time. Moreover, who could he be involved in that situation with for such a thing to happen? We do see here Kuhlmann chasing Meredith, but ultimately of little significance for position. 2 separate lengths of the race between those 2 Ferraris. Looking up at the front here, we see with Giovanni Badiali and George Todd now in the lead of this race in the number 120. As day breaks here in Monza, Ferrari is leading in the Console Endurance Series. Now, we're just going to run some checks on our notes here. I don't want to get too ahead of myself, but do give us just a moment. So it does stand upon a very interesting remark here for Ferrari. So no, this is not the first time Ferrari has stood upon the chance of a race win. That actually came out of last season's 4 Hours of Suzuka. That was won, of course, by the 414 Ferrari of MSA Racing. In their standoff in the final lap against Exclusive Esports on differing strategies as the rain continued to beat down on track in Suzuka. But it will be their first win in just a little over a season and a half here. And it would be, in this case, if we had to see the same results in the next 4.5 hours, it could be the chance of Malwar Racing's first ever endurance race victory here in the Console Endurance Series. So in the pit lane at the moment is the number 30, so that is going to create a sizable ripple effect as we now see the 788 and the 787 get the leg up over Tempest Motorsports' Adam Saunders in the pit lane for extensive damage repair. over the course of the next couple of minutes. They'll be in the pit lane for some time. We see into the pits coming the number 67, Gioet Boris, into the pit lane from 24th on the field. That is a rather dramatic turn of events. We still don't yet know the incident that created this much damage for the number 30. As we were focused on some of the battles further down the line, we do see a new one emerge here. Borgetto v Plotnik, 2 Ferraris head-to-head for 7th. You'll note as well, and this is worth pointing out, of course, we spoke of it earlier on for Saunders. As he makes his way out of the pit lane, and by looks of it there, with that green marker, that would indicate to us that Zolt Beefgartner has now got behind the wheel of the 30. And that has given Saunders his opportunity to go and have a break for the time being. 4.5 hours left to go in this race, an hour and a half in. The number 30 back out on track, rejoins in 10th place. We see there, though, the real tally of the damage. As you can see just behind them, they actually do fall out of the top 10 as the data continues to update. But as you can see behind them is the 120 that they were attempting to catch. So that was quite a significant one of damage sustained on the 30 to put it a whole lap down now over the race leader. Meanwhile, confirmation that Beefgartner is behind the wheel. They rejoin in 12th place as the current verdict. Five-star Jupiter asking, on my break at work, how's it going? Well, it has been a very interesting hour and a half, to say the least. It started from a pole position for Carlos Dish and Riyad Yasarevic, and things quickly went sour down at turn 1 and 2. Both they and the 788 alongside them on the front row. Bear in mind, those two cars started 13 thousandths of a second apart at the end of qualifying, with the Aston Martin on pole position, the Bentley in second place, both of which were swept across at turn 1 and 2. It created a new regime change over the front row, which was led in longest parts then by the 120, one of the latest cars of the Malwar Racing lineup, now heralded by Giovanni Battiali. But at starting that race was George Todd behind the wheel. And chasing them for the longest time was the number 30 Tempest Motorsport Ford, which after recent damages has now been forced down to 12th place. In the meantime as well, the 112 was able to surf through to find themselves on the second row, but then was collided into down at the Lesmos by the 116 for reasons still as of yet unknown. It has been a very, very bizarre opening hour and a half to racing here, and we're still quite a fair distance from the halfway mark. Still another hour and a half before we get anything close to the conversation of the midway. Meanwhile, we do see here, and let's stay on board with these two, Ferrari against Ferrari at their home race grounds here in Monza. Now, albeit it may not be quite Imola, circuit quite literally named after Enzo and Dino Ferrari, but still it is a track that they are absolute superstars at. Revered as mechanical gods almost by Italian race fans. So you see then Plotnik versus Borgetto, both in the side draft with Dish in their slipstream. So bear in mind, Aston Martin could leapfrog the pair of them as they go side by side. Borgetto now still holding on to the mark here as we see emerging from the pit lanes was Sebastian Turner in towards the Variante Rettifilo. Up in front of them is Gay Spruce in the number 323. Up the inside at the second part of Rettifilo was that of Plotnik, but ultimately loses ground, allows the Aston Martin to get up and alongside. A bit of bumping between the two in towards the Curva Grande. Seeing here with the number 9, he has to back off. The 112 now up over his nose. There goes Carlos Dish. Sebastian Turner, mind you, is right behind in the NRW Performance number 77. In towards De La Rosia. Little late onto the brakes there. Fortunately, no damage. So Dish intercepts the two Ferraris. A curious case then. Something just to note as well. I'm just double checking what I'm seeing here, but if I'm not mistaken, I thought I saw for a moment there was a driver change out of the top 10. Maybe I'm seeing things here. I mean, these length of races often do have an effect on you. to make you go mental. In the meantime, we see that Carlos Disch now up and around Salvatore Borgetto, so has navigated the two Ferraris and left them much in the same condition he found them in. These two still clashing heads for what is now currently the stead of 6th place. Side by side then, on board with the Race Vision Motorsports number 9 on our way down towards the Curva Parabolica. Looking to go late on the apex here to go and effectively switch back on Salvatore Borgetto. That has forced the Dell'Ave Maria Ferrari into the slipstream over the Race Vision. The two privateers going head-to-head here for the division podium. Actually, this very well could be the chances. Having a look now with that recent incident for the 30. This is for the division lead. Going up the inside, Dell'Ave Maria's Salvatore Borgetto. It is a real Hail Mary solution on his way through turn 1 and 2, but he holds on to it. He holds on to it. What a move from the number 5. Get a look at this one. Wing and a prayer for the Dell'Ave Maria Ferrari. Absolutely sent it into turn 1. Held on to it somehow. Narrowly avoided going out of track limits at the part of turn 2, but held on to it. Meanwhile, we see, though, out of Della Rosia, it's all for naught as retaking position, as we saw in the live footage there, was the number 9. We also saw some issues up the road there for Carlos Disch. Now into the top 5 with 5-Star Esports and the 112 Aston. Meanwhile, joining them now, attempting to get through and unlap himself as it stands there, is Sebastian Turner in the 77. In through Ascari. It's going to be curious to see how does Salvatore Borgetto make up for this loss then. You see emerging from the pit lane there, that is, by the looks of it, that was Gianluca Zamponi in the 789. So we'll catch up with these two a little later on, having a look around the field. We see here caught up in and amongst various wads of traffic. You can see there behind him is Zolt Beefgartner, the very car he was once fighting with to be holding on to the lead of this race. Is the 120 of Giovanni Badiali, now sandwiched in between Ben Meredith and Zolt Beefgartner on his run down towards the Variante Rettifilo. The 120 looks up the inside on the 313 to lap out past the Euro Titans Ferrari, forces him into the iron sights of the Tempest Motorsports Ford right behind in that current fight for 10th. Inadvertently aiding his fellow Ferrari then, the 120. We're on board at the moment then with the Maloir Racing number 120, their latest edition then. A surprise edition, mind you, to what has been a fleet thus far this season of all Bentleys. To see a Ferrari worm its way into the woodwork does represent a unique change in priority for the Maloir Racing team. They knew that Badiali and Todd would perform at their best in the 296. They weren't going to be slaves to convention and put them in the Bentley to match up with the rest of the team. This was an executive decision, one absolutely worth making, as it has created the perfect recipe so far for success here in Monza. And if this is to be Ferrari's first win in over a season and a half since the 414 MSA Ferrari won in Suzuka, where better a location then to win right here than at the home of the Italian Grand Prix? So you see here, this is the fight of 10th place, Beefgartner v Meredith. Let's stay on board here with the Euro Titans number 313, Bowen and Meredith behind the wheel as they continue to fend off the Tempest Motorsports car for 10th on the field, though. We see, though, Beefgartner going up the inside, in towards the Curva Parabolica. Couldn't find any space. Now, one is left perhaps to wonder about the number 30. Of course, came into the pits 10 minutes ago to repair sizable amounts of damage. In that time, did they opt to take brand new tyres? Of course, knowing that they've got to effectively double stint a set of Pirellis before the end of this race. With only 5 available tyre sets for this round of the championship. Now, bear in mind, that includes both qualifying and free practice and the 6 hours of racing that which ensues. So they were always going to be reusing tyres. Is it a case where they're double stinting them at this current time? And that's what's stifled the Ford's ability outside of the straights to get up and around the Ferrari of of Meredith. Bear in mind, they're not going to be the only ones double stinting as well when you consider every team has this same blight to deal with. So it's going to be curious to see how teams tackle this adverse issue with tyres today. More on these two later on, though. Having another look through the field to see nearby fights. We do see that Florian Oxman is up to 3rd in this race, but is 11.5 seconds away from Spencer Brown in 2nd place. You consider that the 23, from their point of view, is even further away from the leading 120. The gap to catch to the Maloir racing car at this time seems a little too big to believe. We see here from Beef Gartner's point of view, 0.6 of a second between himself and Meredith. Now, in the external cameras, we had that distinct cry of the 5.2 litre naturally aspirated V10 engine behind the driver's seat of the Lamborghini Huracan that is closing in on these two slowly but surely. That's Lucas Milch with Black Nitro Racing closing the gap up over these two at the back of the top 10. Bear in mind, it has been a far cry the position he once held here after the incident for the number 30 earlier on. Was that the lead of the Privateers now finds themselves scratching around the back of its podium. As if they are to be intercepted by Black Nitro Racing's Lucas Milch, this could be a very, very big wad of problems coming up for the 30. Their present task is to get back into the top 10, and that they are pursuing with ruthless vigour, as we see here with the number 30 on with the Tempest car. Now looking up the inside over Ben Meredith in towards the Variante Rettifilo, but you can see almost immediately that he had overcooked the brakes into turn 1, but holds it through turn 2, and by being the bigger car of the two was able to just deny the Ferrari any space. Made himself as wide as possible there to be overtaken. So very forward approach from the 30 in towards Della Rosia. Bear in mind, the more that these two continue to trip over each other is going to be to the gain there of Milch behind them in the number 28. 16 minutes to go then before the end of the second hour of racing here. A third of the way through. We did see, though, from up in front, was that a little bit of a blip there on the cameras. It was something a bit strange there. Not sure 100% what was going on at the time. You can see here two drivers on separate lengths of the race, Sebastian Turner and Sebastian Plotnik. From behind them there, Salvatore Borgetta. Now, of course, we saw that fight earlier on between the number 5 and the number 9, and we saw getting in the way of it all in the midst of it was the 1-1-2 of Carlos Dish, now up and ahead of both of them into the top 5 with 5-star esports. Still leading this charge then. 57 laps strong, the 120. You start to see here the warm glow of the sun start to crest yonder the horizon here in Monza. Daylight is approaching, 5:52 a.m. local. As you can see the sky changing colours up in front of the number 120 leading this race with Ferrari. You do see here, this is the point of view of Ben Meredith, caught between a rock and a hard place. Lamborghini now charging from behind, Ford having cleared himself ahead. Watching here for a potential fight of 11th on with Ben Meredith, but let's go to see if we can catch on board from the attacking point of view. We'll be going to look on board with Lamborghini, the 28 of Lucas Milch. V6 against V10. The last of the V10s, mind you, as well. An extinct engine type now. The V10 phased out of Lamborghini's lineup. We see going into the pit lane, though, is Ben Meredith. So it leaves Milch by his lonesome to continue on from 11th on the field. Bear in mind, alternative strategies at play across the majority of the grid today. And I should point this out, they've been able to do this entire second stint nursing damage up over the nose of the 28. So hats off there to Bayer and Milch. You see that up in front. That was trouble for, that was Elias Svenningsson as it stood there. Turned around off the exit of the Variante Rattafilo. We saw there from the point of view of Spencer Brown, number 23 for Fats GT, on for a very strong result so far, yet to have passed over to Levi Warner. Of course, we've seen it to be the case that this very car, once driven by Levi Warner in the Sunday League, was the second ever instance of a rookie winning outright. He was able to pick up a race win in race 1 of 2 at not Suzuka, sorry, at Laguna Seca in the trailing end of season 4. Spencer Brown and Levi Warner both competed in that time. Fantastic talents to have on the grid. This is just getting a look at things here from the point of view of the Ford Zolt Beefgartner. Now, we're liable to go on board once again with the Lamborghini just because when it comes to connectivity issues, we are noticing a few blips here and there for Beefgartner. It is making him a little harder to follow. If the camera is going to cut away every now and again. So we'll see how that fares over the next lap or so. As we are starting to see here the build-up into a fight of 10th place, Lamborghini versus Ford. As it has become quite evident now, they are double stinting tyres because their performance dropped away quite dramatically now here in the second stint of today. Whereas the Lamborghini of Milch evidently taken new tyres on board early doors in this race. You can see that broad difference in performance reflected so far. Meanwhile, yellow flags out for the first time in quite some time. This is down at Ascari, as we see here. Quite the onslaught for position. We see quite a few Ferraris there side by side. That's up in front. We see a McLaren on the field as well. Gianluca Zamponi. Then up in front of him, we see that I believe to be not the 113, so that would be the 116, Stefan Nikolai. And then we also see Sebastian Plotnik. Reflecting upon what we saw earlier on, though, it was yellow flags out for the 77. Serious damage for Turner. You see he's having to slide his way through the Curva Parabolica. Critical damage on that Ferrari. Gioet Boris also pulled to one side at the Curva de Saraglio. Unable to be seen on the cameras there. Let's get a look on board, though. What on earth is going on further down the line between these three? They've now filtered out single file, but it still begs the question, what on earth was going on that got Sebastian Plotnik involved in all of this? At one point, we see Niels Basler caught between himself and Plotnik. Currently up in front of him there, that appears to be Gianluca Zamponi. Running out wide through Della Rosia. So we're back into green flags, but it's a very, very confusing set of green flags. Bear in mind, this could very well form the basis towards the end of the second stint here of a three-way Ferrari fight for 6th place. Plotnik leading, Basler attacking, Borgetto following. You see here, Zamponi still trying to clear ahead of Borgetto. Into the pits goes Ben Hart in the 115 5-star esports BMW. You see, this is the opportunity now for Gianluca Zamponi to emerge ahead of the number 5 to continue his fight uphill into 21st. We see those super late on the brakes. Does not want anyone up in front of him anymore. The Dell'Ave Maria number 5 in 8th place, fighting with a car on a completely separate length of the race to him. Confusing, yet entertaining. Meanwhile, analysing the scope of things here for Beefgartner v Milch. Continue to see connection troubles. Now, that wasn't a full disconnect, but we did see that, again, it throws the cameras off. It makes it hard for us to follow the Mustang at this time. Looking at it, though, before we get on to the next major run of pit stops in this race, it's Giovanni Badiali and George Todd leading in the forefront of action here in the number 120 Malwar Racing Ferrari. Spencer Brown and Levi Warner second with Fats GT Ford, Florian Oxman and Nat Bennett in the exclusive esports Bentley. Third place with the fastest lap so far. Will Friedman in 4th, Carlos Disch in 5th, Sebastian Plotnik in 6th with Niels Basler in 7th. Very close behind, mind you. We'll stay on board with these two for their current fight. Upcoming here for 6th place on board with the defending of 2 Race Vision Motorsports. So looking further down the line, Salvatore Borgetto in 8th, Kieran Rodd in 9th, Zolt Beefgartner in 10th, Lucas Milch in 11th, Ben Cheeseman in 12th with Marvin Koch in 13th, Ben Meredith in 13th, yes, so that was Marvin Koch in 13th, Ben Meredith in 14th, got a little bit lost there for some reason, Stefan Nikolai in 15th place, we see just up in front here of Plotnik. Guy Spruce in 16th with Bas Peters Fiem in 17th, Sergio Belder in 18th, Elias Fenningson 19th, Willow Taylor in 20th, Gianluca Zamponi in 21st, Noah Haggard in 22nd, Gioet Boris in 23rd from the pit lane. So I'm told their entire progress of today's race has been wiped. Not voluntarily and not by any one authority. A glitch in the game has now forced them to 0 laps. That was what they told us earlier on. Let's go to see on board, though, with either of these two cutting away from the defending point of view, looking onto the attacking point of view, the number 1, 2, 3 from Fats GT. In through turn 6 then, Lesmo 1. Lesmo 2 coming up just a moment from now. Bear in mind, right behind them is Gianluca Zamponi from 21st on the field. I'm liable to believe there in the case of the 789, much as we saw for a few cars earlier on, including the 119, that it was a case of a disconnect on the field that has put them down so far on the grid. Bear in mind that McLaren isn't going to be much more patient than it is right now, still surfing the slipstream of what is a growing train here, led by two Ferraris. Down towards turn 11 we go. Baslier still looking for advantage here up over Plotnik in the number 9, but now he finds stepping in the way the number 789, acting almost as a bouncer here for this fight of 6th place. However, this could play into his hands if he tucks into the slipstream right about now. You can see he's holding the side draft off of the 789. Isn't yet considering his odds to go up on the inside, but he does not like the idea of the 789 being so close. Bear in mind, this could once again reignite the fight between himself and Salvatore Borgetto. Bear in mind, the number 5 only 2.8 seconds away. Anything major between now and then is absolutely going to invite in the Ave Maria Ferrari back into that fight. What is currently 7th, going to be then by proxy a fight of 6th. One slip then out of Della Rosia forces the 789 to the inside here on the number 9. Sebastian Plotnik forced out wide as Gianluca Zamponi makes way up into what is currently 20th on the field after recent misfortunes for the 113. In towards Ascari. 4 hours, 3 minutes left to go. So far, a third of the way into the race. Still confidently led by the 120 team. And at the forefront of the privateers division at this time stands Race Vision Motorsports' Sebastian Plotnik. Better of the two for the exit. This could be the prelude to that fight for 6th place. Going up and around the outside then. The number 9 holds the inside line. The 123 runs things high on the run down towards Della Rosia with the hopes to be up on the inside. We see here from Niels Baslet up the inside on Sebastian Plotnik. Can he hold on to 6th place on the run in towards Della Rosia? By looks of it, yes. So nice, neat and tidy once again down at Della Rosia. That's the risk these drivers take on the run through the Curva Grande. If they can hold their ground around the outside, they can carry the momentum necessary. They have effectively been given a sort of red carpet rollout to the inside down at the Variante della Rosia. Seeing with these two at this time, though, in towards Ascari, is this the make or break point for Plotnik at this time? This is an area he's been able to stave off the 123 for some time. Is he going to be able to fight back now that the 123 is up over his nose? He does hold ground, so doesn't lose much in the long run. You can see slowly bleeding away there, but nothing too dramatic. Bear in mind, it is worth noting of a very close by fight at this time, but it's albeit with two cars on broadly different positions of the race. Noah Haggard being intercepted by the 788 Florian Oxman. So looking back on in with our two Ferraris then in question, being Plotnik and Baslier. Now up by 0.7 of a second off the exit of the Variante Rettifilo. This has been an area where he's really been able to open the taps up over the 123. Now 0.8 of a second as we get down towards De La Roja. Meanwhile, you can see, having since cleared himself of these two, Gianluca Zamponi puts 2.5 seconds up over the two Ferraris in 6th and 7th place. So that pretty much at this point brings around the end of that fight for 6th place for the time being, as it continues to progress north of 1.3 seconds between the two. As for Salvatore Borgetto, just under 2 seconds away. That grows out to being 2 seconds and now north of 2 seconds with a less than ideal exit of the Curva de Lesmo at turn 7. So we also see in the pit lane at this time, Rafael Bayer back in. Max Wurst also in the pit lane at this time. We are seeing here an alarming number of high ping warnings appear. This one for Florian Oxman in the 788 Bentley. We saw some earlier on as well for a few other drivers, but this is the most recent among them. Seeing flickerings of it there for Badiali. So having a look at things there after 2 hours of racing, Giovanni Badiali leads ahead of Spencer Brown in 2nd, Florian Oxman 3rd, Will Friedman 4th, Carlos Disch in 5th, Niels Basler in 6th, Sebastian Plotnik in 7th, Salvatore Borgetto in 8th, Kieran Rod 9th, and Zolt Beefgartner rounds out the top 10. From 11th down to 20th, then we have Cheeseman, Koch, Bayer, Meredith, Nikolai, Bruce, Petersveen, Belder, and Taylor. Then from 20th down to 21st, we have, oh sorry, that was from 11th to 19th. From 20th down to 23rd, we have Zamponi, Van Herle, Haggard, and Wurst. Worth noting here the gap between Ben Meredith and Stefan Nikolai, 1.1 seconds at the last recorded interval. Now that stands liable to get shorter between these two on the run down through the Curva de Seraglio in towards Ascari. We know already that piece for piece here, McLaren has ever so slightly the advantage over Ferrari. Now, the data would indicate otherwise, and that's because the data we got was off of the mad science conducted by George Todd, the only driver I've seen to push the Ferrari to 174 miles an hour. We know the majority of teams aren't going to be able to tap into that because it is a very risky setup he was running at that time, but we do know the car is capable of it. So we know thereabouts where its upper limits remain. Presently then, no one else in the pit lane besides the number 68 of MSR's Max Wurst. We see here from Badiali and Todd just after the 2nd hour of racing. No yet any considerations for a pit lane run. We'll see from the point of view here of, from Brown and Warner. Over any considerations yet to come into the pit lane. Same story for Oxman and Bennett. 6.8 seconds away from these two. No considerations yet then. Oh, we've got an update there from the Bathurst 12 hour. One of the Mustangs has hit a kangaroo. Oh, that's not nice. That's horrible news. So I'm told it was at night time as well. You see here for Stefan Nikolai hunting down Ben Meredith. Now, chances for these two to get into a proper fight before they come into the pits remains a little bit up in the air here. They are approaching the end of their stints here on the run in towards the 3rd hour of racing. Meredith still leading over Nikolai by, at the last interval there, just over a second. Now that stands to reason here down this opening straight on the run in towards Ratafilo for things to start to gain in the direction of the 116. The McLaren ever so slightly faster than the 313 at this time. It's worth pointing out as well, as much as we've remarked on the gap at this time between Oxman and Brown, as we see that out through Ascari, that's definitely going to come down a ways. It's worth pointing out as well, Deesh to Friedman. You can see they share the same stretch of tarmac on the run through the Curva de Lesmo. Also do see here Bayer versus Koch, Majestic Racing versus Black Nitro. This is for the last of those top 5 positions, currently fighting for Division 4th then. The 94 and the 28 on the run out through Ascari. Follow on board then with the defending of 2, on with Marvin Koch from the Majestic Racing team. Now he's alongside Nicholas Koenig and Nick Mask. We saw Mask earlier on, so we've yet to see Koenig in this race. I hope to see him a little later on, though. We see Bayer looking up the inside then. Up and around the Curva Parabolica. Nice, neat and tidy up to 12th place. So before we even had the chance to consider it being a battle, we saw that it wrapped itself up. Up the inside went the number 28, and the 94 comes in to the pit lane. You see there, that's some trouble for Hokianos Motorsports. That's Ivan Sanchez behind the wheel. Ran into some trouble up over the emergency exit there at Retafilo. Across the sausage curbs. You see here the fight between Stefan Nicolai and Ben Meredith. Meredith back out in front after the exit of Della Rosia in towards the Curva de Lesmo. We'll stay on board here with the 116 on the run down towards turn 7. You saw there a lot of upset for Stefan Nicolai. Must remark as well, we mentioned it earlier on, very weird looking BMW, if you ask me, but that's because the 116 is clearly transferred over to McLaren. Now that fight broke itself up before it had the opportunity to blossom into anything else. We see in the meantime into the pit lane went Giovanni Badiali. Now on his way back out. Question therein remains, is it Badiali still behind the wheel, or is he swapped back over to George Todd? Meanwhile then, Spencer Brown takes the lead of this race. Florian Oxman moves up to 2nd for the time being. We'll see where they lie after their latest pit stops. The 120 on its way back out then. Onto the track we go. So we see there, that is confirmation from the LED display that George Todd is back behind the wheel of the 120. Emerges currently behind Will Friedman, so that makes 4th place at this time. Bear in mind, Friedman, Oxman and Brown all yet to have pitted in this time. So the 120 liable to return to the front of the field. We also see that now it updates to show that Badiali had dropped in behind Carlos Deesh. Now, this is not the first time we've seen them cut through Della Rosia like that, and it certainly isn't going to be the last today, but they need to stay careful of it, as it could very easily rack up to be a penalty within the next couple of hours. Meanwhile, Willow Taylor of the 315 Euro Titans Porsche is into the pit lane at this time. On their way through the Variante Ascari. Still on board then with Deesh. 3.3 seconds from Friedman. You see that no movement out of the leading pair there, Oxman and Brown, still yet to have come into the pits. And a curious remark then. Friedman stays out, so too does Deesh. Of course, alternative strategies means that they can push the envelope out just a little bit further than what it would normally have you believe as 70 minutes apiece there. Of course, that is the upper stint limit. But because they've been staggering their pit stops differently to just going in every 70 minutes and calling it a day there. They have been able to play things a little bit closer to the chest, a little bit further outside the box. Meanwhile, the 116 peels into the pit lane, so we see coming in is now Stefan Nicolai in the 116 McLaren. We'll see the case of the 113 here. Jorbe van Herle does not yet consider his options to the pit lane. The number 11 stays out as well. 314 nearest to the line. I think we saw them in not very long ago as it stands there, and that's Kieran Rodd from Euro Titans Endurance. 323 from behind them. No considerations of a pit lane run at this time from either of those two. The number 30 of Beefgartner, we only saw them into the pits not very long ago at all, so unlikely to see them in so soon. We'll see, though, for the 23. Into the pit lanes goes Spencer Brown from Fatch GT, so we see there staying out is Florian Oxman running things long on the 788. Holding out for perhaps what is one more lap onto lap 71. Here with 3 hours 49 minutes left to go. You see as well Will Friedman coming into the pit lane in the 787. Carlos Disch stays out much in the same stride as we see there for Florian Oxman. Bear in mind, that's your previous front row there. The number 112 and the number 788. The Aston Martin and the Bentley at long last here. Nearly halfway into the race. Return to the front row. But it's short-lived. Of course, under strategy, both of them stand to lose out positions there. Back to not only the likes of Friedman and Brown, but also, namely, for the 120. Who's now gained position up of both of them into third place. So George Todd, currently behind the wheel of the 120, will be looking at his options to return to the race lead not far from now. Meanwhile, a stop-go 30 for speeding in the pit lane goes to Spencer Brown. The number 23 for Fatch GT in trouble as he re-emerges onto the field there, just in front of Niels Bassler, his teammate in the 123. Meanwhile, into the pit lane as well, still Friedman at this time, but also Sebastian Plotnik and Kieran Rodd. So out they go, Friedman, and we'll come to check the LED boards to see if it is still Friedman behind the wheel in the 787. Now taking a look at the lineup for it as well, you'll find Fazzy Binks behind the wheel. Sadly, we couldn't get anything off of the LED boards just now. We'll have to wait to see what the game tells us is the case here. A little bit slow on the uptake, but let's have a little look here. Sadly, nothing. So we'll wait to see if there is a name update for the number 787. Plotnik and Rogg still in the pit lane at this time. And yes, we do see now that Fazzy Binks is behind the wheel of the number 787 out on track at this time. We see here battling between Bassler and Brown. Well, battling in quotation marks, of course, knowing that his teammate has a stop-go 30 and he's not going to be looking to hamper his current stead of the track any longer. But he is going to be looking to get up through into position as soon as possible. As it stands right now then, no word yet on if Oxman is coming into the pit lane. Same story for Disch, both of them having stayed out onto lap 72. It's only a matter of time until they do, because George Todd will be returning to the race lead in the Malwart Racing number 120. 3 hours, 46 minutes left to go here in Monza. 123 takes up the helm for fourth place now. Spencer Brown peels into the pit lane, joining from behind. We can see there Jorbe van Herle in the 113. TTV Region in the chat saying, how is the blue one doing this race? I'm assuming by blue one you mean the 314 Brooklyn Donkin and Kieran Rodd. And the 314 currently in 12th place, currently sandwiched between Raphael Bayer and Ben Meredith. I believe, though, under strategy, is that the case where he may very well have a chance here on Brown? Unlikely at this time. Florian Oxman comes into the pit lane. What's the scope then for Carlos Disch? We see he's about 29 seconds off of the 788 Bentley, the previous front row at the race start. out through to turn 12. Meanwhile, Spencer Brown cleared of his stop-go 30. He's out of the pits and back out on track. Meanwhile, Carlos Dish stays out with Aston Martin. Started this race, of course, from pole position and now returns to its lead at long last. Some 2 hours and 15 minutes later. As for George Todd, he'll move up to second with Malwar Racing, pushing Florian Oxman down to the back of the podium. Niels Basselier looks to potentially seal the deal on that one in the 1-2-3 on his way out round turn 11. But we see, though, Oxman's off of the jacks and on his way back out. Still in the pit lane, then Van Herle. We also see there was effectively a soft decommission for the MSR team, number 68, Max Wurst and Gioet Boris. So on his way out, we see there, that is the 1-2-3 just getting up and around him just as he makes his way to the limiter lines there. So down to fourth goes Florian Oxman. Still with the fastest lap. You see here, Charlie Harker versus Marvin Koch. One to consider according to the telemetry here. I would say as well, having a look into it, we are looking at quite a few different cars on separate lengths of the race here. You can see among the fray is that 1-1-2 leading the charge. Carlos Dish now up and ahead of the Majestic Racing number 94 BMW. Now hunting down what appears to be there, Sebastian Plotnik of Race Vision Motorsports. We saw someone onto the gravel a moment ago. A large plume there of gravel kicked up into the eyes of the 1-1-2. Meanwhile, the 1-1-4 into the pit lanes. The latest arrival to the pits, that being Ben Cheeseman in the 1-1-4. You've got to hand it to him here. The 1-1-4 lineup over at 5 Star started this race off from the pit lane. Ben Cheeseman and Kyle Jenkins currently find themselves in the scope of the top 10 coming into the pits then, the 1-1-2, and that is going to be the precursor to the arrival back to the race lead. We saw them just lingering there, blurred out in the background, but down towards the line, the 120 retakes the race lead. So the Malwar Racing number 120 back up into leading form here in Monza. Having a look then further down the line, we do see here two Fatch GT cars in close proximity. Guy Spruce and Bas Petersveen, the 323, and the number, looking there, 223. Shows up as the number 24, confusingly enough, out through Ascari. We see right behind them there. Looks to be the 787. That is, yes, that's Fazzy Binks in 6th place, trying to lap past these two. See the Basselier into the pit lane as well at this time. So Fatch GT bringing a car in as two of their cars go head-to-head down through the Curva Parabolica, sandwiching in an exclusive esports BMW. A little tough to track there from the 323. Yeah, it looks like some serious connection troubles for Gay Spruce at this time. What on earth is going on that grid? Ooh, that is nasty. I will say that much. It's definitely a dazzling display from the point of view of the lapping BMW and the Aston Martin rejoining just behind him there for the back of the top 5. Fazzy Binks up to 4th. Carlos Dish. Actually, it could be the case here. Fazzy Binks up to 3rd because of Basselier in the pit lanes here. So Carlos Dish up to 4th from what was previously going to be the scope of 5th had it not been for that pit stop. So yes, as you see there now, updates. That is a lot of lag. It's a lot of lag. My word. Not sure what to make of that one. That is interesting. So then having a look at the grid after the latest run of pit stops, George Todd still in the lead, Nat Bennett in 2nd place in the number 788. The gap between the leading pair, 29.7 seconds. Fazzy Binks in 3rd with Riyad Yasarevich in 4th, Salt Beefgartner in 5th, and Spencer Brown in 6th. Niels Basselier in 7th, Sebastian Plotnik in 8th. Right behind them, we saw at the time appeared to be the number 94, but that's on a different length of the race entirely. Rafael Bayer in 9th. We see Salvatore Borgetto in the pit lane from 10th. By looks of it there, that's allowed for Ben Meredith back into the top 10 there for Ben Cheeseman up to 11th. And as we see into the pits, the two Fats GT cars, Ghost Bruce and Bas Peters Theme from 13th and 14th. Also joining them in there, Brooklyn Donkin on what appeared to be a disconnect for the number 314. Catastrophic timing for the 314. Connection troubles have been a real soft point of this race so far. It has been something that was affecting earlier on our coverage for HCCL's Multi-Class Championship, where we were going live out of Snetterton earlier on today. It did come to be the case where there was a lot of questions over whether or not that event would even go ahead because of the server instability. And that is definitely something to consider. Now, of course, the current directive by Race Control is if we are to experience, and this is only saying this as a precaution, just so that it can be referred to in the future. If we are to experience, due to the circumstances right now where Race Control, the individual we have in charge of the servers for Race Control, is currently away during this event's running. So he's unable to come back in and make any tweaks to the server and get anything back up and running. If it is to be the case where we suffer a hard disconnect, and that means the majority of the grid is gone from the race, then it will unfortunately be red flagged. Now, that's not likely to happen. Want to point that one out. Not likely to happen. Drive-through penalty just dished out there to Bas Peters Theme for conduct in the pit lane. We are seeing 1.6 seconds, the gap between Binks and Jasarevich. You can see the physical gap between the two on the opening straight. So we're on board here with Riyad Jasarevich. Presently, they could be finding themselves in the scope to fight for third on the grid. We're again seeing those connection troubles creep up on not only one but two cars, the number 9 and the 323, running into some spotty connection issues there. And that's causing a lot of the track telemetry to go haywire at this time. You can see there, if you pay attention to the map on your left-hand side, you can see when they blip back into the pit lane. A very confusing thing indeed. We are seeing here, though, in front of our eyes, the slow proceedings into a potential fight for the podium between 5-star and Exclusive. See that currently caught between the 787 and the 112, just up the inside of there, the number 11 of Ivan Sanchez of Holkianos Motorsports. We'll catch up with these two a little later on as things start to stagnate over the second row of the grid. Third row, even further apart from one another, though. The two Mustangs there, Beefgartner and Brown, 23.5 seconds away from each other on that third row alone. We see here at the forefront of the race, the number 120, George Todd, up and around the outside here on Marvin Koch in the number 94. You can see there, glow of the sun starting to penetrate the tree line here. You start to see the sun creeping through onto track, 6:31 a.m. local. Do see here, very close fighting. Plotnik v Bayer. This is for 8th on the field. Down towards Ascari. We'll stay on board and we'll try to catch on board actually with the attacking end of it, as it always is the more entertaining angle to watch. We see on the exit of Ascari. Great exit then by Black Nitro Racing. Continuing their fight then for 8th on the field. V10 versus V6. Who comes out on top then? The 28 looks to go around the outside on the number 9. Goes way later onto the brakes here to try and take position before the apex, and that he does make it up into the racing line. Once again goes the 28. Raphael Bayer now ahead of Sebastian Plotnik, but is that going to be to his own detriment here? Suffering from success perhaps, as now we see up and ahead of the Ferrari. That's tucked firmly into his slipstream. That Ferrari is not going to be going anywhere. The idea always is to overtake your opponent and then get as far away from them as quickly as you can, but on a track like this, that becomes an increasing challenge with the plentiful variety of slipstream spots available. You see, though, in spite of all of that, in through the opening 3 corners, he's able to put about 9/10 of a second, now full second just before the run onto the braking zones at the Variante della Roggia, up over Sebastian Plotnik in the Race Vision Motorsports Ferrari. Now, bear in mind, there is going to be this massive disparity between cars in terms of their performance because, again, a lot of these teams are working with limited tyre sets. They are having to form an area of compromise where one of their stints is going to look objectively way worse than anyone else's, for that matter. Meanwhile, we are starting to see, again, the build-up into a potential fight upon the podium, Binks v Jasarevich. We'll leave you on board with these two. We'll be back with you in just a moment's time. So still on board with the progressing fight for third place, Binks versus Jasarevich, but still hanging in a fine balance then between that 1.1 to 0.9 second mark between the Aston Martin and the BMW. They make their way around the Curva Grande. We'll catch on with them a little later on as we now find ourselves with 3.5 hours left to go. A couple of cars got server stability issue. I noticed, fingers crossed all goes well. That was from Christian Lebay in chat at the moment. And yeah, we have noticed that as well. A few drivers have been struggling with stability issues. We've seen effectively soft DNFs here from Van Herle and Donkin at this time. 2 cars to have disconnected from earlier on in the race, still in the pit lane to watch how the rest of the action unfolds. Same story for the 68 Max Verstappen, Gioette Boris of MSR. Down towards turn 1 we see here. Charlie Harker tucks back in behind George Todd at the forefront of racing today in the number 120 mile an hour racing Ferrari. He knows he's being watched. Very attentive. Meanwhile, having a look here, we just catch on board with Michael Picconi as we see on the exit of Ascari. Fortunate to have avoided any kind of major collision, but he did get quite head over heels there upon the exit of turn 10. He's done quite well to avoid A, other drivers, and B, the wall. You see, though, that could stand to lose him out position here of 16th as Ivan Sanchez is closing in like a cruise missile in the number 11. Down towards turn 11 we go. You can see him there just in the foreground being trailed by Sander Verstappen in 18th place. Only 30 minutes away then from the the halfway mark of this race here in the 6 hours of Monza. Watching here with Michael Picconi looking his way up the inside on the 30. The Tempest Motorsports car, but what was he thinking in doing all of that there? He just made contact with the 30. Ultimately lost more ground than he ever stood to gain. The Mustang almost entirely unfazed. See that this time spent trying to scramble around the number 30 for the Ave Maria team is actually working against them because it is creating a smaller and smaller buffer zone between themselves and an approaching fight from behind between Sanchez and Verstappen. We'll go on board with these two to analyse the scope of all of that. Taking a look on board with the attacking point of view here, Sander Verstappen in the 223 Fats GT Ferrari. Currently fighting then for 17th on the field. You can see right in front of him there, Ivan Sanchez of Hokianos Motorsports then up in 16th. Still scrambling around the back of the Tempest car is the Ave Maria Ferrari of Michael Picconi. 2.2 seconds away from these two at this time. You see there the sun now beyond the horizon. Or I suppose up over the horizon. 6:39 a.m. The sun rising here in Monza after a hectic night of racing. Day finally breaks toward the halfway mark. Our drivers may finally see the light on the run towards the end of this race. Continue to see here fighting between Verstappen and Sanchez. Let's take a look quickly around the field to see where some of the other nearby fights may be coming from. Of course, has been part of a focal point for some time here. Has been an ongoing fight between Binks and Jasarevich. We can see though that the gap has massively changed away from what was standing in the ballpark of about a second. We see when the intervals update, it is anything but on the way around turn 11. See, Binks definitely has solid ground now up the field away from Riyad Jasarevich in 4th place. We saw it was hovering around a second not long ago. It's now 3.5 after that last sector alone. Meanwhile, just to analyse the scope of things up at the front of action, what was 29.5 seconds in difference between Todd and Bennett now is 27. So it is showing a positive trend here, slowly gaining ground. is the number 788 Bentley. Right now, caught up behind the 115 on the run down the Curva de Saraglio. In terms of the nearest fight on track, though, it is still hanging in the court here of Sanchez v Verstappen for 17th on the field. Well, as we get towards the halfway mark of the race, we are left to wonder here as we just quickly chime back in with Nat Bennett, now lapping past the 115 in towards turn 11. We are left wondering, is it going to be possible for the Bentley to intercept the Ferrari? Moreover, what is going to happen if they do? It's one thing to catch up to the Ferrari, that's a given, but it's another thing to pass around them. And that's not going to be easy given what happened the last time these two were in close proximity to one another. 27.9 seconds, so slowly growing back in favour of the 120. We've just seen there in chat 5 gifted subs from Christian LeBay. Thank you very much. That's what just came through on our display here. Very, very big thanks. Looking at it at the moment, 3 hours, 24 minutes left to go. We see into the pit lane goes Zolt Beefgartner with Tempest Motorsports. Number 30 is back in from the lead of the Privateers division. Number 23 coming down towards the line then, so that's going to be Spencer Brown up into the top 5. 315 coming to the line as well. We see as see here Willow Taylor in 19th on the field. So see the leading 120 not far off their trails at this time. The 116 down to the line as well. So you're seeing that alternative strategy coming back through for the number 30. The number 5 of Michael Picconi now has a drive-through penalty. We saw a little bit of a stutter there for the number 30 car just to get back going again in the pit lanes. You can see all of the cars that have disconnected and reconnected to the server now effectively onlookers from the Euro Titans, 5-Star Esports and MSR teams respectively. In the time since then, Sanchez lost position out to Verstappen for 17th on the field. We see here for Michael Picconi, the Dell'Ave Maria number 5, in trouble with a drive-through penalty. Not the first to receive it today, certainly not the last here in Monza. 3 hours, 22 minutes left to go. Into the pits then comes the number 5. You see here the aftermath of the Plotnik v Bayer fight. 5 seconds in between them. Yellow flags up ahead though, so imminent caution coming up here for Sebastian Plotnik. You can see they're stranded to the left-hand side. Rejoining the track, the 116 of Charlie Harker in an injured McLaren. Green flags back out then. No more danger on track. Meanwhile, hang on a tick here. The number 30 is in a spot of bother to go and catch on with the Mustang. That would be the Tempest Motorsports car we're referring to here. As we now see another, having a look here, we see Christian LeBay subscribed at Tier 1 for 6 months in advance. Just reading what it says there, sorry. Having a look for that 30 just quickly. What has gone on here? That is a lot of damage for Adam Saunders. That's the second stint now where he's encountered great deals of damage. He's 9th on the field at this time, having just got back behind the wheel, already back into the flames here. He seemingly just can't catch a break. Right now, 1.5 seconds from Ben Meredith. Stands upon the grounds to lose the top 10 in the number 30. It has been quite the shocking day indeed for the Privateers division leaders. Three hours, 20 minutes left to go then. We are sort of in for that dry period of the race where there isn't a huge deal going on at the moment. We do have here some close by fighting, or was previously a close by. Gianluca Zamponi already having put distance up over Charlie Harker, was previously 1.3 seconds. We see there even more gifted subs from LeBay. That being another 5, that brings the current tally of gifted subs up to 10 from Christian LeBay, including subscribing for 6 months in advance to make, what is that, 11 subs. So thank you very much. Having a look at the run of the pits then, we see Michael Picconi is back in the number 5, 2.9 seconds at the previous interval, clearly anything but that now, away from Willow Taylor. Into the pits then goes the Dell'Ave Maria Ferrari. Did find itself at the epicenter of some trouble earlier on today, and more recently with that drive-through penalty. Seeing here with Harker caught in the midst of it all. And this is going to be a bit of a frustrating area for the drivers because they're driving directly into the sun at some regions of the track there. You can see exactly what I'm talking about because Charlie Harker, forced to cut through Della Rosia, just simply couldn't see. The sun in a horrible spot on track. I mean, I'm curious to see if we can go and catch it from one of the drivers' point of view here. So on board with Gay Spruce looking through the helmet camera just to see if that is the case. You can see the sun is in that point of the sky to where it's definitely going to be getting in someone's way. I'll have a look though to see if that's the case. Yeah, you can see it is in their eyes. It's a horrible spot for it to be at the moment, and that's stifling their view of the track. You see for the fellow Fatch GT Ferrari, the 1-2-3, Baslier 6th place in this race at the moment. Spencer Brown up and ahead in the top 5. .116 been dished out with a drive-through penalty. That's for Charlie Harker for track limits. Of course, we saw the first kindlings of that just a moment ago when he failed to stop on the run through Della Rosia, was obstructed by the sun on his run down towards turn 4 and 5. So looking around the field again, looking for the next fight. And again, we do find ourselves, I mean, I sound like a broken record here. We are back on with that subject of the 112 versus the 787. These two have been so tantalizingly close on what could be a fantastic fight. And every single time it has been held at arm's length exactly the way you're seeing at this time. A very bizarre spectacle between the BMW and the Aston Martin. They have finally curated 1.2 seconds like their life has depended upon it. There's been very little push or pull on either end of it. Very difficult to make up ground, very difficult to lose it. You see 5... Oh, hang on a moment here. Yeah, 5 more gifted subs from LeBay. So that brings the current tally, including his own, up to 16. Jesus. That is a lot. Thank you very much. I don't really know what to say to all of that. That's astonishing. We're now up to nearing the overall record as well, so I'm told from Twitch as well. Our record was up just a little north of here at the hype train level 5. I'm trying to remember when we last hit. I'm pretty sure it was that over the course of Silverstone, if I'm not mistaken. I'm still quite new to the whole Twitch streaming side of it. I just use Twitch normally as a platform by which to broadcast. I don't really know how to be a quote-unquote Twitch streamer. We see, though, in this fight between Binks and Jasarevic, it is closing in and closing in fast. On board then with the 1-1-2 as we are now firmly into that fight for third place. On with the Aston Martin. Binks getting closer and closer over the dashboard of the V8 Vantage in towards turn 1 and 2. We go at the Variante Rettifilo. This is the moment we've all been waiting for then. The fight of third officially underway between the 112 and the 787. Still watching on board then with the 1-1-2 as we've seen these two so finely close to one another at this time. Out through turn 11 we go, Curva Parabolica into the opening straight. Bear in mind, the BMW and the Aston Martin, they do sit on broad ends of the scale when it comes to the speed data that we brought up from earlier on in the race. BMW up to one of the fastest manufacturers, Aston Martin flagging behind by upwards of 2 miles an hour. That's even more when you get into the topic of kilometers an hour. You see, though, this is going to be a growing difficulty for them because visibility is getting worse and worse and worse down towards De La Rosia. They can see less and less of each other, less and less of the track, with the sun glare hitting them at a really awkward pinch on a run in towards turns 4 and 5. In towards turn 6 now, the Curva de Lesmo. BMW versus Aston Martin, one of the furthest up the order of any fight in today's race. Presently heading down towards the Variante Ascari, still in the shade here from the sunlight. As these two come barreling out through turn 9 and 10. You can see the Aston Martin now right up the back end of the BMW in the slipstream on the run down towards turn 11. Question there and remains, would he dare look up the inside knowing the BMW would have him for breakfast down the opening straight? Soaring out through turn 11. You see there, 10 gifted subs now from LeBay. So that tally coming up to 26. My word. I'm at a complete loss of what to say. I mean, thank you so much. That's the new all-time record on the Twitch hype train for this channel, by the way. That previously sat at level 5, about just shy over a quarter of the way through. We're now at well over halfway through level 6 at 59%. 3 hours, 10 minutes left to go. Car number 120, we have news regarding the car number 120 at this time. And as it stands, so hang on just a moment, we were totally enraptured on this fight. Not enough to recognize that it is actually upgraded to the fight of second because, so we're told, car number 120 has disconnected from this race. That being George Todd, having just reconnected now from the pit lane. Malwa Racing's hopes of a win today in Monza sunk in and amongst our view of the battle for what is now second on the field. Nat Bennett promoted to the lead by the way it stands at this time. A very, very bizarre situation at this time. Of course, there have been great concerns on the run in towards today's event, reeling from what happened earlier on today in HCCL over server stability concerns, and now we start to see it rear its ugly head as now the race leaders, the 120, are in the pit lane, forced down several laps because of a disconnect that was not their fault. Confusing state of affairs here. We won't issue any official statements on the matter in regards to the decision making for this race. We see them out in front. Big trouble there for that 114. Ben Cheeseman, a little bit of a stab of oversteer upon the exit of turn 5. Bear in mind, race control, a little bit difficult to reach at this time. With the one in charge of the service presently being away. This was set to run automatically on the hopes that maybe there wouldn't be any troubles in today's race. Presently some kind of decision being reached, but we've not been informed of what to say just yet, so we're not going to say anything. So until that point, still watching on with the fight, which has now been upgraded to second. Fatty Binks versus Viadi Asarevich. Hang on just a moment. So you see here with a fight between these two. Hang on just a moment. I may have to... Okay. Well, this is honestly painful to see that the fight has come now to this extent. And we have got word through from race control. We are currently under red flag conditions. That came out from race control at approximately 9:33 p.m. local. Greenwich Mean Time to be precise. That was the announcement from race control. We're under red flag conditions. Currently, no understanding as to what the restarting procedure will be. These two still fighting. As you can see, they've come towards a somewhat of an armistice here upon the exit of Della Rosia in towards the Lesmos. I am very confused as to what is going on here, folks, so you will have to bear with us until we have something ready to present as a statement. Presently, they're saying there will be a potential restart with qualifying position. That's what we were told, that we are in red flag conditions. We're a little confused at this time as to what to say. The timer's still going until we have any confirmation as to what is going to go on. That is the last we were told there was red flag conditions. Beyond confused at this time, do bear with. Okay, well that does seem like the nail in the coffin there, folks. That's red flag conditions. Do bear with us. We'll be back as soon as we can. here in what it was the 6 hours of Monza. 2 minutes then left to go before the second formation lap then on the race restart. And with Carlos Disch leading the charge ahead of Nat Bennett in second place, George Todd third with Stefan Nicolai in fourth, Adam Saunders fifth, Rafael Bayer in sixth, Gianluca Zamponi in seventh, Sander Verstecher in eighth, ahead of Fazzy Binks in ninth, Michael Picconi in 10th, Brooklyn Donkin in 11th, Ian Skeen in 12th, Ben Meredith 13th, John Williams 14th, Ruben Lubey in 15th, with Ivan Sanchez in 16th, Noah Haggard 17th, Guy Spruce in 18th, Zen Vitas 19th, and Jorbe Van Herle in 20th. Very confusing time indeed. So as we've been instructed, it will be 3 hours on the race restart. We do have a curious little development here. The server collapses. They're not just here. We've had word from some of the guys over at XCL that the servers over there have just collapsed all at the same time. So what on earth has been happening then? The servers are... I mean, this was something that we were fearing for some time, right? I'm not crazy in asserting that a lot of people were worried about the state of the servers all throughout this week. I've been speaking with a few people over on HCCL earlier on today, and they were saying a lot of people they know have been complaining about server stability all week. And now we find ourselves in the midst of what was a 6-hour event, now a 3-hour event. No one wants to rejoin because it's going to probably happen again. I have no idea what's going on anymore. G-Portal just does this. It's painful. Well, as far as we've been informed, the race will go on. There is still a race to be won. And on the restart then, peeling away the 112 and the 788 on the front row once again. Currently starting from the pit lane then, the 223 and the 113, Van Herle and Verstecher. So as we go rolling down, I must say it has definitely been a bizarre state of affairs. Now, of course, this has not been the first time this season that issues have arose regarding the servers, lest we forget how the season opened in what was supposed to be the 6 hours of Zolder. They later became the 5 hours of Zolder. Now we find ourselves, even into the second half of the championship, facing down the same issues. Again, it is a part and parcel issue with sim racing. Oh, this is going to be an interesting end to the race, if there is one on track, hoping that the servers don't collapse a second time. Of course, you can never hold your breath to these sort of things, and whilst today has definitely been quite a lot to go off of the last couple of weeks, we've had a few cases where server stability has been massively lopsided, and it's forced events to be cancelled. It's for part of the reason that we were supposed to go live the last week just gone for the start of the Competizione Performance League World Series. That's now been pushed back to not next week, but the week after that, onto the next round of the championship because of server stability issues. And that was on both sides. That was on both G-Portal and it was also on PlayStation Network. Stuff like this, painfully, is out of the race control's hands. They're forced into a decision that they're not happy with, that is not going to make anyone else happy. And the other decision would be to cancel the race and run it at 50% points, which no one's going to be happy with, realistically. So I think looking at the situation from an outside point of view, we're a media. You know, we're not involved with how race control operates. We advise when necessary, but very rarely in this case. Looking at it from this outside point of view, yeah, a lot of people aren't going to be happy. A lot of people aren't going to be happy, and they have every right to not be happy. But what else is there as an option? Given the amount of time available, given the fact that the majority of the team is away at the moment, and this was designed to run automatically without issue, in a perfect world, we'd not be facing down issues like these. But that's the case. We're not in a perfect world. And let's see then, as we make our way down towards turn 11, how will things unfold in what has been somewhat of nightmare fuel here in Monza. Well then, making our way down towards the line, on board with Riyad Yasarevic and Florian Oxman from the front of the field, rolling down towards the line. 21 cars in all, 3 from the pit lane, on a very bizarre restart here. The madness ensues once again here in the Autodromo Nazionale di Monza. Down towards the line then. The same front row we saw all of 3 hours ago now presides over the last 3 hours of the race restart. Down towards the line then. The second half of the 6 hours of Monza. Without further ado, hopefully for the last time today, we're green and racing here in Monza on the race restart. A great start then from the Bentley over the front row. A great start once again from the 120 on the second row to make this nearly 3 abreast on the run down towards the Variante Rettifilo. Best start of all though then to Florian Oxman as we see the Aston Martin lagging behind in towards turn 1. The Ferrari number 120 trying to go up and around the outside very early doors. The Bentley and the Aston and the Ferrari by that matter all forced into the runoff on the emergency exit. Very bizarre then start to this race, but nonetheless, the 112 drops in behind the 788 that now presides over the race lead. Meanwhile, the 120 trying to get the leg up around the outside of the Curva Grande. Now surfing in the slipstream is Adam Saunders with Tempest Motorsport down towards the Variante della Roggia for the first time. We see the Aston Martin trying to hold off both Ford and Ferrari on the run through turn 4 and 5. Through to the Curva dell'Esmo then. Great restart for Florian Oxman. Riyad Yasarevic holds on for dear life then in the Aston Martin. Better than how things turned out in the first running of today's race, that's for certain. On the run through the second half of the Curva dell'Esmo, out of turn 7 onto the Curva de Saraglio. The Aston Martin holds on second so far. Florian Oxman then takes the lead of this race ahead of Riyad Yasarevic, Adam Saunders third, and George Todd in 4th. Stefan Nicolai in the top 5. Down through to the Variante Ascari then, for the first time under the race restart. Now in the daytime here in Monza, after very bizarre circumstances at the midway. You can see further down the line, much closer on the restart we're seeing here with some of the drivers trying to get on board with the fight going on up and ahead. We can see there Kyle Williams and Will Friedman getting side by side. We also saw there Ian Skeen defending off from the pair of them, watching from the point of view of Kieran Rodd, currently 10th on the field, Ben Meredith behind them in 11th. So a very bizarre restart to the race, and there is still a lot of racing to do today. The 94 is a car we have been requested to focus on here, as we just quickly see though, before we can get on with the 94, just checking in here. Friedman v Williams v Skeen. We see in towards the Variante Rettifilo. Nothing came of it in that instance. We see the number 3 alongside the number 5. But we are instructed to go and locate the 94 at this time. I don't actually know. Is the 94 on this grid today? They were earlier on, but I don't actually know 100% if they are. So apologies there. F1 Turbo went 5, Leon Geisler. Our sincerest apologies there, but we will try to locate the Majestic Racing team, but I don't think actually on this grid. So as it stands then, after the first lap of the restart of this race, Florian Oxman leads ahead of Riyad Yasarevic, and with Adam Saunders third place with the fastest lap so far. George Todd 4th, with Stefan Nicolai in the top 5. Rafael Bayer in 6th, Ian Skeen 7th. Kyle Williams there, you can see side by side with Will Friedman. That's for control of 8th down the Curva de Saraglio. In towards the Variante Ascari, we see the BMW has got the run up and around the outside. They swap hands for position there. Kieran Rodd trying his luck to get up on the inside of the McLaren. Can't find any room of it. He's in 10th at this time, ahead of Ben Meredith in 11th. Zen Vitus in 12th with John Williams in 13th. Ben Hart in 14th. Ruben Lube, I should say, sorry, in 15th. Pitionello, one of the new drivers for De Ave Maria, currently 16th on the field ahead of Gay Spruce in 17th, Sander Verstekker in 18th, Ivan Sanchez 19th, Gioet Boris in 20th, Jorbit van der Hurle in 21st. Watching here, George Todd slowly building up onto the charge here on Adam Saunders. These two, of course, fought earlier on in the race. Down towards turn 1 and 2. Looking further down the line, just to point this one out as well, we can see here 3 Ferraris head-to-head, Euro Titans, Race Vision and Fatch GT down towards turn 1. We see they're having forced to have cut the opening chicane there. The 789 of Kyle Williams drops in behind Kieran Rodd, now down to 10th place in the 789. Meanwhile, Zenvitas now up and ahead of John Williams. We see up and ahead of him is Ben Meredith in 11th. Watching on with a recent change then as his teammate, Kieran Rodd, joined by Brooklyn Donkin in the number 314, move up and ahead of Kyle Williams in the early doors of the race restart. You see here for Todd, fighting with Saunders. Meanwhile, right behind them, Nikolai in the 116. Big wad there of gravel kicked up into the eyes of the 120. The Ford kicking up smoke. Out through turn 7, down through the curve to Saraglio. You can see the leading pair breaking away then. Bentley from Aston Martin. Then Ford, Ferrari and McLaren on the remainder of the top 5. 120 trying diligently here for the restart. Looking on through to try and locate the Ferrari here on board with the 120. George Todd and Giovanni Battiali, they'll be fighting at this time for both a possible stead of the podium, but right now it could very well be a case defensively fighting off 4th. Fighting away 5th and 6th, for 4th place, I should say, in the 120. Overall, though, it's that fight for 3rd. So we see there, oh, big hit between those two. We see flying up over the curbs went the number 116, Stefan Nikolai, collided with Rafael Bayer. Let's get a look at that on the replays here. Already back into the swing of action. We see from behind what was going on there for the 116. He's drifted practically up over the nose of the 28. What? I mean, there's defense there. There's that. What was going on there? We see, though, that Nikolai has now rejoined up over the nose of these two. Both of them aren't happy, quite evidently so. And we see even more contact, this time out through a very laggy rejoin. That's not on the driver's end. They're not seeing anything of the sort of that. That's from our point of view. So we see here George Todd now up to 3rd. So we see it could potentially be there. We nearly saw a move by Rafael Bayer, but even more contact between the 30 and the 120 and the 28, all down at Lesmo 2. Getting a look in there, we saw he tried for it, Rafael Bayer, backed out of it. And then we saw their contact between the 120 and the 30, then the 28 rear ends the 120, and it all just piles up there, and it gets rather nasty very, very quickly. So the battle for 3rd, dead in the water for the 120. See the number 30 in trouble down at Ascari, and he's not the only one. That is a whole wad of drivers caught up in the madness of it down at Ascari. A horrific restart then to this race for quite a few today. We see here with Kieran Rodd, because of what on earth went on down at both Lesmo 2 and then later on down at Ascari, now moves up to 4th in this race. Will Friedman in 5th. Meanwhile, Rafael Bayer to 3rd with Lamborghini. So we see here, though, for Kieran Rodd, fighting off Will Friedman in towards turn 1 and 2. And they're turned around. Even more trouble. I mean, this can't get much worse here in Monza. What on earth is happening? We see here, down towards Retafilo. And trying to get a look there. Yes, a little bit of contact, yes, between the 313 and the 787. I'm inclined to agree there with Jack Darms in chat. Yeah, this is why restarts are not the greatest in the world. I mean, this was the decision they reached, but what they've effectively introduced the concept to the drivers now. We've got a second race running, gloves are off, and that seems to be the case brought forward
And it has definitely been, as far as restarts go, you know, how do I say this with it seeming, you know, press friendly? Not great. Not great. I mean, what do you expect? It's Monza. It's at the end of the day, it's Monza. And that's not making an excuse for what's going on here. It was always going to happen here. You could have had a restart on any other track and it would have been fine, but you did it at Monza. Oh. I mean, that's like trying to defuse an atom bomb with a sledgehammer. That's just not going to work. And more likely than not, you're just going to get hurt. I have no idea what's going on anymore. This is absolute mayhem. So you see here, Ruven Lube versus Ben Hart. This is for the last of the top 10 positions here. The 115 versus the number 3. Down the opening straight. Up ahead of them there, you can see Zen Vitas and Stefan Nicolai currently fighting for 8th. Rejoining the field, the number 80 now of Max Wurst. Down towards turn 1 and 2 we go then. Lube on the outside. Hart on the inside. Now Hart to the outside. Lube on the inside. You see there the AXRL heat car. Nice, neat and tidy into 10th. That also allows Will Friedman up past there, Ben Hart, in the 787. Hart and Haggard then in the 115. We see right behind them Delava Maria's car. The Ferrari brand new paint scheme there. They've dropped the Rosso Scuderia of the opening half. Car now white, red and black. So cutting away then from the 115, taking a look further around the field after what has already been a brazen opening 10 minutes on the race restart. Florian Oxman breaks away. Riyad Yasarevic in 2nd. Rafael Bayer in 3rd. Kieran Rodd in 4th. Ben Meredith in 5th. Ahead of Kyle Williams in 6th. John Williams in 7th. Ahead of Zen Vitas. Very close by behind there. You can see Stefan Nicolai in 9th place. So you see here, 2 abreast on the run down towards Retafilo. Nicolai to the outside, later to the inside in turn 2. But we'll see how long can he hold on to it. With Zen Vitas up the inside, into turn 1 we go. You see there a little bit of rubbing between the pair in through turn 2. This is where it can really crunch together, as we've seen before. In the background there, the Delava Maria car goes round. Piccianello turned around at turn 1 and 2. That makes what? 4th, 5th card for that to happen today? Begs the question, when is it GT racing and then when is it Demolition Derby? I mean, we are looking at a little bit of banger racing here, albeit the bangers are 550,000 euros a piece. Rather expensive bangers, if you ask me. See up in front there, close fighting for Vitas as well as both of the Williams, John and Kyle. All the way up in towards Lesmo too. You can see hanging around in that pack as well. We see here Stefan Nicolai behind him, Ruven Lube, and then further behind them Will Friedman. An incredibly close ensemble of cars here, flanked on both sides by exclusive machinery. 789 leading that charge there, just distant of the 313. The 787 flanking from behind. Looking to go up and around the outside on Lube. Can he make that one stick? We see here from Will Friedman's point of view, a little bit of argy-bargy through there, trying to get himself clear of the situation. Up and around turn 10 he goes, and into 10th place. That is razor precise. Meanwhile, up in front, Nicolai drops distance away from Vitas. Vitas gaining on Williams. Williams also gaining on Williams. John versus Kyle as it stands then. McLaren and Ferrari head-to-head on the opening straight. Meanwhile, you can see from behind there, Ruven Lube already back on the strike here against Will Friedman. You also see the first of the pit stops then on the restart. Javier Alonso now behind the wheel of the Holkianos Motorsports number 11.
Friedman versus Lupe. Lupe's going to go the long distance around here at the Curva Grande. Now, we've seen this one done before. It takes a lot of commitment to stick to here. So the number 3 holding things up and around the outside will be to the inside of the run down towards Della Rosia, but needs to commit on the brakes here. Otherwise, it's all for nothing. On the run down in, that's exactly what he was worried about. Up in front of him as well, you can see that action with the 789 caught up by a whole pack of Ferraris there. Among them then, John Williams and Zen Vitus. In towards the Curva de Lesmo, 2 McLarens side by side, that being Nikolai, and as it stands there, that being Kyle Williams. Caught in a huge crunch between the 2 Lesmos here. The cameras can barely make head or tail of it, and neither can we on the run down the Curva de Seraglio. Let's see if we can get on board with some of these drivers here. Will Friedman has got front row tickets to whatever's going on in front of him there. It boggles the mind to try and wrap your head around something like this. In towards the Variante Ascari, 116 up in front, holding centre mass of the road. So close to a problem there between those two. Razor precise stuff though from Friedman. Bit of a step out for the 116. So that's a free position up for grabs for both Lupe and for Friedman. Stefan Nikolai in trouble. Yellow flags out at sector 2 and 3. We saw there the beginnings of it. Fishtailing out for the 116. I believe now back up and running back into green flag conditions for the time being. 15 minutes then into the restart. Things have hardly gotten much more civilized on this grid. Looking further around the field, we can actually see some fighting there. We just saw it in the background. This is between 2 of the Thatch GT cars, Guy Spruce and Sander Verstecher. Down in 14th on the field at this time. These two hanging out back behind the now injured Stefan Nikolai. Seeing here with Verstecher's point of view, holding the outside line. You see it inadvertently held up by his teammate there. Now getting up and around for the run into the Curva Grande, the 223 and the 323. Having a look around the field then. Also noted there as well, Lebay on a 3-stream streak. I didn't even know they advised you of these sort of things on Twitch anymore, but thank you very much, adamant viewer of TRTN. We'll take a look on here with the fight for the number 9. We can see caught up in the midst of it all, Race Vision Motorsports, courtesy of Zen Vitus. Let's see if we can go to catch on board here with Vitus. You can see right behind him the advance of Will Friedman and John Williams, as well as Kyle Williams right behind them as well. So there is definitely the chances here for a fight of 6 to get underway in a moment's notice. So on board then with the privateers over at Race Vision. Out through the Curva Parabolica then. So the opening 15 minutes has given us quite a lot to talk about, almost in the equal stead as we've had in the first 3 hours of racing earlier on today. Now, if you're watching this on the YouTube release, this is going to be quite heavily edited together. To give some context, for those of you perhaps this far in and wondering what on earth went on, there was a sizable server collapse somewhere halfway through the race, and part of the consensus met by race control in an emergency plan was to restart the race based off of the qualifying order because they couldn't pass together the data necessary. Their fantastic overtake, by the way, for the 787 for the positions at the time of the halfway disconnect because they wanted to get the race underway today as opposed to next week when we're not available. We see there side by side on 2 rows there as we see both gaining positions in the favour of Exclusive Esports. We saw an advance there for Kyle Williams up past John Williams, and then we saw Will Friedman up past Zen Vitus. So 2 overtakes for XCL for the price of 1. So yeah, just to put that one together, this was a contingency met by race control in a moment of dire emergency. It was either that or it was postpone the race to the next on the calendar. And since we've already had to do that because of the mass wave of console disconnect in November of 2025, ultimately this was the decision they met upon. And now you find us in the midst of a 3-hour race, following on from another 3-hour race to make 6 hours. That's where we've met at the moment. Now, you're not going to see, if you're watching this on YouTube, the rather extensive period of time between those two. We're just going to cut that entire bit out. So that's going to make for a nice viewing experience for you at home. And you'll know, obviously, why that's happened now from what I'm saying to you. With 2 hours, 41 minutes left to go then, that's the situation at hand. To be fair, you know, analysing the situation, was this the right decision to make to restart the race off qualifying order? Considering that the other options would either have the race postponed, cancelled entirely and given at half points, which isn't going to satisfy anyone because, you know, we were all coming down here for 6 hours of racing. That's what we committed our evenings to. It is Valentine's Day after all. And that's what a lot of people committed their evening plans to, was for 6 hours of racing. So they're going to get 6 hours of racing. There's not really a decision, in my opinion, that anyone is going to universally like. Someone's always going to be upset with it, and that's fine. They have every reason to be. They have the right to be. That's the nature of expression. You can be upset at something. That doesn't make you wrong for being upset at something. But at the end of the day, race control is in a tough spot. They had to pick something, so they picked this. Do we know if that's the right call? No. Do we know if that's the wrong call? Also no. You see in the background there, side-by-side action with Ruben Lubé. Now we're looking to get up and ahead of John Williams. But yeah, that bit from earlier, that's my 2 cents on the situation, and I won't waste any more time on it. Because what we have right now, the here and now, is 2 hours, 39 minutes of racing before we're done here in Monza, and whatever happens, happens. Perhaps so. 2 hours, 39 minutes left to go then. And getting a look at the current scope of things after nearly half an hour of racing, Florian Oxman continues to lead, but by a closing gap of 1.8 seconds, with Riyad Yasarevic now second and currently fastest in the session, with the fastest lap currently going. Rafael Bayer third place then, with Kieran Rodd in fourth, Ben Meredith in fifth, with Will Friedman sixth, Zen Vita seventh, Kyle Williams eighth, Ruben Lubé in ninth, and John Williams rounds out the top 10. Ben Hart in 11th place, ahead of Piccionello with Del Ave Maria in 12th place. Stefan Nicolai 13th, Verstappen 14th, Boost 15th, Todd 16th, Alonso 17th, Skeen 18th, Boost 19th, and Van Hurle in 20th. We do see there, though, it is worth pointing out, perhaps a clever strategy for the early pit stops by Holkianos, because they have held out from being caught up in a lot of the major incidents up ahead. And they've already come in and done a pit stop, so they've cleared the basic prerequisites here. And they've gone back to staggering their pit stops, which is going to help them later down the line towards the end of this race. So as we look in and amongst the top 10, we continue to see fighting here. Lubé catching up to Kyle Williams, having already broken away from John Williams in 10th place. Got to hand it to them here on the restart. NLRL has been a lot more involved in that top 10 fight. Things have been a lot more fortunate for them this time around. We do see here from the number 3, he's getting his elbows out. He's really getting stuck in on all of this. So it's quite refreshing to see here. They don't often make appearances in this series because of the time difference, but I think they've been able to use the time a lot more effectively today. And all power to them on that front. Of course, we'll be working with these folks extensively over the next couple of months with the Southern Summer Endurance Series. We kicked off round 1 a few weeks ago. That was fantastic in its time there. And we're looking forward to that second round in a few weeks' time. So, until then, let's stay on board then with this fight from the point of view of Ruben Lubé. Just quickly taking a look there. Down towards 12th place. Piccionello versus Nicolai. About 0.3 of a second between each other. So we see Friedman and Meredith navigating past Javier Alonso. down the Curva de Saraglio. These two very close to a fight at this time. OXSMK saying, I believe the restart was quite unfair, or let's say unnecessary. I like having this dialogue with people. I like having this conversation with you, the viewers, because I know a lot of you are involved in the series as well. I can see the angle. I can see where you're coming across on that, and I don't disagree with you. I think it definitely was a hurried result, but you got to look at the circumstances at play. Not playing devil's advocate for race control. This was their decision, not ours. We have nothing involved in it. Makes no difference to us whether we stay live or not. Of course, we have a contract to uphold on our end. We would be rather annoyed, but that shouldn't play a role. Was it unfair? Probably. I think an ideal world would have had it pitched, as we just quickly see here the fight for 5th place up between the 313 and the 787. We will be staying on board with these two there, as we see a little bit of a pitch out through the Variante Rettifilo. Looking to go the long way around there. Will Friedman gunning for the same classic move we've seen all throughout the first half of this race, and now even into the restart. Up and around the Curva Grande, up the inside into Della Rosia. The BMW having made the position before we even got through the first of those two corners. So yeah, back onto the conversation is, was it unfair? I mean, in an ideal world, it would be based off of the results just before the disconnect, but that requires time and it requires data, neither of which we have the resources to facilitate at this time. We wanted the race back up within the hour. We didn't want it back up within the next week. You know, it was a case where we have a very rigid time slot. When Race Control was preparing this, we were involved in plotting when the events would be, mostly because we had this in good agreement with, for some time, with the folks over at XCL for their Pro Series. We didn't want it to be a case where drivers were forced to choose between one or the other. We wanted it to where if you wanted to do both series, you could comfortably do both series. And that's what even the changes when we had the delays towards the end of 2025 were centered around, was making sure we weren't treading on anyone else's toes in our agreement with them. That was the idea. And because of that, we are working to very strict time frames, both from our point of view as broadcasters and also from Race Control's point of view as organisers. And we do work with them on some parts. We do advise where necessary, but ultimately we don't have hands in their decisions. Some people who crashed out just got gifted, and people who made placements just lost it again. That's the trade-off, I'll be honest. And it's not a nice thing to say, but that is the trade-off from restarting. Is again, that's the, you know, as much as it will, if you crashed out of the race and now you got those positions back, that's great. Then from their point of view, that's great. For others, it doesn't feel deserved, but that's the trade-off of a restart. It restarts. You know, it doesn't discriminate on what it chooses to restart. So you see here some action between Kyle Williams and Ruben Loubet. Right behind them, John Williams. And there's a bit of a crunch there. Turn around goes Kyle Williams. And I believe that to be a little bit of desync there. Let's have a look on the replays. This was out through Della Rosia. As we see here between the two, getting back up and running. It's tough to call here from... Nah, I don't 100% know. Because it's easy to say that it would be desync, but it did very much so look to be the case where that number 3 was parked right on the diffuser of the number 789. It's a tough call there. It's a tough call. That's up to Race Control. Meanwhile, yellow flags back out. This time for the number 80. That's for the Porsche down at the Della Rosia chicane as it stands at the moment, just before the Curva de Lesmo. They're back up and running, but let's go to catch on board with them to see what on earth did exactly happen there. Going to see with the 80. We see here, this is Max Wurst. Better than... Okay. See, can't be theirs. Okay. That doesn't sound particularly good, but I'm not going to comment on that one. I don't want to tread on anyone's toes here. Curious one in the chat there. Curious. As we see here, the current scope of things up over the front row. Oxman v Jasarevich still going on at this time. 1.6 seconds between the Bentley and the Aston Martin. So having a look at things at this time, And if I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure the 120... Okay, no. There is the 120. Todd all the way down in 16th. So I was confused there. Did the 120 disconnect again? It was up towards, obviously, the top 5 when the race started. Half an hour in, and obviously things have changed. I think definitely the forget me words out. You know, I think the events of what's transpired today is definitely going to play a large role in decision making later down the line. I think it does serve as a pretty solid lesson. You know, at the end of the day, whilst these are organisations, they claim to be organisations. At the end of the day, it's people. You know, people make mistakes, and I understand the idea is that they're meant to be infallible, but that's simply impossible at this point. Obviously, things were maybe rushed into the restart of the race. I don't deny that. I mean, I told you already, I had nothing really clued in. And it was just sort of a case here where a lot of that was rushed back in. Do I think that it should have just been stopped outright and rewarded at 50%? It's difficult to say, because at the end of the day, like I said earlier, no one person is going to be happy universally with the decisions made in a situation like this, because ultimately there's no ROI. There's no return on investment here. People have committed time into it and they're not getting that back. Even if they restart and they get to race again, they're going to feel like a lot of what they've invested so far is never coming back to them. And that's sadly part of their trade-off again. And that's it's kind of a case you either have to bite your tongue or not stand for it. But at the end of the day, you'd only hurt yourself. So then, as we stay on board here with the current scope of things in the fight going on at this time between Zen Vitus and Ruben Lube, there's also that emergence there for John Williams to come in to make this threes company for the fight of 7th place. Let's have a look around the field to see where the nearby fights may also be coming from at this time. We do see trouble, yellow flags, namely down at Della Rogia, yes, for the 11. That's for the Hockeyanos Motorsports team at this time. Getting a look on board with them, we see what looks to be minimal damages then for Javier Alonso on his way through to the Curva de Lesmo. I think whilst I've got the opportunity as well, we see here an emerging fight for 12th, Sander Verstappen versus Stefan Nikolai. We spoke about this earlier on the week in MSC, during the 5-minute break between qualifying and the race. And it was talking in some part about the pre-season testing for Formula 1. I really don't know how to feel from a personal standpoint about this new generation of Formula 1 cars. I think it is definitely a polarizing era. I think this stands a lot on the same kind of precipice as we saw in 2022. Not everyone was the biggest fans of those cars there. It did present a very unique concept, one that was hyped for some time. As we see up the inside, there goes Nikolai over Verstappen, in through to the Variante Retafilo. Now up and ahead. We'll stay on board with these two. Currently on board then with the Fatch GT number 223. Fighting in the current stead of 12th place. Yeah, looking back into how things were playing out during F1's pre-season in Bahrain, it's a tough one. It's really a tough one. I think a lot of the expectations we had coming into this, looking at those cars, looking at how they drew very clear parallels to the late 2000s, the sort of 2007 cars, ones definitely that spring to mind. I'd say also sprinkling to 2006's regulations in there as well, especially with that front wing design. I think a lot of those ideas of the cars being more maneuverable, of the cars being a lot more nimble, I don't really think they've materialized just yet. Now, of course, we have to take a lot of that with a grain of salt. It is testing. The very nature of it is to provide proof of concept. But you'd think with the level of consideration brought into what is arguably the biggest technical revamp in Formula 1 history, that the cars would be able to do a lap without issues, but that doesn't seem to be the case. Maybe that's hyperbole from our end, but it's a case where, from what we've been able to see, or what I've been able to see, this is me speaking more personally now, not to drag TRTM through this, but it's a case where you look more often than not and the cars are just not handling at all. They're locking up, they're snapping out backwards, they're understeering, they're oversteering, they're doing all manner of things. I think we're seeing here a grid of 2014 Ferraris, and that's what we're seeing, is some of the most unstable machines brought to tarmac. You see up in front, just to distract away from the fight of 12th place, not only behind do we have the fight of 14th, but up in front, we also do have the current scope of 9th. Actually, 10th more specifically, as we saw the recent overtake then by Kyle Williams up past Ben Hart, in through De La Rosia, and in towards 10th place. Through to the curve of De Lesmo, then holds on by 0.4 of a second. And continues on his way then. As you see here with Ruben Lubey's point of view, hunting down about half a second away from Ben Meredith. And it brings your attention as well, up at the forefront of things here. We're seeing 1.4 seconds, the gap between Oxman and Jasarevich. So there is the chance here in the opening hour of the restart for these two to go head-to-head and fight for position on track. Not hold our breath to that just yet. We see here on board with the Delave Maria team once again, fighting with Fats GT, this time for 14th on track. See the number 80 still has a drive-through penalty to serve at this time. So we see now up past the 323. Okay, Spruce having to hold the inside of the track, wondering what he's going to do then down at turn 11. Sweeping back over the nose. Watching on board then at the moment then with Dario Piccianello. Getting up and around Ian Skeen, now 17th in this race. Looking further up the line, Ben Meredith being intercepted by Ruben Lubey. So XRL Heat gunning for a top 5 in the opening hour. Right behind them we see Zenvitas with Race Vision Motorsports. 3-1-3, Ben Meredith and Archie Bowen up against the ropes here to defend the last of those top 6 positions. Actually, hang on a moment, because the looks like the data is a little bit wobbly. Let's have a little look here. No, it is definitely for 6th place on the field. I was just a bit confused there. Never mind. So you see then, catching up is Ruben Lubey. AXRL looking up on the inside then of Ben Meredith, down towards turn 1. Into the Variante Retta Filo, and it's contact between the pair there. The 313 and the number 3 collide. Both of the 313 and the 9 forced over the emergency runoff. So you see the number 3 rejoining from behind. Getting a look at that on the replay then. We saw that one play out in slow motion in the actual time of the incident. Now you get to see it in slow motion, so really need to stop using that analogy. In towards turn 1 and 2 at Retafilo. Saw there. There was never going to be a move to begin with. The way that they were heading into turns 1 and 2. That was destined to happen in that instance. We do see, though, that the fight of 6 continues on, but now subsidising the 7th place spot away from Ruben Lubey, who now drops down to 9th, is Zenvitas in the number 9. We'll look on board then with Zenvitas' point of view. The attacking angle of this fight now for 6th place, on board with Race Vision's number 9. Nearly 40 minutes then into the restart, 2 hours 21 left to go here in Monza. We'll leave you on board with this fight. We'll be back to you in just a moment's time. So then still on board with the fight going on for 6th place. 4/10 of a second between Meredith and Vitas on their way down through the Curva de Seraglio in towards the Variante Ascari. Two Ferraris then head to head here. Just past 40 minutes into the restart. Just under 2 hours, 20 minutes left to go in the race. So getting up towards the end of the first hour of the restart. By technical standards, 4th hour into the race. We'll be getting a look into the field at large here in just a moment's time. In towards Lesmo 2 then, turn 7. Now the roles flipped on their head between the 313 and the number 9. So getting a look at things at the moment, still watching with this fight of 6th place, taking a look on the wider scale, we do see things have been brought rather dramatically back into frame up over the front row, coming towards the end of the first hour of the restart here. Yasarevic gaining ground up over Oxman. There could very well be side-by-side action between 5-star and Exclusive before the end of the first hour. 17, just shy of 18 minutes left to go before we've 2 hours left in this race. These two looking to go head-to-head. In 3rd place then, Rafael Bayer and Lucas Milch out by their lonesome. And then Kieran Rod in 4th place. Will Friedman in 5th. And Vitas in 6th. We saw that fight with the Ben Meredith. Now down to 7th. John Williams in 8th ahead of Ruben Lubey in 9th. Kyle Williams rounds out the top 10. Stefan Nikolai in 11th ahead of Ben Hart in 12th. Sander Verstecker in 13th ahead of George Todd 14th. And Dario Piccianello in 15th. Guy Spruce in 16th. Ian Skeen 17th. Javier Alonso 18th. And we see Max Fust in 19th. Jorbe Van Herle in 20th. So having a look then over that front row, so you do just quickly see here, Ruben Lubey is gaining ground from what is currently the scope of the 5th into 4th row. But let's get a look over the front here with these two. We see that off in the background. That was Javier Alonso down at turn 11 flashbanged then, evidently, by the arrival of these two. All British manufacturer front row, Bentley versus Aston Martin. So you see here on board with Oxman. You got to hand it to Exclusive Esports here to spearhead the program to bring the Bentley Continental back into competitive form. I think this has been one of the biggest forward approaches in the last couple of months, to even say like the last year, for the Continental on console ACC. It's not been a popular car in the majority of leagues we've worked with. Now, of course, that probably only represents a significant fraction of the overall scope of things. I'm sure there's plenty of leagues where the Bentley is creeping back in, but in terms of big league level stuff like this, and like, say, for example, the Pro Series, where we've seen a high presence of big label teams involved, that influence is starting to spread. Of course, we saw with Malwar Racing, they sadly didn't compete in the Pro Series, but they heard of it, and that Bentley ended up becoming a choice, perhaps vicariously, through the talent we've seen here. I'm not 100% sure, but I'd say it's definitely a worthy connection. I'm starting to see that, though, again. I don't know about you guys in chat at the moment, but I'm starting to see that again with the GTR. And I'm liking what I'm seeing. Anyone who's been watching the last couple of streams will have seen exactly the same thing, what I'm talking about. A lot more people picking the GTR. We're starting to see, I think it is because, and one theory suggested, I heard this and I did quite like what I heard there, is one theory suggested that because obviously nothing new is getting added to this game now, that it's reached its end-of-life status, it's going to be supported from here on out, but with no new content updates to add, say, for example, new cars that otherwise would be associated with the ACC brand. You know, you've got examples in GT4, plenty of the newer GT4 cars still brandish ACC logos, yet are not featured in the game. One prime example, the Toyota GR Supra in GT4, not featured in the game, has the logos. Are they doing well with the Bentley there? Asks Clark, what in terms of your guys that are leading the race, or in terms of what, Malwar Racing? Because they're doing all right there as well. And with the Nissan, I suppose, yeah, they're also doing quite nicely as well in the leagues that I've seen using the Nissan. But just focusing on the Bentley, I mean, yeah, it is starting to become a popular car. We saw a few sprinklings of it in the Sunday League in the last 3 seasons, here and there, but nothing as of yet confirming a full season contract for anyone with Bentley for that matter. I think, save for most recently the introduction of David Tanguay onto the field. Now, he did fight quite diligently for the lead over in the first round of the Sunday League. Ultimately, a big collision between himself and Cas van Veltzen down at turn 11 undersold the opportunity for Bentley to take a win. But I see it as definitely the opportunity, and looking into Laguna Seca tomorrow, if we're to see Tanguay again, there is a pretty sizable chance Bentley could see their first ever Sunday League win this season. I have it in good authority to assume so, because what we saw in Suzuka, I think, was only the beginning of what's set to come in Season 5. Do tune in for that tomorrow, 6:30 p.m. Greenwich Mean Time, live from Laguna Seca. Right now, though, we're seeing here, approaching towards the end of the first hour of the restart, technically the 4th hour outright of this race here in the 6, I'd say, well, it's 2x 3 hours of Monza now. So we see here the ongoing fight for first place. On with the leading car then, the 788, Florian Oxman and Nat Bennett, now square off against Riyad Yasarevic and Carlos Dish, side by side. Then the Aston going around the outside in towards turn 1 and 2. The question is, can he hold on to the move here? 2 Titanic cars make their way in towards the Variante Retafilo. The Aston Martin filters back in behind. So watching then from the leading point of view, let's get on board with the attacking point of view. On with the Aston Martin then, the number 112, chasing down for position in this race. On board with 5-Star Esports is Riyad Yasarevic and Carlos Dish. Four-litre against 4-litre. But then you've got to consider, you know, they might be feasibly the same engine, 4-litre twin-turbo V8 unit, but one was co-engineered by M Sport, the other was co-engineered by AMG. I think that just goes to show more than anything the versatility of M Sport. I mean, they're making, what, rally raid cars, rally cars. They've also co-engineered the engine in both the Continental and the Mustang. I mean, what else have they been really getting up to at this point? And that is, I mean, it's range enough in and of itself. Not sure if they'll be involved on the LMDH car. I think that's just going to be Ford Performance's field of operations. Continued fight up over the front of the field then. 11 minutes left to go in the opening stint, so likely to see these drivers in the next 10 or so minutes. These two quickly distance themselves from the rest of the field, up by 18.5 seconds to the nearest car, that being Rafael Bayer, down in third place with Black Nitro Racing, the number 28 Lamborghini on this grid at the moment. Following on board with these two, just quickly snapping around to some of the other fights on track at the moment. We can see here John Williams going toe-to-toe with Ben Meredith and Reuven Lubé. Now, I was informed there was quite a lofty send there. You can see the damage over the back end of the 313. That was caused by a lunge from the 123. Ultimately, it's done little to advance position. They're still stuck in behind the 313 Ferrari. We see with the front runners up in towards the Curva de Lesmo, turn 6 and 7. In towards the Curva de Saraglio. Other fights as well. Ben Hart now up and around that of Sandro Vestecchia. Was within a chance to fight with George Todd. We see into the pit lane go Stefan Nicolai. Trouble by looks of it there for the 116. Heavy damage to be considered in all of that. Up and around turn 11, we see just the tiniest little hint of oversteer there. That was off of the Bentley. Aston Martin still in the slipstream. So we see here from the 112, back into that fight for the race lead. Into the side draft now, the 788. But bear in mind, that Bentley has got some serious give in the top end. The Aston just trying to slingshot its way around the outside in towards the Variante Rettifilo. The Bentley later onto the brakes, properly dropped the anchors there on the number 788. In through Rettifilo, holds on a position. I mean, that was something. A car of that size getting to a stop that quickly. That is some serious hardware beneath those wheels in the braking system. In towards De La Rogia. Meanwhile, things, I'm told, are getting rather brazen in the fight further down the line. That's between, as it stands at this time, into the pit lane. So it's come to an end, sadly, there, just before we've been able to catch on board back with them. But into the pits goes Ben Meredith and Archie Bowen in the 313. They were fighting along with Fatch GT and AXRL for some time. So getting back on board then with the leaders of this race. Back on with the furthest fight up the field. 0.4 of a second still hang between Bentley and Aston Martin. Now back on board with the defending point of view. The race leaders in the 788 had a great start on the restart today. And have took the baton and absolutely ran with it here. Still charging down the opportunity for a 100% XCL win rate. Now, when you consider the last couple of race winners, I'm sure you'll not be awfully surprised to know anyone who's been watching in with this series will know exactly what's coming up here. As you can see, of the 5 races to have ran before today, 4 of which were won by the 788 Bentley. It has been one of, if not the most dominant performances of the last year and a half we've ever seen here on TRTN of any manufacturer. Now, I'd say with sparing exemption to one in such instance, and that's down in GT4, and that's for Chevrolet. But if we're talking just GT3, I don't think any manufacturer on our screens have come along and done it the way that they have with the Bentley. You see here, this is out in 14th place, having re-emerged to the track. Archie Bowen behind the wheel. Charlie Harker tries to get up and around the outside of him. Almost immediately thrown into the onslaught here on the run round the Curva Grande. On with the 313 here. Holds on to his position, though, down towards De La Rogia. Up in front of him there, Kieran Rodd in 4th on a different length of the race today. As you see here for Ian Skeen, navigating around cars on separate lengths. 17th at the moment for the Euro Titans 315. A baptism by fire for Skeen in the Porsche. As you see there, Ben Hart forced to cut the Variante Retafilo. That has become all too common a habit on this grid today. That's what led to the numerous amounts just before the restart and numerous amounts of penalties dished out for track limits violations. Looking here with the 116 chasing down Bowen still on the run round at Ascari. We saw there, narrowly avoiding the walls, was the 313. Big leap there up over the curbs. Getting a look on the replay here. This was cutting around, looking on board of them here from the point of view of Harker up in front of him in the foreground. You see that big leap there, riding on the sort of front lip of the car, off of all four wheels for but a moment there, the 313 Ferrari. So the 116 takes up the helm of 14th so far. The 313, 2.4 seconds away. As for the leading two, that gap is starting to progress here, up past 0.8 of a second, so it's doubled in size from where it was at its most intense not too long ago. 5 minutes before the end of the opening stint of the restart, the 4th stint of this race as it stood. We are rapidly losing our grasp of English, don't you worry. It will be nothing but gibberish past hour 5, don't worry about that. So coming towards the end of the first hour, we'll be taking a look into the grid as it stands at this time. Just around the corner. You see there encountering lap traffic with the 323 guy spruce up in front with Thatch GT. Quickly descending then upon the 323. Given the situation at hand, not the worst place to have encountered lap traffic just upon the exit of Ascari. They've got plenty of space there to move to the right and allow these two to roll on by, and that they do on the run in towards turn 11. You see then, even closer than before, back on board then with the attacking car. Jasarevic tucks into the slipstream, up over Oxman. There could very well be then another side-by-side move here, but the question is, like the ones before, do we see any modicum of success on the run down towards turn 1 and 2 then? The 112, 5-Star Esports Aston Martin of Riyad Jasarevic up the inside through the Variante Retafilo, but with a better exit is going to be the Bentley from the 788. You can see 4 litre against 4 litre, 8 cylinders against 8 cylinders. Ultimately, though, the Bentley just a little more to give upon the exit of Rettifilo through the Curva Grande. Still in the fight for first. You can see they're cut off from an advance around the outside. I do thoroughly agree there. Great racing up over the front. This has been very, very close and quite surprisingly respectful considering the scope of racing today here in Monza. When you leave it to the elements here, these two know how to get things done. I suppose these four, isn't it, with the 2 drivers per car. This is what we missed out on so dearly in Silverstone as well. It was very brief, their encounter, but this is a lot more hands-on between the Bentley and the Aston. I think it was a long time coming before we saw these two reach the same area of the track with each other. And for the fact that they've been able to hold on to this fight for as long as possible, it is quite impressive indeed to see here. Especially for 2 cars that, when you consider what most people view as the sort of meta for ACC, aren't often in the conversation. The Bentley and the Aston Martin are miles up the road of anything you'd consider meta to the average viewer. In an era where most people feared Ford domination or McLaren domination, or for that matter Ferrari domination, when they all arrived in and around the same region of time, but we see here that you really can't beat the classics as it stands, and 2018 was somewhat of the golden recipe for some of these GT3 cars, 2018 to 2019 if you want to be pedantic, but on the run in towards the Variante Rettifilo, the Aston Martin and the Bentley off in their own little world here, and it has been a fantastic scope of racing in the opening hour. Taking a look at the grid as it stands, we see Rafael Bayer into the pit lane at the end of the first hour on the restart with an hour and 59 minutes left to go, crossing off into that second hour proper. We see the continued fight up at the race lead. So as it stands, Florian Oxman in the lead. Very close fighting from Riyad Yasurevich. So take of it what you will, whether or not it was controversial or fair to restart the race in this scope. It has given us redemption to what should have been the start for these two all along. As things got very sour down through turn 1 and 2 on the original run of things, I think for these two, they'll be breathing sighs of relief knowing that this happened, because they get the opportunity now to be in their own world, to fight as it should be in their minds. Third place then was Rafael Bayer. Taking a look around the field then, we see that Kieran Rudd advances up to third place. We see Zen Vitas in the pit lane, but misses his pit box, has to put it in reverse and bring the car back about 6 inches there to the line so that he can start the refueling process. Kyle Williams will advance up then to 4th ahead of Bayer, who's just on his run out of the pits. We'll see the full update of that in a moment's time. It could be some position gains here for George Todd and Giovanni Badiali in the 120 car. And that's been really the trade-off here, where the leading pair have had the start they wanted. The 120 has had the start they didn't. And that's often the compromise one meets in a restart. It is indiscriminate. And that's ultimately what makes it so controversial in most people's minds. I think this is the kind of reality you have to face, though, is, as mentioned before, restarts don't discriminate. If, you know, you feel as if it's the case where they should have had the opportunity to fight there, as we see going around the outside is Yasurevich, now up into the lead, but by how much longer can he hope to hold it towards the end of the first stint? When having the conversation earlier with a few people and explaining a few points there surrounding the restart of the race, as we see there, going around the outside at the Curva Grande, looking up the inside at the Variante della Roggia. Couldn't find any ground of it that time around, but hanging very, very close on to the Aston Martin. So we'll stay back on board with these two on the run in towards the Curva de Lesmo. Looking up the inside goes the Bentley on the Aston. These two super, super close there, but millimetres stood between them on the run through turn 6, now to turn 7. Looking here on the external cameras, you can see how close it is there. You could physically stick your hand out of the window and push the other car. It is super, super close here. Borderline touring car level stuff between these two, and it is a real treat. So I said it earlier, you know, it looked like banger racing at one point, but I think now we've got the world's most expensive form of touring car. It is super close between these two. Fantastic stuff. As retaking the lead goes Oxman. Gives the hazard lights there over to Yasurevich. I don't know whether or not maybe he was apologising for being a bit too assertive. Oh, the gentleman then between these two then. Yeah, I've explained this analogy before, but it's often like when you watch drivers like these fight, it's often like watching two British people squeeze through a very tight door. It's always all, you first. No, you first, I insist. No, you first, please do. These two
perhaps being a little too courteous to one another. Nonetheless, they have shared in some spectacular racing today. Make no mistake of that. So close for pace. So close for position. Maybe it comes with the territory of driving for Bentley and Aston Martin is to act a little bit more gentlemanly. Who knows? Who knows? 1 hour, 56 minutes left to go then here in the 6 hours of Monza. It's been a bit of a fuzzy middle of the race, but I'm hoping then that things wrap up nice, neat and tidy for the end of this round, moving forward into the 4 hours of Suzuka and the next round coming up later on in, I believe, March here, looking at the calendar. Yes, on the 7th of March, 2026. Do see as well, in the meantime, there is the pickup of a potential fight for 5th place. As we see here with these two, down through the second of the two Lesmos. Kieran Rodd is into the pit lane at this time. 112 still pursuing the 788. We do see here was momentarily the concept of that fight. We see it's actually much closer for 6th here between Dario Piccianello and Ben Hart. Running through the same section of the track there, down through the Variante Ascari. We also see in the chat as well, and I failed to pick up on this earlier on, but we do see in the chat there is Luke Wilson. Curious as to why maybe perhaps we couldn't see you on track today if you have a moment. Very curious stuff indeed. Of course, looking forward to seeing whenever that return is. Of course, there was also the suggestion for some time he might be rejoining the Sunday League grid. Of course, won't hold that to him as he already explained well in advance that it's going to be closer to something on grounds of a part-time drive due to availabilities. We see then more side-by-side action with Kieran Rodd emerging from the pit lane. Now a lap down from these two. Yeah, totally understandable there, Wilson. To be fair, I probably should have thought of that first. As evidenced by the fact that we're doing 6-hour commentaries in the evening, you can guarantee that my Valentine's Day was full of nothing constituting that. But hey-ho, you know, this is what we love to do. And, you know, you do what you love and you'll never work another day in your life. That's how the saying goes. Christian the Pace suggesting maybe my 26 subs DC'd multiple cards. Maybe not, maybe not. You'd hope not. You'd hope not. I'm still at a loss for that one. I mean, 26 subs, man. Thank you. I appreciate that. It comes still as quite a shock from my point of view whenever we get interactions in the middle of stream. I think it comes from the fact that I still don't really know how to respond to criticism, not criticism, sorry, to compliments, I should say, or any kind of reward for that matter during the stream. I only know how to do commentary. I don't know how to be a Twitch streamer. I mentioned this before, so if I ever at all seem quite flustered about it, know that it's not me trying to be awkward about that. It still always just comes as a surprise. We do see though, anchoring into the pit lane comes the race leaders, and I think that was sort of brought on there. You saw the hints toward it when the 788 started pitching in quite roughly through turn 11. Was that perhaps always going to be the case? And he's just got onto the brakes a little bit later and the back end's turned with him? Or was that a case where, okay, I can feel the car turning around a little too excessively. The back end's getting loose, time to come into the pits. So into the pits goes Florian Oxman and Riyad Yasarevic. Leading duo then, Bentley and Aston Martin. For Sander Verstappen does stand upon the chances then to potentially advance for position. We'll have a look, though, with these two. Actually, no, they're a full lap up and ahead. I mean, my word. How on earth do they forge out a gap of that magnitude in the span of an hour? An hour and 8 minutes, for that matter.
Looking around the field then, in the absence of that front-running fight to see where some of the other may be coming from, we see Niels Basler versus Liam Mutz. That's for 11th on the field. 9/10 of a second between the pair at this time. We can see a big wad of cars there up towards the exit of De La Rogia. We see Kyle Williams making progress back up through the top 10. The 789 ran into trouble earlier on in the restart today, and now finding his way up towards the quarters of 8th place there, hunting down the number 9 of Sebastian Plotnik with Race Vision Motorsport. You see then with the 789. Dario Piccinello into the pit lane at this time with Delave Maria. We'll stay on board here with the scope of things from Williams' point of view, continuing to hunt down Plotnik as he gains a few positions there in the 789. Albeit, I think we've... trouble there in through to turn 1. Forced to take the run off. Allows the other Ferrari back out in front, rightfully so. Well handled. We'll leave you with the 789 for just a moment. So still on board then with Kyle Williams. Of course, first time we saw these two was at the start towards qualifying way back when now. This would have been coming up on about 5, maybe nearly even 6 hours ago in this broadcast. They were the first into the fray, the 789 of Gianluca Zamponi and Kyle Williams. Now they find themselves currently in the plot of 6th, hunting down 5th, but under strategy we'll see where they land later down the line. And the scope of things up front, taking a look back over to our leading pair, we do find things a lot more distant than we last saw them. 3.5 seconds separate Nat Bennett from Carlos Disch on their way down towards turn 1 and 2. And now their teammates taking up the helm after what was a fantastic stint in the opening of the restart by Jasarevich and Oxman. We now see Bennett and Disch get behind the wheel and things massively separate in the time since. 3.6 was momentarily 3.7 seconds as that Bentley properly kicked off into that second stint of the restart. We see here for Giovanni Badiali, the number 120, hunting down Kyle Williams. So he's got a chance here of 6th place. Moreover, you can see in front of him is Sebastian Plotnik. So there is redemption still on the cards here for the 120. Of course, before the server outages, they were in the scope of leading in this race.
they can still bring this one to a top 5. And I imagine if they hold on to the cards then in towards the next round, at round 7 of the championship at the 4 Hours of Suzuka, there is ample chance yet to see that 120 back into the lead of things. We see, though, up in front now becomes the third element in this ongoing fight for 5th place. 3/10 separate 5th and 6th. 6/10 separate 6th and 7th. And they run around the Curva Grande. In towards Della Rosia. McLaren versus Ferrari. Getting closer and closer and closer then to Plotnik. The 789 now out behind. So you see here for Badiali, 1 position already up. Out past Ascari, then out through Parabolica. Could it be 2 on the run in towards the line here? Tucks back in behind Plotnik. Glues there to the back end of the Race Vision car. Then later onto the brakes from around the outside. It was a dangerous move to be made, but those who dare win, and in the case here, up to 5th place, goes Giovanni Badiali. Not his first rodeo at this track. No doubt. So you see for the 1-1-2. And we have joining us in chat there, Fake Galaxy, otherwise known as Riyad Yasarevich, saying, I'm done for today, bathing in sweat. I mean, with anything we've seen in those last couple of stints, every right for the rest today here. I mean, that was rather impeccable stuff in that 1-1-2. And definitely through hell and back there in the 2 stints of this, or 2 major portions of this race. A very bizarre chronicle here where it's been sort of stitched back together amidst ruin. And it does look to be on the cards here for that 1-1-2 to finish upon the podium in 1 hour and 43 minutes time. So with every hope there, I mean, done more than enough in that time. So that effectively confirms to us that executive control of the 1-1-2 has been handed over then to Carlos Disch for the foreseeable future of this race. He'll be double stinting over to the checkered flag, perhaps even triple stinting by that metric. You see them for Badiali, having cleared himself ahead of Plotnik and Williams. Those two now chasing each other for 6th on the field as the Ferrari continues to peel away. The number 120 back in to the top 5 onto the redemption drive before the checkered flag today. Brooklyn Donkin 27 seconds up the field ahead. A long mark to reach here, but not impossible. Meanwhile, looking from behind, Plotnik v Williams starting to emerge here as the new big fight on the field. So you see then Kyle Williams looking to go the long way up and around Sebastian Plotnik. So this is the ongoing fight for 6th place on the field. Watching here with the Race Vision Motorsports car number 9. So you see slowly closing the gap off over the 789. Forces him back in behind before we get down towards Della Rosia. If he couldn't guarantee position alongside, he was never going to go for the lunge down into it, as it was a one-way trip into an incident, as we have seen before with other drivers. In towards the Curva de Lesmo, turn 6 then. Holding on to position, knowing that the McLaren is slowly eating away at his times here. Sebastian Plotnik completely lasered in then on the objective at hand to hold 6th by any means necessary. Getting closer and closer then to that halfway mark of the restart. 3/4 of a way through the total race length, mind you. I imagine this
like a few rounds before, it's going to go down as a rather controversial footnote in the history of this series. But simply, this acts as a cautionary tale for less of what race control is capable of, because they were forced into a situation they'd rather not be in and were forced to make a decision that ultimately no one was going to agree with regardless. But I'd say this is also just a warning to the current state of G-Portal again. It's at its old ways. This is, you know, we've had the dark ages of it before. We've had it to where endurance racing effectively became a null point. And these things sort of comes in waves. We see now looking up the inside, the 789. He's got the room for it, so he can commit to the lunge down towards Retafilo. So you see there for Kyle Williams, goes a long way around at the second part of Retafilo, up and around Plotnik. Now Plotnik forced in behind. With the better of the two exits, the 789 solidifies hold of 6th place for the time being. We'll see what the fight back chances are then for Race Vision Motorsport. Down through to De La Rosia. Into the pit lane at this time comes the 315 we've just seen there on radar. That presently is the Porsche from Euro Titans that's got to check on board with them at this time. Taking a look into the pits goes Ian Skeen, likely to hand over then to Willow Taylor. We also see an emerging fight here, Fazzy Binks versus Charlie Harker. This is for 10th on the field. 5-star McLaren versus exclusive BMW. Whilst we've been following closely, yes, with the fight of 6th place, we are starting to see other fights form up around them. Watching with Plotnik v Williams, again, as they go barreling down through the Curva Parabolica. We also see here the emergence of another fight, the 115 versus the number 5. That being Noah Haggard versus Michael Picconi. That currently stands at this time for 14th on the field. So 14th, and looking at it there, 10th. As we've seen recent change of position, a dramatic one at that. As we see Charlie Harker drop away from Fazzy Binks. As a matter of fact, drops in behind Sando Vesteja down to 12th place. We see now Haggard behind Picconi on the run through Ascari. Meanwhile, in the scope of things up front, it is a broadly different state of affairs now that they've handed over to their teammates. Nat Bennett put 6.8 seconds up over Carlos Dish. Still holds on to that fastest lap courtesy of the stint before by Riyad Yasarevich, but the 112 stuck in second there. Too far up the road to be challenged at this time by the number 28 of Lucas Milch and Rafael Bayer of Black Nitro Racing, who at this time look to take the Privateers win here in round 6 of the championship, much to the chagrin of Tempest Motorsports, who after a protest against the idea of the restart withdrew from the race. And of course we'll leave it at that. We're not going to have comment on any of that at this time. The drivers are within their rights to do what it is they please. But the bottom line of it now is that the Black Nitro Racing car, the number 28, newest in the fleet, mind you, as the 69 is now defunct. That was the Mustang we saw earlier on in the season. This is the newest addition, the replacement, effectively, of the 69, being the 28. So you see here, trying to navigate through traffic. This is Picconi up in front. Behind them is, at this time, looking on board the BMW of Noah Haggard. Down through the Curva de Lesmo. Meanwhile, quickly looking back in, Plotnik v Williams. As that quickly starts to dissipate now. Williams carrying more and more momentum each time now, and he's forming more and more of a gap up over the Ferrari of Sebastian Plotnik. Meanwhile, in the fight for Harker v Binks, it now becomes Harker v Vesteja. See behind them the lapping cars, then the 788 and the 112. The gap now up at 7.3 seconds. So that is building up at a fast rate of knots between the 788 and the 112. Also worth taking note of this, and this was technical advisory from one of the Euro Titans cars, warning over the 115 potentially having faulty brakes. Now, I'm just curious to see. They said it was flashing down the straights. Now, we know a common symptom of this. Anyone with the Logitech series of wheels, the G series, so G29, G920, G923, you'll know that they have really poor dust protection on the Hall effect sensors. What does that mean? It means you end up with brake blipping like this, where they're not actually holding the brakes, but it's still registering as an input because there's so much dust that's caught in over the sensors that it's now tripping them to maybe 1 or 2%. We're seeing that at this time in small amounts for Haggard. See down through the curve of the Saraglio, whether or not we get a few blips there over the tail lights on the BMW. So whether or not are we seeing blips down the straight, then it was something that we were advised of. We're taking a look into it ourselves just as out of curiosity at this time. Yeah, you can see there is blips upon the brakes. So it's not intentional. You can tell it's not intentional because he's not deliberately pressing the brakes. He's not slowing the car down enough, but it's maybe 1 or 2%. You'll notice it in the long run, but from behind the wheel, you're not really paying an awful lot of attention to the braking inputs at the time. So that slipped under the radar for the longest time. So then coming up on the halfway mark, taking a look at the grid at large at the moment, Nat Bennett leads ahead of Carlos Deesh in second, Lucas Milch in third place ahead of Brooklyn Donkin in fourth, Kyle Williams up into fifth ahead of Giovanni Battiali, down to sixth, a big trouble for him there upon the exit of turn 10. Loses out position behind Sebastian Plotnik down to seventh, then Plotnik up to sixth. Liam Mutz in 8th place ahead of Niels Baslier. Close fighting to be had between these two, but currently by looks of it, sandwiched in between them is the 315. That at this time being driven by Willow Taylor. 10th place at this time for Fazzy Binks ahead of Sander Verstekker. In 11th place, Charlie Harker in 12th with Archie Bowen in 13th. Michael Picconi in 14th. Noah Haggard in 15th ahead of Gay Spruce in 16th ahead of Willow Taylor. 17th, Sergio Belda 18th. And there we see the sort of soft DNFs of the grid there being MSR and 5-Star Esports number 113. That being Max Fust and Jorbert van Herle. Slowly losing control of my voice here. Starting to worry a little bit about that. Did not expect to be flat out like this whenever action was happening for this long. I may very well need to locate a cough drop of some variety, or maybe a soother, because it's getting a little bit frayed here. In fact, whilst we've got the opportunity between major battles here, let's go to catch on board with some of the nearest fighting on track, and we'll be back with you in a moment's time. On board with Badiali then. We're just going to go quickly find ourselves a drink. It's slowly losing my ability to speak here, and that's not good for anyone.
So still on board then with the Malwa Racing number 120 as we catch a glimpse here into what is ongoing, that fight of sixth. Now we see its fracture point between Plotnik and Badiali. Badiali up the inside on the run through the curve of Delesmo at turn 6. So we see then 0.2 of a second now up and ahead over the Race Vision Ferrari, the 120, making slow but eventual ground back into the top 5. An hour and a half left to go here in Monza. Looking up and around the field, we see Archie Bowen in 12th place at the moment, stuck in behind the leading pair, still hunting down Sander Verstecke, 5.2 seconds up the field at this time, coming up to the halfway mark here of round 6. We heard the sound of someone collecting a rather significant chunk of dust there, and I believe that to have been the number 116. Great race so far besides the Server DC. Yeah, I'm inclined to agree there, Zenexi. I think it has been an interesting race, I think is a good word for it. I think I definitely do have a habit of overusing the word interesting, but looking into it, I mean, what other races have been like this? Not many in this championship. Of course, there's been restarts. They've been botched restarts as well. I mean, we had Zolder, for example, but I think Monza still does provide us with a very unique scope of things because it seems to be the one area in endurance racing where all bets are off and the gloves come off with them, and we get to see probably some of the most boisterous racing from a group of professionals over the course of a championship. And it really, it's a test of faith to exist upon this track in this series, in any series for that matter. They do say, you know, and we've said as well, that Monza features possibly the most feared stretch of FIA Grade 1, the most feared turn 1 of any track, the Variante Rettifilo. And having seen both starts of today's race, the original start and then the restart, I'm inclined to agree with such superstition. Seeing here with Kyle Williams in the top 5 at this time. So at the dead-on halfway mark just a moment ago, you see the grid once again. Some of the changes we've seen since our last review of the grid has been Badiali up to 6th. Nearest fights on track at this time. Far and few between here, but taking a look at the closer gaps, we are seeing the potential build-up into action between Mutz and Basilia. Same story applies there for Plotnik v Badiali, but again, the strike-back chances aren't looking particularly likely until into the next stint of racing for those two. For Badiali, he is gaining ground slowly but surely onto Williams. So it's going to be curious to see how those two go head-to-head in the next hour and 28 minutes. So we see here up in 4th. Current scope of things for Brooklyn Donkin and Kieran Rodd. So as it stands then, 1 hour 27 left to go. Exclusive gunning for another victory. This will be, should they cross the checkered flag first among the fray here for the 788, that'll be its 5th victory as an individual machine. That'll be, as the scope of it currently runs, Exclusive Esports' 6th consecutive win this season. I mean, they have absolutely powerhoused this series. They had a real dominant streak in Season 1's latter half where they went back-to-back for victories on a multitude of occasions, going on to then take the championship in the 788. At the time was, if memory serves correct, a McLaren. So the ambitious decision to transfer that over to the Bentley and then do it all over again. So far undefeated this season as a team for the 788, only gone 1 race without a race win.
does serve as a rather impressive remark, to say the least. I mean, hats off 100% there. That is undeniable what they've been able to do with that car, with that team, with that group for that matter. And something that I picked up on when sort of studying what was the recipe for success off of just how they've conducted things as a team is a case as well, at least one of the points. They have a very modular approach to drivers in specific cars. You'll note that Fazzy Binks today is in that 787 up in front of the 788. He normally drives in the 788, but it ends up being a case where if I had to imagine and try to pick apart how do they go about putting drivers in cars, they review it on a case-by-case basis. Okay, we know that Binks is better in the BMW at Monza. Put him in the BMW. They have a sizable enough talent pool to be able to mix and match basically custom lineups. And since we do permit driver swapping in this championship, they're able to do that, and there's nothing wrong with them doing that. They have the best team for the job every single race. And I think sort of paraphrasing something I've just heard there, which is definitely quite a cool remark, I would say, from LeBay in chat. I think definitely what a lot of what they've been doing here is now fuel for the would-be challengers of this championship. It is a fuel upon the fire by which the 788 now sits in. Of course, we've seen before Herculean efforts overthrown, toe-to-toe with sort of giants of their respective area. And I think one day you will see new champions among the fray, but we sit amongst an era in this championship of XCL-led dominance. And sooner or later, one will rise to meet that challenge. It is only fate that guides their hand at that. I mean, look at real-life examples. In an era of Mercedes domination, it took years for Red Bull to wind up to their 2021 run. And then they became the thing they were hunting. And then it was McLaren to have done the same in the last year. Ultimately, this kind of dominance leads to more dominant drives thereafter. The bar continues to raise with every gradual step. And I do fear for what is possible to go up and ahead of that 788. As we are truly breaching the ceiling here for what is capable of these drivers in these cars in this game. One hour then, 23 minutes, 40 seconds left to go. In the pit lane then goes the 3-2-3 guy, Spruce the Thatch GT in the pits at this time. We do see advancing closer and closer, but as we just caught on there, was an issue for Giovanni Battiali. Now drops in behind Sebastian Plotnik. Bear in mind, before that point was hunting down Kyle Williams from 5th place. It's NXT asking how many teams have started the race today. I don't have the specific number of teams, but I do have the number of cars. And starting the race earlier on today was, if I'm not mistaken, 26 or 27 vehicles starting the race. And ultimately has now dropped down to what is currently remaining in the stead of 17 cars. And now you can make the assertion the majority of them logged out after the restart came into effect. Not everyone was willing to abide by that. And to each their own, they've their rights to do that. It's their points they risk. As we see here, the ongoing fight with Battiali v Plotnik. We're back on board then with the fight between these two. Once again, getting on board with the Ferraris. Battiali pursuing then. Out through Ascari, better of the two runs, who's got the slipstream here, tucking to the outside. The number 9 holds the inside. 3:15. That's Willow Taylor picks up a drive-through penalty by which to serve in the next 3 laps. I believe that for track limits violations. Meanwhile, we see they're up into 6th place. Goes Giovanni Badiali over and ahead of Sebastian Plotnik past the curve at a Parabolica. We see there Gay Spruce emerging from the pit lane in the 323, heading down towards the Variante Rettifilo. Now up to 6th goes the 120, back onto the charge. We're so close to his chances there for a top 5 charge, and ultimately down here at Rettifilo, did that all come apart a few laps ago, but now back into the stead of things for 6th, continuing that charge 4th. 8.5 seconds from Kyle Williams in 5th. Meanwhile, the 315 is into the pit lane. We're on here with the 313. Bowen and Meredith. Very close cut to the cameras there. It's almost like they know they're being watched. So we see here a progressing fight. This is for 8th on the field. Liam Mutz versus Niels Baslier. Getting a look on here with the 1-2-3. Hunting down the McLaren. So you see now, Ghost Bruce drops in over the nose of Baslier. The hopes then that his teammate will get shot of the situation as soon as possible here, or whether or not he'll give him some slipstream up towards the McLaren. We'll see what's the priority here. It's the former over the latter. Liam Mutz now 1.5 seconds up the field. The AXRL heat car gunning for a top 10 finish today, currently holds on at 8th position on the run into the last hour of racing, set to follow 19.5 minutes from now. The next heat saying, remind me there's one drop round this season. Well, having a look into that, yes, I believe that is the case here. So looking into the regulations for Season 2, yeah, that is definitely the case. We do have a drop round at this time. And that was for situations such as these. So having a look there at the standings... do just bear with us. We are double checking all of that. Make sure that that is the result as it should be. Actually, you will have to bear with us. You will have to bear with us because I'm not actually sure that's 100% the case. Give me a second. Actually, I don't believe there is... Oh, yeah, no, hang on. Yeah, 2 rounds in the season per team. Yeah, sorry, I genuinely threw blank there trying to figure out what the regs were saying. Yeah, my apologies. If it's not at all obvious, we're now having a look here. 5 hours, 36 minutes and 9 seconds into this broadcast. My brain is genuinely shutting down. I'm losing my higher brain functions. And as I mentioned before, we're about 17 minutes at the cut-off point for me being able to speak English. So I hope you like the sound of gibberish, because that's what you're getting. Oh, God. Game might be very well and truly gone. Well, still on board then with the fight for 8th, but as it progresses up past a 2.5 seconds and stays there, the chances then for Fats GT Esports to continue to hunt down AXRL is starting to slim out. So looking around the field for where the nearby fights may still be as we cut away from that fight of 8th place. Looking back in with the scope of the grid, in their current tenure of this stint, Bennett has now opened up 10.5, just north of 10.5, nearly 11 seconds over Carlos Disch in the number 112 behind. The 788 gunning then for its 5th victory this season. Meanwhile, just analysing the scope of things here between the Ferrari and the McLaren, previously occupying that fight of 5th, the 789 still holds ample ground up over Giovanni Badiali with Malwar Racing Ferrari. Their most recent move was to get back and ahead of Sebastian Plotnik with Race Vision Motorsports in the number 9 behind. 8.2 actually growing beneath 8.2 for a moment as it updates there. Honestly, no idea what the telemetry is doing at this point. A lot of commentary work is predictive. It is trying to call things well in advance. That's what we try to do. We try to piece together information to give an educated understanding of what it is we do and what could happen in this race. And I don't know what's going on because the numbers keep changing. Well, that is a pain. A real pain indeed. 7.8 seconds at the last interval there. Advances up to 8.1 down through the Variante della Roggia. As we see between Badiali and Williams at this time at the back. The top 5 onto that 3rd row proper. And the concept of a fight for 9th place, I would say it's definitely on the cards here. 5 seconds between Niels Bassler and Fazzy Binks. 787 against the 123. Do you have access to the fastest lap by chance, asks Zenex Yi. I believe it is over in the court of the 112 still at this time. A 147.910 was set by Riyad Yasarevic earlier on in this leg of the race. Now, in terms of the overall fastest lap, well, we'll have to go back and look through all the footage to give a more precise answer on that, and we'll have that for you over in Suzuka, the next round of the championship on the 7th of March. As we see at the moment, fastest in this leg of the race, and I say that because this has been split down the middle. We had to run another 3 hours of the race after a disconnect halfway through. And the current stint of it has it 147.910 from Aston Martin's Carlos Disch and Riyad Yasarevic. Yasarevic particularly setting that time. Yeah, I agree with the statement there in chat from 5-Star Jupiter. That was his official stance on the matter in regards to the decision by race control. Now, there were, I'd say, more jokes than anything. Claims of, you know, the sort of tongue-in-cheek jokes of race fixing. I don't think that stands up in reality. The only person getting paid, as mentioned there, is me. And that is, well, half truth. The only other person getting paid to run these operations is one of our server managers. So it's a case where neither of us would be involved in race fixing. And I'm not even going to humour the idea that that would even be on the table. It's nothing more to me than jokes. Nothing more to me than jokes. Who would race fix in an ACC lobby? Really? And who stands to gain anything off of that? It's not like we get paid to win. This isn't like a paid entry series. I could understand it on that front. And Lord knows there have been countless accusations in other series. And I won't care to name any. But not here. I couldn't see it being here. So I agree with what Race Control's saying, and I agree with that statement as well. From my personal standpoint, I think most of those only really ever appear as jokes. There's no actual substantial claims of something like that. And I think to humour it beyond just a passive-aggressive joke it's just going to drive you nuts. I'm going to be completely honest, it will drive you mad trying to actually try and prove that. We see here, Nat Bennett now getting up and around, by the looks of it here, trying to lap past Niels Bassler, the 1-2-3 Fats GT Ferrari. So I suppose, again, whilst we have the opportunity to speak on current affairs in the midst of a lack of close fighting on the field at this time, drivers spread out amongst themselves before we get into that final hour, just to pick back up really on that topic we spoke of a few hours ago in regards to the F1 pre-season testing, namely on the fact that the 2026 cars do not look that particularly fun to drive. Now, there were some rather fiery words from the drivers on the run in towards the end of pre-season testing. Max Verstappen said and claimed that it felt like Formula E on steroids, of which Formula E jokingly hit back with invitations for him to join Cupra Kiro. There was also the claim back from Lando Norris that, well, Max can make these claims, but he's not forced to be here. He can retire if he wants. So things are already getting a bit spicy before the season's even started. And let's be completely honest with ourselves. If you've seen any of the footage of the cars, you'd be worried too about F1 2026 because those cars look hysterically bad to drive. I mean, we're looking at 2014 early turbo hybrid era jank we're seeing there, and it does not look fun at all. The cars, I mean, they're locking up, they're oversteering, they're understeering, they can't make head or tail from it. Aston Martin have been chasing themselves blind trying to make the car work, and they're 4.6 seconds off. I mean, how on earth did these regulations get greenlit? And I want to point this out, how Formula 1 can continue to eat its tail whilst the World Rally Championship and the World Endurance Championship go through some of the best technical refurbishments of the last 10 years. Now, I'll admit, it took some serious coercion to get them to this point, and it really took some brute forcing of both driver and fan opinion to get them into that frame, but trusting the process was more than enough, because looking in WEC, we are going through what is now arguably the most prosperous era to be a manufacturer in the history of the Le Mans prototype. In the World Rally Championship, we are undergoing reforms of some of the greatest technical revamps coming up into 2027 that is going to give the top end of the sport the most open-ended playing field we've seen since the World Rally car replaced Group B at the turn of the millennium. But somehow, in all of this, in 20 years, Formula 1 can't stop losing. I don't understand, especially in the last 5 years, how it's been able to get this bad. Look at the 2021 cars. Look at how much power they can put down range. Look at how much grip they were able to produce. And then 5 years later, we are now in a, almost, and a lot of drivers have been saying it, we're coming up into glorified GP2. It's laughable, the new regulations. I have no idea, from my personal standpoint, how such a thing could be created. It screams innovation for the sake of innovation. And ironically still, sports that are innovating have been able to do so in ways that are nowhere near as intrusive to the ethos of racing, but Formula 1 continues to fail. So still on board at this time then with Sebastian Plotnik. 7th on the field at the moment. Giovanni Badiali 6.9 seconds up range. As we see they're approaching from behind. Nat Bennett looking to lap out past the number 9 at this time. Through the curve of Delesmo they go. Coming up on that last hour then, after that miniature tirade about Formula 1 regulations. I felt like I had to get that one out of the system at this time. Evidently the dog agrees. But looking into things now, at the current scope of things, approaching that last hour of racing. Do just give me a moment. Apologies there on the interruption. Looking at the current scope of things coming up into the end of the second hour, onto the advent of the last hour of racing here, and what has been a bit of a muddled round here at the 6 hours of Monza, but nonetheless the race must go on and the race must
finish. Taking a look then, Nat Bennett leads the charge with the number 788, Carlos Tishin, Riyad Yasoevich second with Aston Martin and 5-Star Esports. Lucas Milch in third with Black Nitro Racing, leading the charge for the Privateers wing then in the number 28 Lamborghini. Brooklyn Donkin in fourth place and Kyle Williams in fifth. Giovanni Badiali in sixth ahead of Sebastian Plotnik in seventh, who's about to be lapped there by the leading number 788 as we see heading round the Variante Retafilo. Liam Mutz behind them in eighth, close behind there. We're about to see a fight for eighth place. Niels Baslier pursuing from ninth on the field. Sander Verstecker, his teammate at Fats GT, in 10th place at this time. Michael Picconi in 11th, and then Will Friedman in 12th. Noah Haggard 13th. Willow Taylor in 14th ahead of Ben Meredith in 15th. Gage Bruce in 16th and Sergio Belda in 17th to make the last of the currently functioning cars on this grid. Getting a look on board then with the upcoming fight for 8th place, on with Niels Baslier pursuing Liam Mutz. And literally as I start to speak, that dog kicks off again. Wow, great timing. Looking here with Basilic still chasing from Mutz, 1.1 seconds between the two in that continued fight of 8th place down through the Variante Retafilo. Number 3 continues to charge from 8th on the field. Currently no motion from the pit lane as it stands right now, coming up into that last available window for pit stops before the checkered flag today here in Monza. Leave you on board with these two as we see up in front there look like a little bit of trouble, so it appears, for Sebastian Plotnik. So we'll go and catch on board with Liam Mutz. Oh, hang on a moment. If you're suggesting what I think you're suggesting there, Lepe, I don't do that. Ready for 30 sub gift test now to see if the servers will resist. I like the running theory that gift subs in large amounts leads to the server shutting down. No, it doesn't do that, of course, but I quite like the theory of, to be fair, it is quite funny. We'll catch on board then in this time with Liam Mutz. We see just briefly here some trouble for Willow Taylor, very nearly onto the gravel on the exit of the Curva Grande. On board then with Liam Mutz, and what could very well now progress to be the fight of 7th place. 0.8 of a second in front is Sebastian Plotnik with Race Vision Motorsports. On board then with the AXRL heat number 3. Still on board then with the AXRL heat cars. It starts to draw in even closer to the back end of the number 9 in that ongoing fight for 7th. So far, one of the closest fights on the field here, coming up into the last hour of racing at Monza.
Having dropped away a little bit of a gap there, Niels Bassler in the 1-2-3. Bear in mind, he's caught just out of the slipstream generated by these two. So they found themselves in their own little world on the run out through Ascari, with the 1-2-3 lagging behind, unable to capitalise. Down the opening straight then on the run in towards turn 1 and 2. The Variante Retafilo going around the outside later onto the brakes there for the number 3. Going up and around Plotnik. Now up to 7th goes Liam Mutz. Great move there by AXRL Heat. You will have to forgive me for the long pauses between any kind of talking there. I am actively having my dinner. It has been a case where we've been live for so long, I've not had anything to eat. It has been that dire, but nonetheless, of course, we've done this before, but I felt the need to explain this time around. 5 hours, 52 minutes, 50 seconds into the broadcast, by the way. An hour coming up, though, left to go. Wishful Winning's asking, are you tired yet? Absolutely. Absolutely. Of course. But of course, you know, we knew what we were getting ourselves into in today's broadcast. Now, as we drop into the last hour, we can take a look at the current standings again. Bear in mind, already having come into the pits, as we see here, the beginning of a massive flurry of drivers in towards the pit lane. So we see here, Kyle Williams, Niels Bassler stays out, actually, as it stands there. And we saw into the pit lane went Liam Mutz and Sebastian Plotnik. Also into the pits goes Noah Haggard. No Wishful Winnings, you didn't wake me up. You didn't wake me up. Oh god, I think the day I fall asleep on stream is the day I gotta hang up the microphone. I think that's when the game's truly gone, isn't it? That's why we've yet to agree to do any 24-hour streams. I think that's one of the leading reasons. Years ago, I think I did a 24-hour charity stream, and genuinely, I think I went to sleep about 17 or 18 hours in. Also into the pits then goes Lucas Milch with Black Nitro Racing. Still no movement yet from the front row, so a curious case here. Of course, we know already from statements issued before by Jasarevich that Deesh will stay in the car, as far as we know, for that last stint coming up. No word yet as to whether or not that Oxman will get back behind the wheel. You see, though, for Milch, is it going to be a case that Bayer gets back behind the wheel for the last 58 minutes of racing here in Monza to bring Black Nitro Racing to their first ever privateers win? As we see there, more gifted subs coming in from Christian LeBay. Another 5, so that brings the current tally, including his own resubscription, up to, what has that now been, 31. My word. I mean, thank you again. We've never received this many subs in one stream alone, ever. So back out on track goes Lucas Milch. We'll come to check here to see, back behind the wheel, is it a case that Bayer is back behind the wheel? No current indication and too far away to be able to check the LED monitors ourselves. You do see, though, BAY. I can see that just a little bit off in the distance there. But yes, I believe that is, yes, Raphael Bayer back behind the wheel with 57 minutes left to go. Rejoins the field. So it appears at this time in 5th, just up over the nose there of Niels Bassler in 6th. Currently, the race leader's too far away from the pit lane to get any accurate gauge of when we'll expect them next in, but we do see now emerging is the fight for 5th place. Still yet to have pitted them. We also see is Badiali, Donkin, Deesh and Bennett. 56.5 minutes left to go then. It has been a very bizarre day then for the 120, the newest addition to the Maloir Racing fleet, momentarily led here in Monza before the server disconnect. And on the current tracks then to return to the top 5 by the end of the race. How many cars did we start with? What, before the restart or before the actual race? Because I'm pretty sure it was in the ballpark of 27, 28 cars. Down towards the line then, Badiali. 55 minutes left to go. We also see emerging here a fight between Gianluca Zamponi and Michael Picconi. The 789 versus the number 5. You see here Zamponi v Picconi. Say that 5 times fast. On the run through the Varianti Ascari. 0.7 of a second and growing. You can see the McLaren, though, has really picked up into this stint now. Building upon that gap. 0.8 of a second down towards turn 11. We go at the curve of Parabolica. Niels Bassler into the pit lane in the meantime. So for Zamponi, this is very likely on the cards here. Into 7th place, as we see. Almost suggesting a run into the pit lane themselves, Michael Picconi. In that last lap there, separate by just shy of 0.3 of a second. So you see here for the leading Bentley, 4.5 minutes thereabouts separates the maximum cut-off time for most of these stints. We'll see whether or not they come in that time or if they've been interweaving strategy on this second part of the race. Currently yet to see them down towards the line then. Out and around turn 11 we go then. Does the 788 consider an option to the pit lane? Not this time around. They stay out. Looking then back into Zamponi v Picconi. That did fluctuate in and around 0.8 for a little while there, but you can start to see it build out past towards a second and then north there in of a second. So he'll be cut off from the chances of slipstream pretty close from now, by the way things stand at this time. Looking back in behind, though, we see even more gifted subs coming in from Christian Lebet. I mean, how many is this now? So 36. 36 gifted subs, man. I mean, I don't know how to react anymore. It's genuinely alarming how many subs we're getting. Bear in mind, I want to point this out earlier on in the stream. We're at Hype Train level 3 right now. We've come off of a Hype Train level 6 and back into a Hype Train level 3. I am flabbergasted. My word. Thank you very much. We see coming out of the pit lane then George Todd in the 120. Question is, though, has that passed back over to... Yes, no, it is George Todd behind the wheel, so we know that definitively. There's not been an exchange back to Badiali. The 120 currently 6th, actually 7th, so it appears there. As you can see, the telemetry on the left-hand side is on a little bit of a fever dream. 6th, and then 7th, and then 6th again. Makes sense of that. Oh, hang on a tick there. Oh, worried for a second there. Worried for a second there. I did not like that. There was a sudden disconnect out there for the 120, but not like fully. It was just where they cut our camera access off for a second. That had me worried for a moment. Nat Bennett then is into the pit lane. As for Carlos Deesh, do they follow in? No, they stay out. So curious to see what that 112 is going to be able to do, as Nat Bennett has yet to come to a stop. Carlos Deesh passes on the track. 51 minutes left to go then, coming to a stop, the leading Bentley. We'll see how do they pick things up here in the last 51 minutes? In terms of nearby fights, Zen Vitus versus John Williams, one to consider. 9th place up for grabs. Taking a look in with these two as it stands right now. Going to look on board with the Ferrari in the fight at this time. John Williams then will get the defending angle from 9th place on the field. The 123 Fats GT car defending away from the number 9 of Race Vision Motorsports as Zen Vitus and Sebastian Plotnik on the run in towards turn 11 we go. You see then running down towards the line, neither of them considering options to the pits just yet. 50 minutes left to go. We'll stay on board with these two in their fight for 9th. We see then getting closer and closer and closer. This is then the fight for 9th. We're on board with the attacking car then. Zen Vitus looking to get up on alongside John Williams on the run in towards Ascari. Can he make it stick? Holds back in behind the 1-2-3 into the Variante Ascari we go. Turns 8, 9 and 10 here in Monza. That got incredibly close to one another there. They still hold off by 0.3 of a second. Back into the slipstream goes Zen Vitus in hot pursuit then of 9th on today's grid. And as we see there, another 5 gifted subs from LeBay. This is absolutely bonkers now, the amount. I'm trying to keep a rough tally in my head. I think we're up at 41. Well, I think 41 gifted subs. I'm going to have to look at the analytics later. I have... I'm completely baffled. 48.5 minutes left to go. You know, I was floating the idea for a while to try the idea. I see a lot of popular streamers doing it, maybe as a bit of content diversity here on TRTN, to attempt to do a subathon. And it would be a case where I would load up randomly generated rally stages. I mean that in the case that I just generate a championship on WRC or Dirt Rally 2. And I just continue to do that until we run out of subs past a certain amount. But now I realise I'm in the presence of people with a lot of money and I'd be doing this for about 13 days. So I'm a little bit worried about the concept of doing that now. Oh my word. What bizarre stuff today then in this race. Down towards then the Curva Parabolica. Still watching then with Zen Vitus v John Williams. The fight of 9th place still rages on between the two Ferraris here. Fats GT versus Race Vision Motorsport. 47 minutes left to go. Looking at the total scope of the grid at this time, returning back to 3rd, then Rafael Bayer of Black Nitro Racing, Brooklyn Donkin in 4th, Sander Vesteker in 5th, Gianluca Zamponi in 6th, Michael Picconi 7th, George Todd in 8th. As we see here, Williams v Vitus 9th and 10th at this time. Behind them, Mitchell Scott with NLRL Heat. You can see them just off in the distance there. They're 11th on the field. Will Friedman chasing them from 12th. Ben Hart 13th. Willow Taylor 14th, Ben Meredith in 15th, Guy Spruce in 16th, and Ivan Sanchez in 17th, leading the charge as always then. After the restart today, Nat Bennett and Carlos Deesh. Little bit of a wobble there upon the exit of turn 5. Into turn 6 we go. And that picks back up into a bit of understeer. So starting to see there the tyre fatigue creep in on these two coming up towards their last pit stops. So you see here then, Williams v Vitus still rages on. 3/4 of an hour left to go here in Monza. It all comes down to this then. Out past Della Rosia. See a little bit of upset past the exit of the Curva de Lesmo, so into the Curva de Saraglio. There is the chances here for the number 9. Gets up on alongside. Will be to the outside of the run in towards Ascari. Can he find the room for it, or will Williams go far later onto the brakes? We see falling back in behind. Goes the 1-2-3, capitulates down at Ascari, tries to get a mammoth send upon the exit there, and I think he's just found the momentum necessary to keep this one lively on the run in towards turn 11, holding the inside then the number 9. As we go barreling down towards Parabolica, John Williams looking to go around the outside here on Zen Vitus, or perhaps even gunning for a switchback late apex move. Past the exit of Parabolica, you can see carrying a lot of that momentum with much sharper line on entry, then smooths it out to rocket the car back out towards the back end of the Ferrari in front of him. Heading down toward the line then. Down into the Variante Rettifilo. Once again, these two Ferraris on the run into the last 3/4 of an hour of racing here in Monza have been ripping each other apart. It has been a fantastic spectacle here from just toward the back of the top 10 on that 5th row. Behind them, Mitchell Scott potentially to get into a fight very soon with Will Friedman on the 6th row of the field. So having a look around the field away from that fight at this time, we do see, this is from John Williams' point of view, half a second between these two. The fight back chance is absolutely still there for Fats GT, but taking a look further around the field, are we to believe the following? Hang on just a tick here. Was that? Oh my word, no, there was a disconnect. It's for the Lamborghini. Bayer is out of this race. That leaves the throne for the privateers vacant to Michael Picconi and Delave Maria. In fact, this could stand upon the chances to go into the hands of Zen Vitus and Race Vision Motorsport. He and Sebastian Plotnik may have the chances here
for a division win. Oh my word. How on earth has this happened? .41.5 minutes left to go. Fell at the last hurdle. Raphael Bayer and Lucas Milch, Black Nitro Racing, number 28. Report disconnect. That has got to be one of the most brutal ways for their race to end. You still see here Vitus v Williams. Now that is promoted up to 6th. Malwar Racing turns things around to a top 5. One must consider at what cost did all of this arrive. So looking on board then. After a very brief fight then, we saw Friedman just immediately get up and around Scott. Sadly, couldn't catch that fight in the meantime, as we were focused on other affairs on track. But getting on board then, what is now the newly found fight of 6th place, Zen Vitus versus John Williams. Watching things from John Williams' point of view, just cutting away there from the race vision car onto the Fats GT number 123, on board with Williams and Baslier as they hunt down that 6th place number 9. We do see there Raphael Bayer rejoins the session, so fair play to both he and Milch. They are adamant to see the checkered flag. They have come this far, they're not giving up now. Coming up onto the last 30 minutes of racing, and really you can start to feel at this time the minutes tick down like hours in their own right as things start to become definitely a lot more impactful towards the end of this race here. This is all or nothing for these drivers. They've raced on and off now for 5.5 hours. .120 to the pit, I think, suggests LeBay. So that's currently the call right now over the 120. Getting a look in with the current scope of things from the number 120. Yes, George Todd into the pit lane at this time. So that pushes Zen Vitus and John Williams. By looks of it, they're up to the fight of 5th place with 120 in for the last of its pit stops today. I was having a check over my microphone earlier. I had to... The weird thing, the reason why there was these long pauses earlier on between saying anything is I was trying to hastily eat a pizza. I've not had any food today. So it's a case where in the midst of this live stream,
I've got a pizza, and I've basically just scarf it down like a stray dog. And it's it's been a case where I've been trying to make my way through that. I had to check the microphone because I'm trying to make sure I didn't get any grease on the button, because it's technically a touch press button, and I've heard of glitches with this model before, so I'm just double checking that that's not an issue. Hopefully not. Never thought in my life I'd have to hastily eat a pizza, but hey, here we are. Such is life, I suppose. You will eventually have to hastily eat something, and it won't be pleasant. The pizza itself was lovely, but the fashion by which to eat it wasn't. Oh yeah, it was fantastic pizza. Brilliant pizza. Presently with Willow Taylor stuck in the middle. That does put a temporary wedge up over this fight of what could very well be a top 5 finishing position for either Fats GT or Race Vision Motorsport. Looking around the field then, 35 minutes left to go. At this time, curious to where the current position of Todd is in the 120, just out past the top 10. What kind of pizza, asks Wishful Winnings? Pepperoni. Double pepperoni, actually. Thin crust as well. Sort of like stone baked style. I don't like the thick crust. I can't deal with that. I mean, believe me, we can have a conversation about pizza for the next 35 minutes. I'll be completely honest with you, but since we're True Racing Television Network, not True Racing Pizza Network, I imagine that's going to be, you know, a bit of a breach in brand interest. Maybe true was it true, or what would be the word, True Culinary Television Network? Maybe that'll be the next offshoot where we just do 6 hours of slow cooking food and talking about motorsports. Maybe that's an untapped brand. Maybe we're hitting out for the wrong markets. I don't know, we'll figure it out. 2026 could be the year of the grill streamer. I don't know. To be fair, I might have to look into that. Is anyone doing that? We might have a market. Well, more on that in the near future, suppose, maybe. I don't know. 34 minutes left to go. We're really losing the plot. I will say that much. Really losing the plot. An interesting stream, though. We'll put it that much. 34 minutes left. And, well, 33:50. Before the end of this race. Most recently into the pits then goes Willow Taylor. Will there be the case of Ian Skeen getting back behind the wheel in the 3:15? Only time will tell. We see there was a little bit of trouble getting reconnected, but there we see the 315 making their way out, having dropped him behind Meredith at this time. Bear in mind, take note of this, Rafael Bayer is out on track, so they are adamant to see the checkered flag. So we see here, is it the case? I couldn't see from that distance. It might very well be the case. Skeen is back behind the wheel. We'll have to double check in a moment's time. Out through turn 1 and 2 then. Presently the gap between Michael Piccone and George Todd, 4.8 seconds, and potentially closing, so it appears, with 32.5 minutes left to go. Ian Skeen confirmed to be behind the wheel then of the 315 in the final stint of today's race. 32 minutes to the line then, the 315 back out on track. So looking at the current scope of things then, Nat Bennett leads the charge ahead of Carlos Dish, Brooklyn Donkin in third with Gianluca Zamponi in fourth. Zen Vitas in fifth ahead of John Williams in sixth, Will Friedman in seventh, Mitchell Scott in eighth, Sander Verstecke in ninth, and Piccone in 10th place. George Todd in 11th with Hart 12th, Meredith 13th, Skeen 14th, Bruce 15th, Bayer 16th, and Sanchez 17th. How's 5-star getting back on for this last hour? Looking at a hopeful result. Let's put it this way, Mason. It's a case where the 112 has fought very diligently here in the restart. They had a much better start to things than they did in the original start for the 6 hours of Monza. The restart has done them quite a lot of favours here for both Jasarevic and Deesh. Now, though, they have fallen off from having that fastest lap. That goes over to Nat Bennett in the 788. His stint has been properly show-stopping, and ultimately putting Bennett in the car has what's dissolved the chances for them to have fought for the lead there. Bennett's stint has been one charged up for quite some time, and now he's 18 or so seconds clear, or something along those lines. It is a mind-boggling statistic how much of a gap he's been able to open up. But for 5-star, in terms of where they're going to find themselves here, it is going to be a very healthy donation of points to the 112 in today's race. They've soldiered through what has been a very, very tough performance for all here in Monza. With 30 minutes to the line, then they stand upon the chances of a great haul of points heading into Suzuka next round at the penultimate round of Season 2. We take a look around the field here at some of the potential upcoming fights. One to note, Piccone v Todd. Now, the last interval showed 4.8 seconds. When we just caught on board, it was up at 5. So that's still up in the air here with 30 minutes down towards the line. We'll take one last look at the overall lineup now with 30 minutes left to play for here in the 6 hours of Monza. The latest into the pits is Guy Spruce with Fats GT. He's on his way out. But so it appears yet to have served the actual point of a mandatory pit stop. But I believe that's due to a potential absence by Mario Reutiers, his teammate, registered to the 323. Of course, you have to field all of your drivers. Otherwise, you get a penalty at the end of the round. So it's a confusing state of affairs then for Fats GT here in the closing half hour. So far, though, Nat Bennett leads, Deesh second, Donkin third, Zapponi fourth, Vitas in fifth. Williams not too far behind at all. We'll be getting back on board with their fight not far from now in sixth. Friedman 7th, Scott 8th, Verstappen 9th, Piccone in 10th, Todd in 11th, Hart 12th, Meredith 13th, Skeen 14th, Bayer 15th, Bruce 16th, and Sanchez in 17th. So getting on board then with that fight in the back of the top 5. Let's go to find Zen Vitas and John Williams. 1.3 seconds is the gap at the moment. You can see not too far away from one another at this time. As they go barreling down toward the line here. So you see in the last lap, Williams faster by 210 thousandths of a second. Wishful winnings. Remind me of your favourite GT3 car again. Well, you know, I'm sorry. It's something. I think it was just a bit of a technical glitch there. Yeah, I wouldn't know. My favorite GT3. Well, I'm trying to think, like, overall from the history of GT3, or when it was known as was it GT2B? Some of the endurance variants like GTE. We could go all day on this. GT3. I think it's any of the Astons, to be honest. The V12, the V8, the V8 Evo. Big fan. GTE though, different story. GTE different. C7R, Pratt Miller Engineering Corvette. Really big fan of that. Like the Vantage GTE as well. Big fan of that. GT1. I have to think about that one. GT1. I mean, DBR9. Let's be completely honest. This wasn't really a question, was it? I'll tell you what. Also, big fan of the Lexus RCF. I can appreciate when a design is used consistently. I can appreciate the RCF because it's a design that was somewhat perfect from the start. I mean, there's a reason it kicked about in the sport for as long as it did, with very minimal upgrades compared to its contemporaries. 1.5 seconds rely there between Vitus and Williams. The chance for these two to fight before the end of the race still sit very heavy on the table. So having a look in then with Williams up in front, you can start to see there Vitus now lapping out past Sanchez in for 5th place. 25.5 minutes left to go in this race. Apologies there for the interruption. Back in 23 minutes 50 left to go. Really not an awful lot left here as we start to see that fight we were hoping to see for that top 5 dissipating now out past 2 seconds between the number 9 and the 1, 2, 3. Wishful winning saying, are you excited that it's almost over or sad that it's coming to an end? A little bit of both. A little bit of both. I think with the 6-hour races, you don't realise until you're in probably sort of 5, maybe 4.5 hours in, just what you've signed yourself up for. Yeah, no, we hope you have enjoyed this stream so far. 22.5 minutes left to go. Really not an awful lot going on track anymore. Battle-wise, it is a case really of the drivers, much like us, surviving to the checkered flag at this time. The 2 drivers then left to pit, Sander Verstappen and Guy Spruce. It does leave a bit of an open book then as to what's going on for the 223 and the 323. Is it a case where they cannot have their other drivers into the car, which is why they've yet to fulfill the prerequisite of that mandatory pit stop? It does leave things very worrying indeed.
Nearest fight would have been for 5th place, and Vitas v John Williams, but that's since fizzled out. So 21.5 minutes left to go then in this race, functionally looking in the ballpark here of upwards of about 19 laps before the checkered flag here. In and around that range. I'd say perhaps 18 laps before the end of today. My word, the sound on that Porsche. Unfathomable. You see here Ben Hart and John Williams in the same stead of the road, but separated by 3 tenths, but on different lengths of the race. Williams now trying to get up and around. We see there emerging into the rear view from Hart's point of view, then up the inside into turn 11. In the slipstream then we see Ben Hart fighting things back over John Williams, a confusing tale between these two. Bear in mind, nothing gained or lost position wise, this is just for physical place on track. I think maybe is it a case where these drivers are starting to get a little bit bored waiting for a battle to arrive, but I think in the case here of John Williams, he'd much rather to keep the BMW behind him, because any more fighting he has with him invites in an actual fight for position from Will Friedman 4.3 seconds down the road. So just under 20 minutes left to go in this race. Also nearby to one another on track is the 120 and the number 5. And that is for position. That's George Todd versus Michael Piccone. You see here with the 120. Tucked into the slipstream then now as we get onto the opening straight. Michael Piccone 0.2 of a second away. In the last lap you could see clear night and day difference on the pace there. Evidently something had to have been wrong for Piccone in that last lap. Up the inside goes Michael Piccone. It was a lofty send there, bit of contact between himself and George Todd. There you can see resolving the matter themselves out through the Variante Rettifilo. Seventeen and a half minutes then left to go in this race. You see that the battles start to dissipate between Piccone and Todd. 1.7 seconds between them at the last interval. I'll leave you on board with Brooklyn Donkin here for just a moment. We'll be back to you in just a second.
So continuing to have a look around the field as we drop closer and closer to the last 15 minutes of racing here. It has come at long last after what has been a very lengthy saga here in Monza. Looking at it at this time, you can start to see that late game advance here by Friedman. Current obstacle, though, between himself and 6th place being John Williams, up 3.1 seconds clear of him at this time. Stands in the way, the 115 BMW of Ben Hart with 5-Star Esports. We look at a get up at around that number 115 at a moment's time here. Blue flags being shown for the 115, but of course, since we are under endurance rules here, we're not following the same kind of stringent regulations you find over in Formula 1. He doesn't have to technically get out of the way unless he feels inclined to do so. It is the case here of the faster car to make that overtake possible. You can notice as well in the pace between himself and Williams, he is faster than the 123, but he's been held up behind the 115 for so long. Looking at the inside in towards the Variante Atafilo to get up and away from the 115. Through goes the 787, and now clear line of sight between himself and John Williams for the last 14 minutes of racing here in Monza. The chance is now on the table for these two to go head to head for 6th. For those of you perhaps interested in Formula E, I suppose now is the best time to reveal the news that of race 1 and 2 of the Jeddah E-Prix, your race winners were Pascal Wehrlein and Antonio Felix da Costa. So a win for Porsche and a win for Jaguar. I do try to keep up to date with Formula E, but it's always at the most bizarre times. Gap at the current time then, 2.9 seconds between Williams and Friedman. The chances for there to still be a fight dissipating by the lap here. There has been evidence to suggest that Friedman is faster lap by lap, but whatever reason is keeping him from fighting face to face with the 123. We'll see though over the course of the last lap just gone. 149.382 by Williams, 149.467. So it's actually starting to play in the opposite now with the 787 slower. You see here for Carlos Disch, looking to bring 5-Star to a 2nd place finish in today's race. 12 minutes left to go. Bear in mind, this will be the 2nd round in a row now where that Aston Martin has been 2nd place. They finished 2nd in Imola last round at round 5 of the championship. So this is on a series of good results at the moment. The 112 9th in the overall championship, tucked in behind the 113, of which they're set to overtake now. And moreover, they'll be set to overtake the 119 of the Malwar Racing Team up to 7th. The 789 perhaps they're in as well. So there is sizable grounds here for gain heading into that penultimate round of the championship in Suzuka. Yeah, to refer to there as what's being spoken about in chat by LeBay, it is a case that he's referring to the Competizione Performance League GT4 Pro-Am Cup America Series, of which we've been covering here for the last 2 seasons on TRTN. The 3rd season has already been confirmed, and surprised so far in advance then, but already the plan's getting underway with new event types coming in for season 3, which we're already geared up to cover for the 3rd consecutive season of that series. It has been a blast in the last two seasons we've covered. The next round coming up. Just taking a look onto the calendar, actually. I always get my calendars mixed up now, but looking into GT4, where we'll be heading off to next is heading into the penultimate round of the championship to Snetterton on February 17th. That's February 17th in Eastern Standard Time, in the Greenwich Mean Time by which we go for recordings. That's about 1 a.m. Of the next day on the Wednesday. So it's Tuesday evening, Eastern Standard Time, Wednesday morning, Greenwich Mean Time. Just over the overlap there into midnight, into 1 a.m. We'll go live then for that round 7, and then the season finale follows thereafter in Indianapolis on February 24th. That for us is February 25th. We do have, for the first time in quite some time, a yellow flag. It's for the number 5, Michael Picconi, in trouble upon the exit of Lesmo 2. The exit of the Curva de Lesmo at turn 7. Back into green flag conditions here. This is on board with Nat Bennett in the leading 788, not far from the checkered flag, to make his 5th career win in the 788. Actually, to have a look individually for Bennett, looking into those, we do see, yes, it is going to be his, it's technically his 4th, as he wasn't in the 788 in Imola, but it will be the 788 as a group's 5th career win. This, beyond that 5th season win. Career wins is a different story, because then we have to go back to the McLaren era back in season 1. It is truly bizarre then how they have been able to accomplish this. 6 rounds in, 2 more to follow. At the track they lost out in, at the last hurdle last season in Suzuka, will they find history to repeat itself in the absence of MSA, having moved on to greener pastures over on PC? Or are they finally looking for redemption in the land of the rising sun? Well, we'll have to find out on March 7th when we go live for the 4 hours of Suzuka. Then, of course, the introduction of a brand new event coming up later down the line for the season finale here of Season 2 of the Console Endurance Series, the Indianapolis 6 hours on the 21st of March. So this is going to be a very interesting next couple of rounds here. I think it is very easy to say we're on for the charge here for the 788 to take the championship outright. We'll actually crunch some numbers in the background here just to make sure we're not missing anything out. I believe, looking at it, you'll have to just give us a moment here. So as it stands, the gap between themselves and the 787 coming into this round was about, looking there, we do the maths as we watch with Nat Bennett going to get up and around Michael Picconi in a moment's time. We're just going to run some numbers. So they have 268 points coming into this round of the championship. That means that the gap they had to the car behind them was 84 points. Now, in order for them to have taken this championship outright today, they're going to need to expand that gap up to 108. And with the 787, if memory does serve me correctly, still out on track, I'm pretty sure this one is going to go down to the wire. So Friedman in 7th at this time, that's 30 points. And with the 788 leading and with the fastest lap, which gains an additional 3 points, that's 57 points. So 57 take 30 is a points advantage of 27 over the number 787. Then, of course, you add that over to 84. And that's 111. So as it stands, yes, that as it stands. Oh, wait. It's not. He doesn't need 108 points. He needs, and with the fastest laps. So 108 plus 6 to bring us to currently the tally 114. So he's shy of the championship by 3 points on the way things stand at the moment. So it will go down to a very thin line, albeit, in Suzuka at the next round, by the way that things stand at the moment. With Friedman 7th, Bennett in the lead with the fastest lap. He will just be away from the margin to take the championship here and now by 3 points. I imagine he'd like to see this one through to another round, considering the circumstances that present themselves today. I imagine this would be a poor stage to win the championship. Four minutes then left to go functionally. That's crossing the line there onto the scope of about 3 more laps before the end of what has been a long saga here in Monza. Just to check in as well, we are seeing here fairly close gaps being found in the data between Vitus, Williams and Friedman. Could that be, having a look here, as that gap starts to drop down ever so slightly for Williams, could that very well be the case here? That there might be a fight just before the very end of this race. Well, here's hoping, fingers crossed, of course, for the option of that. Ready for a 50 train sub. Oh, don't, please. I think we've had enough gifted subs today. You're far too generous. You don't have to anymore. You don't have to anymore. 2 minutes 40 left in the session. We do see, hang on a tick here, yellow flags for the 115 BMW. Have they run out of fuel? They're stopping on the straights here. Hang on a moment. What's going on for the 115? I think this might be a hardware disconnect for Ben Hart. Something is not awry here. The car seems to be off driving itself, and in doing so has generated a large sum of damage. A very confusing prelude to the end of this round is significant damages for the 115. Back into green flag conditions just before the end of this race. 2 minutes left to go. Blue flags given over to Ben Hart for Nat Bennett. You can see there onto his penultimate lap. Out through the Curva Grande. Meanwhile, this is just paying attention here to that potential for a fight inside of the top 10. Williams is being intercepted by Friedman. That is definitely happening now. 1.5 seconds. That was down from 2.5 not too long ago. In the last lap, 149.660 to 148.660 is a whole second up. So by the looks of it here on this trajectory, there is high chances for there to be a fight of 6th to take us all the way to the checkered flag. I'll have to see, though, in a moment's time, just taking another look around the field here to see, unless we're missing anything. We see here with Nat Bennett and Florian Oxman not far from starting the final lap of the race here after a hefty restart in the midway. A controversial one at that, but one that these drivers have still knuckled down and rose to the challenge too. Meanwhile, let's get a look on board here. You can see John Williams is being intercepted. So currently, we are watching here for the fight of 6th place. On with the Fats GT, number 1, 2, 3 in the fight of 6th. 0.6 of a second away. Will Friedman on the charge right at the very end of the race here in Monza with only one more lap to play for. Meanwhile, the 788 just starts the run of its final flying lap here. We're into the final chapter in Monza, a saga that has been so long and rather controversial indeed, drawn back into life after a midway disconnect. As we see here, for John Williams, fighting this one all the way to the last post against the 787 of Will Friedman. This could go down to the wire as they enter the final lap just a moment from now. One corner before, onto lap 97. As we see here, watching with Williams, 0.3 of a second, and closing is Friedman. He'll be in the slipstream down the opening straight by the way things are looking at this time. See, though, almost backing off in through turn 11. The BMW, though, you can see, has just got him on the line. He's reeling him in now. Slowly but surely on this final lap. Bear in mind, he's got to make this one stick before he gets to the checkered flag. You can see much later onto the brakes in towards the Variante Ratafilo, still pursuing the 1-2-3. Good things come to those who wait, and there is likely the chance here for 6th place to find its way to Will Friedman and Fazzy Binks in their 787. Bear in mind, we'll have to see how their saga ends in a moment's time. They head down towards Della Rosia. As we see here, we are about to get on board with the soon-to-be race winner. As we see there's the axiom point as Friedman takes the lead, getting on board with the 788 before we have a moment to spare here. Down towards the line, the 788 reaches the checkered flag after what has been warfare here in Italy. Down towards the line, the end of the Italian doubleheader in this championship, as now the 788, 5-time winner in this series. Unbelievable for Nat Bennett. He stands upon the chances there of his 4th win in the 788. And it has been absolutely brutal this time out in Monza. They have survived, let alone won here at the Autodromo Nazionale di Monza. The Temple of Speed taketh, and the Temple of Speed giveth. Evidently today, luck shines in their favour. The 788 onto the restart, excels at what they do best there. Another win for the exclusive esports team. Carlos Deesh for 2nd. Brooklyn Donkin looking at 3rd place then in the 314. Euro Titans on for a podium today, courtesy of the 314. Kieran Rod and Brooklyn Donkin. Currently they're on the run down towards Ascari. Meanwhile, Gianluca Zamponi 4th. Zen Vitas 5th there, and wins in the Privateers here in round 6 of the championship. That is Race Vision Motorsports' first ever Privateers win this series. And all the power to them there. Zen Vitas and Sebastian Plotnik fought through hell and high water for where they stand upon this grid. Not only in the top 5 as a privateer, but winning their first ever Privateers division race. Friedman 6th, Williams 7th at the last stop there. Mitchell Scott and his contemporaries of Liam Mutz. And having a look into it there as well at the AXRL lineup. Ruven Lupez, wanted to make sure I got the first name right. Made their way to the line at the last post there, 8th place. And you see the full results roll in. Nat Bennett wins in the 788 alongside Florian Oxman for the exclusive esports team. Then reading from just the names on the screen, Carlos Deesh 2nd, Brooklyn Donkin in 3rd, Gianluca Zamponi in 4th. And then your winners for the Privateers wings, Zen Vitas and Sebastian Plotnik with Race Vision Motorsports Ferrari. Will Friedman 6th, John Williams 7th, Mitchell Scott in 8th, George Todd 9th, Sander Verstecher in 10th, Michael Picconi in 11th, Ben Hart in 12th, Rafael Bayer in 13th. So fair play to them for turning this one background after that disconnect. Ahead of Ian Skeen 14th, Ben Meredith 15th, Ivan Sanchez 16th, Gase Bruce in 17th. You can see what is less of a tally, more of a death toll here in the restart for DNFs. That's not counting the drivers that did not show up to the rest of this race. So that is quite the hefty toll at the end of what has been hell on earth, I would say, here at the Temple of Speed. It is a track both revered and dreaded, and for every reason as shown today. Whew, and breathe out. That's the end of the road here for us on TRTN. We're not going to waste any time in the post-race talk. We already know where we're headed off to. 6:30 p.m. GMT tomorrow. Be there. Round 2, Season 5 of the NLRL Sunday League. That's all for today here on the Console Endurance Series. Have a wonderful rest of your evening. Take care and good night.